Well, good evening. Fancy meeting you ladies here.
Good day, Bruce. How you doing, mate? Hey, how you doing, mate? Hey.
What the hell was that?
I was expecting to hear the usual. Can you hear me, mother?
Mother, can you hear me, mother?
I
I I've missed that so much.
have to. And can I just point out, I'm a little insulted that you called yourself Nuff Nuff and not Muff Muff when you're here with me.
Oh, sorry.
That was so
Change it up
funny. I
once.
missed that stream you did last week or a couple weeks back. And when I woke up the next morning, I'm like, "Oh my god, you went live! I missed it." And the first thing I saw was the Muff Muff. I roared so
I
hard.
did. I did go live, and it were really on the boat, on the spot. It was just I got a bit of free time, and
Kind of like
because
this
my
one.
life is so hectic right now. La 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 la. Anyway, but yeah, I just thought, yeah, why not just check in everybody? And it was lovely. Got loads come in, which were really nice, and which I didn't expect because I think everybody forgot about me, which is not a bad thing. I don't mind.
No.
But it didn't. I mean, I know us crew, we talk every day. I know that behind the scenes in the
Oh
scheming
yeah,
and wheeling and
yeah. You
dealing.
mean the really cool
Um,
cats that might have
yeah,
forgot about
you know, our little tiny group of three nasty bitches, dirty bitches scheming behind the scenes, which were
it.
actually
Dusty
not.
bitches
Anyway,
forever.
dirty bitches, schemers. I mean, generally the community that I was in before, I decided to jack it in. Just all came in, and it was lovely. We had a lovely chat, and it was lovely to see old people, not old people, but old. You know what I mean? Uh, just
Way to insult your fan base and all and get rid of them all at once.
yeah, it was lovely, Jen. I really enjoyed it. So,
Well, I saw the
uh,
replay. I mean, it was lovely. I mean, I'm sorry I missed it. I can't even remember. I don't know if I was out or I fell asleep, but I did when I first saw it because I just opened up like my main YouTube channel, like just to youtube.com, even though I'm logged in. And the first thing I see was that, just my homepage was you had gone live, and part of me was like, oh, I missed it.
yeah, don't worry, it's fine. Honestly, it's fine. It happens sometimes. I missed yours. You did a couple, and I missed yours. I mean, I think one we were away on one of them, in some hill somewhere, in a mountain somewhere, singing amongst the trees and hugging trees and dancing naked round a campfire. But
Well, yes, your story was very interesting too. Which
oh,
brings me,
it's not
how
that
how is Steve doing?
yeah, it's good. He's working away at the moment, so there's no contact. It's just phone blowing up every minute. I'm missing you. I want to come back. So
Those clingy
no,
totes you don't need, right? But I've
sorry.
even noticed. I've even noticed. I mean, you're not as behind the scenes with us as much as you were because now you got that boyfriend that's taking you away from us.
She
Well,
she's still
not
she's still
still here.
behind the scenes enough. She's behind the scenes enough.
I'm still scheming. I'm still scheming and plotting and bitching about everyone. Although that's always going to stand because I've got my group of friends that I'm never gonna lose. But yeah,
Well, of course not.
it's really
So
nice.
that's
What do
just
you mean?
something, it's like everybody says that. I've heard so many people, including the main topic of your live, apparently. Um,
Are you speaking
besties,
about my live? This live we're doing right now?
yeah, this one. You know, people saying that like, oh, my bestie, I would, I trust that person so much. Oh, my bestie, blah, 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 blah. And then the first falling out. Oh, good Lord. It gets ugly, and it gets ugly really fast. I just would like to say that there are some people on YouTube who are capable of being adults and acting like adults. You can fight like an adult and still maintain your shit on YouTube, and you don't have to spew it out all over the damn place like a 2-year-old throwing a temper tantrum. Just wanted to say
Yeah,
that.
yeah, absolutely.
Jenny and
Yeah,
I have had disagreements. JC and I have had disagreements. I've had disagreements with almost everybody. We all do. We have
yeah,
disagreements that time. Do you guys know about it? No, because it's none of your fucking business.
Well,
that's right.
exactly. I mean, the
Yeah,
first thing we don't do if we had, like, I mean, I know I said something well after the fact, but I mean, if you look back, you and I didn't talk for most of the month of January, Cheryl.
Right.
What were we doing? Right. Did we run to fucking YouTube and start up a live stream and you fucking cunt? No,
we even did a live-a-thon. We even did a live-a-thon for Salty in the middle of that, and we were still
right. And nobody knew any of the different. I mean, that's the thing. Why these? I don't even know where to start with all this. I mean, we go on for days. But
what it is when you're a grown up, okay. So the thing with Salty, we had a purpose. We were there for Salty. We weren't there for your shit or my shit. We were there for her, and we were able to put all of our crap aside and just talk about her and do what we were there for her.
But I don't know. Yeah. I didn't even say anything to any of the other girls, you know, like I'm really worried about how it's going to be with Cheryl. Like it just happened without that having to talk behind anyone's back. I mean, as you said, I guess it's knowing being adult enough that we can have a disagreement and you know me well enough that when I react like that and get sensitive, you know enough to just kind of leave me alone until I fucking kind of calm down. But we're not running to everybody going and talking behind each other's back. But we were able to maintain the fact that we agreed to disagree and weren't getting along, but still be copacetic together.
Well, because
and we also didn't go around sharing screenshots and saying, "Look what she said about me," and "Look what she said about me," and
yes. That's the other thing. I don't worry for a single second about having a falling out with any of, our small group of people, because I know that even if we do, I know the caliber of these people. They're not going to go around showing screenshots. Again, not to bring up, but they're, we've had a major falling out with a particular friend from our group. We're not out there sharing screenshots, and neither is she, because that's kind of the caliber of the friendship that we have, as opposed to these other people. It's like, oh my God, they're my bestie. I talk to her every single day. That doesn't.
Now, what I will say though, sorry to interrupt, what I do want to clarify is, I will clarify about the Claire thing, is the stuff that did go out was showing that she lied about the strikes to do with Alan. Nothing of personal nature was ever released or even thought about being put out there. Ever.
No.
There's a difference.
And it never will be either.
Exactly. It never will be.
And again, the same thing on her side. She could have just as easily gone out there and shared a bunch of screenshots.
Well, she tried to with Crazy.
Well,
that's not literally fair. She did try to manipulate that situation.
But to be fair, she was countering something. So regardless, though, we all could be doing that because we all know a lot of shit about each other and we don't. And in my mind, if that's how you run your life outside of YouTube, why the hell wouldn't you run it the same way? I don't run around telling everybody, a friend's secrets as soon as I get into an argument with them. I don't do that in real life. Why would I do that?
But the thing is, if you think about, look at this overall mentality that we're seeing on YouTube, and you're applying it in the same actual everyday existence. And I remember making this point when I made that video back about that crazy bullhorn Betty screaming in front of Don Wells' apartment, "Where's your baby? We know you buried her. Where did you bury her?" You wouldn't go out in the middle of a mall and scream at what's her name? Not Don Wells, the other one. I can't think of her name right now. Candace, yeah. You wouldn't stop in the middle of a mall with your bullhorn screaming, "Where's your baby? I know you buried." Like, people, just don't act like that in normal life. So why do people think they can bring it to YouTube? Is it that mentality, keyboard warrior mentality? They think they're all that tougher, or they're all that more...
all the above. But I do think that some people are just as genuine on YouTube as they are in real life. Not everybody is this keyboard, because I do see people say that a lot. It's like, well, if you were face to face, you wouldn't. If we were face to face, you wouldn't say that to me. And I'm thinking, bet my fucking ass I wouldn't. Yeah, right, I would say it to your face twice, and I'd probably get closer, right up into it. So
I may not wag a finger, but I'd say it right in your fucking face.
I mean, I don't say anything online or offline, online that I wouldn't say offline. That's just how I am. But I do acknowledge that a lot of people are not the same way. Like, enough. She talks all kinds of shit, but deep down, she's so sweet. She's like a marshmallow. She's all gushy inside.
Well, don't ruin her reputation. Way to go! You just ruined that. Now she's not even. Well, you know what? You guys all say that what is it? I'm cute when I'm angry. So yeah, let's release that Nuff Nuff is just a giant marshmallow. She's no toughie.
Oh, giant now. I were a marshmallow from Shirley, and I'm a giant marshmallow from you.
Oh,
Body
now
shaming.
you
We
body
don't do body shaming in here.
Well, then in that case, you could call me the twig you put the marshmallow on after the marshmallow is gone.
So basically, you're gonna go up, and never mind.
What?
I'm just
Wait,
picturing
what?
how you put the twig into the marshmallow. It just all of a sudden this live
that's
just went
not what I
weird.
meant. Don't you? Now you're just starting salacious gossip
I
now.
know, but see, that's how shit started. So if you had said that about somebody that doesn't like you, about that person being a big marshmallow, all of a sudden there'd be 3 lives about how you're body shaming them.
Did you hear Genetic Code call Nuff Nuff a big fat pig last night?
Right. It's like some of the crap on here is just ridiculous, and sometimes it's funny, and sometimes it's just pathetic. I mean, it's so far past funny into pathetic that you can't even laugh. You're like, they can't be serious, right? And then you see people in the chat going, "Oh, I know," and blah blah, and you're like, are there really that many people that find that offensive? Sometimes it just blows my mind.
Yeah.
Well,
no, I don't mind.
It's kind of like the AD thing. I always think, I shouldn't. It can't get any worse, or it won't. People can't disappoint me anymore, or they can't do things any lower than I think they can, and then they end up doing it. I mean, you think somebody's gone as low as they can go, and surprise, nope, there's an even lower depths. What do you guys think about this? Like last week of bullshit.
I'll let Jenny go first because she's taking her pills and she's gonna fall asleep any minute.
No,
so I'll let her
I'm
go
gone.
first.
I'm just tapping. I'm tapping.
Well, actually, give me a sec. I'm just gonna say hi to everybody that's not you guys.
Yeah. Nobody's been acknowledged in chat. I've just noticed that. So we'll just take a couple of minutes to say hello to everyone.
Of course. Well, my Lizzie. Hi, Lizzie. Sorry to rearrange usually your Saturday night out, but we didn't even know we were having a Friday night out until pretty much 20 minutes before we went live. So surprise everyone. I know it's sort of last minute. We just kind of, I personally, I know I've sort of been MIA for, I don't know, maybe the last week and a half, 2 weeks. I've just needed a break from all the pervy fraud armchair detective shit. I know Nuff and, even Cheryl, understands. You get to a point where it just becomes overwhelming and it puts you in a really bad place. And I just need to step back and turn it off. So I've kind of needed to do that. I've sort of had some of my own private stuff going on that I've been dealing with. Nothing that affects me, but I did want to just acknowledge it seems like I kind of just dropped off the face of the earth, but I'm just taking a bit of a break. And we were just kind of chatting and thought, literally, as I said, maybe 20 minutes before I went live, that there was a few things that maybe we wanted to address. Amber's just catching up jury duty. I didn't know this was part of the job description. Oh, if you weren't late all the time, Amber, then you would be right up to snuff and know what's going on.
Jen, Sam's in chat.
What?
Sam's here.
Hey.
Stranger. Oh, we even have a surprise for all of us. The salty bitch is in the freaking house. Hi, baby. I'm looking at the comments in fucking SteamYard for some reason. So let me go through. I know Sam just got here and railroaded everybody I was about to say hi to. How rude. Okay, let me go back. So what do we have? Friday night. Ella Bella's here. Lady Witch. Malarney. Of course, my Muff. Carrie. Happy Thoughts, Helen. Mr. Shannonite. You're so funny. I think I've done, 2 or 3 lives? And each time you come in, the first thing you say is, am I welcome here? Please don't say that anymore. I don't know why you wouldn't think you're welcome. But if you have concerns, you're more than welcome here. Unless you piss me off, and then you're not welcome anymore, but you'll know. Oliver, this is not an intervention for me. I saw that comment when you came in earlier. I wanted to actually, Oliver, tell you, I have been, and even I don't know if Emerald, Kimmy, people that are maybe listening back. As I said, I haven't been on YouTube much for the last maybe week and a half, 2 weeks. I also have completely been neglecting my email that goes with my YouTube. I haven't even opened it. So anybody, I know Oliver, the last live I did, you mentioned you had emailed me. I'm not responding to just you. I just haven't been in that email, so I'm not getting back to anyone. It's not personal. They said I'm just taking a bit of a break, but so there's that. Revy Green, it's lovely to see you. That salty bitch, can't stand her. And Supra, Angie Babe, and anybody else that I may have missed. Whew, I'm going to take a break. You ladies take over.
Are you still awake?
I am. I'm just
Okay.
sorry. I'm just reading. I'm reading.
So,
I'm just reading.
so
Chat, that's all.
go ahead and give your point of view on on the past week. I love
Well,
it.
I've had to actually recap in the last couple of days from screenshots and voice recordings and not voice recordings, but clips from. I've had like a clip show, a capture of all what's gone on, and oh my god, oh Jesus, what a crazy mess it is.
How is that? Oh my
And
God.
oh my god, and I'm actually. I honestly don't know where to begin.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. And I have got to say this. I find it difficult to talk anywhere because, and I know this is not going to be popular, but I have always liked Natasha. Always, I've always said that, Anta. And I do like Granny, and it's very difficult because they hate each other, and I can't go in Natasha's because they know I like Granny, and I can't go in Granny's because they know I like Natasha. So I don't go in any. Even if
Garzan. Sorry, Jenny.
and
I haven't seen him in forever.
what?
Garzan is in chat. Welsh lady. Oh, I missed you too. Sorry, Jenny. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you did. You
Well,
skinny
yeah, but I
marshmallow.
didn't mean to. Carry on.
I've lost
Well,
my freaking train of
it's
thought
not
now.
like your mouth has a mind of its own. So you did mean to interrupt, but
Well, I did, but I wasn't trying. Yeah, okay. I'm shutting up. I'm sorry. I'm so bad. I'm like a little kid. I don't mean to interrupt people, but it's like shiny. It's like, oh my God. And then I realize I'm like, Jen, I know what. It's
see,
been
No,
a lifelong
you go,
process I've been working on.
if you go
actually,
on mute, that won't happen as much because you'll have to unmute yourself to say something. That's
No,
why I
noted, and I'm going on mute now.
I actually don't mind when you acknowledging chats. I do. I think my views on talking to people in your room because without your people in your room, you wouldn't have a stream. So
Probably
they're
stuck
just
talking to myself like I have been my whole other life.
major important. So just shut your gob a minute, will you? So yeah, I don't mind you doing to interrupt to welcome people. And Darzen's not been around for ages, so yeah. So Twiglet, just shut up a minute. And now you're gonna have to remind me where I were.
You were saying that you like Natasha, but you also like Granny's watching.
Yeah, I do, and I can't go in either. I'm not interested in cunt the joke because I'm not at all. Because I think she's an insidious bitch.
Ooh.
And well,
You've been hanging around now, Belinda.
I really don't want to give my view on the you know who. Because I just it's just ridiculous. But sat up there, I'm not gonna let Cheryl do that on that part. I'm sorry, I'm a bit zoned, to be honest. I've had my my zoning out anti-anxiety sleeping tablets, and
I was going to say it's not like you to usually hold back.
so the thing is, I don't know enough to actually comment at the moment. I'm trying to absorb it all. I know there's been a break, and I find it what I have watched. I don't know. I just find it fucking bizarre and two-faced and backstabbing and cuntish and bollockish and all the fucking cunting bastard words because I've got a vulgar mouth. And if I've got a vulgar mouth, then that's great. Everybody knows I've got a vulgar mouth. That's my right to have a vulgar mouth, isn't it? Isn't it?
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck 'em all.
Fucking
Fuck 'em
buzzer
all.
buster
Fuck 'em all.
ever.
Fuck 'em all. Fuck 'em all. Fuck 'em all. And yeah, you know what my views are on fucking crazy Dorothy. Absolutely. And to say that we're conspiring with the fucking juror, like, what the fuck? Really? As if?
Oh,
As
Yeah.
if? What the fuck would I want to fucking conspire with that fucking bitch for?
yeah.
No chance. So that's my view on that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So
My
I'll
turn?
be a bad bastard now, but I don't give a fuck, because I'm not going to be around, because I'm just not. For the next, what, is it 3 months that I'm off to study Portugal? La, la, la. Anyway, go on, Shirley, carry on. Carry on.
Yeah, go ahead there, Cheryl.
So my turn. Okay. So I don't know shit about Natasha Cooper. I barely watched her, but what I've seen, clearly the woman broke terms of service. It has not, you know,
Yeah.
you can mass report somebody all fucking day, but if they're not doing anything wrong, they're not going to get their channel taken down. Clearly she was doing shit wrong. We all know what she was doing wrong. I'm not even a creator and I fucking know what she was doing wrong. She just got away with it for so long. And then she got away with it for so long that she felt confident enough to keep opening channels. Okay, they got taken down, got taken down. Cool, whatever. Granny's watching. I actually haven't really been watching her very much lately, but you know what you know, from before when I've watched her, you know, I think she's okay. I'm glad she finally went on camera and shut them the fuck up, even though they did find stupid shit to piss and bitch and moan about. But you know, haters gonna hate, right? As far as
Get ready to open the box, baby.
the working behind the scenes with Jur. All I have to say is, Dorothy, you fucking lost your rabbit ass fucking mind. Are you kidding? Are you okay? Let's put aside the fact that you don't like Juror anymore and you think that she's shady as fuck and she's out there running around talking to everybody, which I don't believe, but that's here nor there. Did you forget we have our own fucking opinions of her, and it doesn't have a fucking thing to do with you. We have our own opinions of her. Do you think her hatred for us or our dislike for her would even remotely allow us to put that aside just to come for you, Dorothy? You're not that fucking important. You're not. We're not going to put aside. We're not like you, Dorothy. We don't do, you know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We don't do that. You broke up with Jur, cool. It's fucking awesome. Fucking awesome. But it doesn't mean that we're all going to be best friends now. And no, we have not been talking to her behind the scenes just because that one profile, you went and looked and saw that they were subbed to 2 channels that happened to be part of the oh God, now I can't even think. Jenny's rubbing
True crime community?
on the truth community. Yeah. All of a sudden, that's your evidence. She's been talking to us. Come on, Jesus fucking Christ. Put the pipe down and use some common sense. Nothing about anything we've said or Juror has said has even remotely played into the fact that we were talking behind the scenes. Because trust me, bitch, if we were working with Juror, we would have fucking taken you down a long time ago. We would have taken you all the fucking way down.
Well, I think it even to me anyway, I think the fact that she's gone to these extents. Actually, one thing I do want to interject, and I wanted to say this since the beginning, and I keep getting sidetracked as usual. But remember, they said, I mean, how long have we've been friends now? And I keep seeing, you know, every once in a while, well, won't it be great when those guys all fall out, meaning us? Yeah, that's not going to happen, people. But
well, yeah, we already discussed that at the beginning of this. Even if we did fall out, you guys are never going to fucking know because we're not going to make it public. We don't have a desire to do that. I don't do that in real life. I don't run around when I have a falling out with a friend and tell every person I know, or even people I don't know, run around up and down the aisles at the grocery store talking shit about that person. But
over the intercom at the grocery store.
Well, right, because that's kind of what it's like when you
that's
get on
what
YouTube.
I was trying. That's an even better analogy than my going down through the mall with a bullhorn. That's exactly, you know, and even putting aside let's take out of the equation for a second the I've fallen out with this person, that person. I've never been like that in my real life, but I also don't, as I said, I've needed to just take a bit of a break and breathe away from everything armchair detective. I mean, just to maintain my fucking sanity, the little bit I have left. But even in my real life, I haven't told like people, just the things that I'm dealing with that don't have to deal with me, but the private stuff I'm dealing with, I don't go out in my real life and share that with people. Why people? I mean, somebody like Dorothy, obviously. I mean, she seems to think because she's in. I've said this before the whole time. She doesn't know what the fuck a boundary is. She has no boundaries for herself and seems to think that her putting out whatever she says she doesn't put out, but the stuff she does talk about, whether it's true or not, gives her every right to invade into everybody else's business, which basically resorts to she has no idea what overstepping boundaries, what the fuck a boundary line even is.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't. She uses all the right words. She says the right things, like she read it in a book, but then she turns around and does just the opposite. I mean, you literally, I have not, and I've said this is an overused statement on YouTube, but it so clearly fits Dorothy. Her lack of self-awareness is literally maddening. Maddening. Yeah. I just, she's one
but
minute.
Is it really a lack of self-awareness, or does she I think she knows she's calculating. I'm gonna say it. She's a fucking calculating, manipulating, concocting, vindictive bitch is what she is. I think she's well aware of what she's doing. She's trying to basically control what she thinks she can control. And the fact of the matter is she can't control fucking nothing.
No, see, I agree to a certain extent. All of that except, the conniving, the dirty, blah, 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 blah. But I do really think that there is a lack of self-awareness because she backs her. She doesn't make general statements. She says things like, anybody that does this is horrible. You're vile. You're evil. And the word vile, please, people, can we find a different word? I'm really sick of the word vile, vile and evil. And then she literally within 2 days turns around and says the exact same thing about somebody who's accusing somebody else of that same thing. I mean, we all heard, her excuses for going after Natasha. Then she comes back when she decides she likes Natasha. Well, I didn't really go for her. Really? You didn't? It's like she doesn't realize that shit's on the internet and it's on there forever and ever. She says, I don't lie. Clearly she's lied. And she keeps going, if people want to point out my lies, and then when somebody does, she comes up, well, that was a mistake. That wasn't a lie. Oh my God.
Well, no, I think she at that point is when she tries to ump it. She tries to up it. Like, let's take, for example, her community post earlier. She's pissed with CJ I'm talking about right now. And basically showed a live with, and I'm not even going to pretend I don't know anything at all. I'm not saying what I'm about to say is valid, not valid. I have no opinion on the actual issue at hand because I don't know anything about it. But CJ has complained about this Marie person that has stalked her for a long time. What does Dorothy do? Well, let's hang on. Let's have a look, folks. Actually, give me a minute while I pull it up. And to me, this is basically her. Oh, fuck, I hate that goddamn fucking loud. Where is it? You guys can chat for a sec while I pull it up.
Okay, so I was going to say so. So looking at a comment from Mr. Shannite. So this is another point that I want to make. There have been a lot of people. Again, and there's a lot of people that watch a lot of things. They see a lot of things that, we all do, I'm not going to be one of those people running around saying, I don't ever watch them if I do. Clearly, I'll just admit. So we've seen who's been in and out of certain chats. So one of my main things this past week that has really just like a friggin' sword in my back drove me insane was now that Juror and Dorothy have had this disagreement. Now they're starting to part subs, right? And their subs going, oh my gosh, I can't believe she did this to you. Why?
Who gets custody of which sub?
Yeah, there's that. But it's like, why can't you believe it? Because she had never done it to you. But you not only supported her when she was dragging X, Y, and Z all over the fucking place, you took part in it We've seen certain people in chats taking part in it. We've seen people who are in the chats, even if they're not taking part of it, but they're still engaging in it. But now that they've had a break, they're like, oh my gosh, she's all these horrible things. It's like, no, she was always those fucking horrible things. It's just now she's horrible to somebody that you like, or she's horrible to you. Now you have a problem with it. I have a problem with people like that. I don't have to be personally assaulted by somebody. I can see what they're doing. I mean, a man doesn't have to beat the shit out of me for me to not like a man that beats the shit out of women. He doesn't have to do it to me personally. I've seen what he does. I don't like it. I think it's repulsive. I'm not going to like you, not going to support you. All these people supported her when she was talking shit about all these other people. That was fine. But soon she goes for them or somebody they like, now all of a sudden, oh my God, what's happened to her? It's like, no, she's always been that way. And I personally find it insulting and kind of infuriating when people are saying that now. I just want to say, well, you know what? More than I told you so, because there's a whole lot of I told you so's that a lot of people could be saying. More than that, I just want to say, fuck you. You had your chance. You had your chance to step back and look at what this person was doing, primarily to Granny's watching and our friend Salty. I mean, listen to the things she said about her. And you still fucking went in her chat and we're like joking around like she didn't say a damn thing.
She sat up there on a panel with her many times.
Well, not just Jur. I'm talking about some of the subs. But yes, Jur definitely. Now all of a sudden, there's
that's no my bone of contention right there. Is now all of a sudden, because her CJ have fallen out with Dorothy. Everybody else, have we all of a sudden seem to have completely forgotten that Jur sat up there right next to fucking Dorothy for, I don't know, 4 or 5 months, panel after panel, as Dorothy says, panel after panel, chat after chat, stream after stream, complicit in all of it. All of a sudden, everybody forgets that. You were such a good friend to Dorothy. How is that being a good friend, sitting up there coaching somebody on to make fun and drag people day after day? How is that being a good friend? Can anybody tell me?
No, I can't tell you. I don't.
Sorry, that was my little rant that I had to get out.
So Happy Thought says, and this is another thing. Thank you, because I go on a rant and then I forget. She says, well, we've stayed out of chats and still get accused of stalking. That's another thing. Stop fucking saying you're being stalked. You're not. Jesus fucking Christ. One person makes one comment or somebody has the same fucking avatar. Nobody's stalking you, and you know who I'm talking to. Nobody's fucking stalking you, sweetie. Again, you're not that important. You're seriously not. Stop it. All these people with this overinflated ego, like, oh my God, I have so many haters. They come at me all the time. No, you don't. You would have to be observed to be hated.
Self-created alts leaving comments don't count as haters either.
Right. That's another thing. When you can't drum up real hatred because you can't even get double digits in your fucking lives, you create your alts to come at you, and then you can play the victim like, oh my gosh, look at them coming for me.
Or else she does shit like this. This is where I want to pull this up, actually. So this is from earlier. So to me, I'm seeing this as, I'm going to make it big for a second. Get rid of it. Sorry, Lady Witch, I got to hide you for a sec. So this is Miss who's been in fucking having surgery all fucking week. My God. So this, to me, I see this as a very veiled threat towards CJ. You keep even saying my name, and I mean, she had in her chat. So this Marie21 is supposed to have been stalking CJ for, I don't know, years. I don't know the story behind it. That's not what this is about. My point is Dorothy has this up saying, well, this cured my boredom. So she's trying to call out Country Joe and basically showing a live stream of this Marie stalker of Country Joe's and says, keep making up lies about me and I will expose you. She already tried throwing the narrative around on her last stream that she was going to have this Marie on her panel. Yet, this is the same fucking bitch that turned around and has blasted Jess, Granny's watching, for how long? When she didn't even fucking know who Broken Justice was, for having apparently Dorothy's stalker on her panel. Yet here we have, Dorothy being outraged. And again, I have never seen one fucking ounce of proof of anything about this claim that you've made over and over, Dorothy. Like all your other bullshit. I've never seen you produce one little iota of proof of anything you say that you spit out of your fucking lying head. But this is my point is, here she's basically saying to Country Joe, keep it up and I'm going to have your fucking stalker on my panel. That's how I see that post. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I agree. And she's threatened that. And she's done the same thing to Granny's Watching. As soon as you have a falling out, she goes and finds, the people that hate them. And she's, to be fair, she's not the only one. I mean, that's a classic across YouTube.
Oh, yeah. It just happened to be the one right there.
But if you want to portray that you have any sort of dignity or integrity, then you wouldn't do that, That's
she never stopped going crazy, Paul. She's just I think the unhingedness and mental instability is becoming more and more predominant now.
Yeah. But again, where's Natasha's subs gonna go now that Natasha's gone? You can't tell me Dorothy's that broke up about it. I mean, if we're gonna go down conspiracy road, like what Dorothy likes to do, it's been thrown out there, and hey, you never know. Maybe Dorothy is the one that, worked really hard to get Natasha's channels down so she could get her subs, because where are they all gonna go?
Well, I've thought that too. I don't put anything there. You got to be the meat in our dusty bitch sandwich, girl.
I mean, honestly, do I think that that's what happened? No, but throwing out conspiracies, yeah, possible. I mean, again, that would probably entail her doing shit behind the scenes, but she doesn't do stuff behind the scenes, even though stuff is coming out about her that she's done behind the scenes. So I'm not really sure how to digest all that.
Well, I think I kind of said it. I said to you girls earlier this week, I don't put nothing. I mean, Dorothy, I think it's very clear. She's shady as motherfuck. I would put nothing past her to certainly have some sort of hand in what helped transpire to get rid of Natasha Cooper. But at the same time, she's putting herself out there, right? Once Cooper comes down, give Cooper a panel to talk on, drop her cash out, making herself look like she's being helpful. But meanwhile, she's really behind the scenes doing the shady fuckery that she says she never does, right? She's making herself look like she's being helpful and supporting Natasha, but really she's pulling the strings in behind.
Well, and I think a lot of us saw that months and months ago when she about people that go behind the scenes, people that do those private chats, they're cesspools. But then in every fucking chat, she'd be like, "Hey, lovely so-and-so, email me. And I'm thinking, do you not realize that even an email is considered behind the scenes? I did hear Natasha, actually, it was kind of funny. I just heard a minute of it. I clicked on it before Natasha lost her channel. Natasha actually had to explain to her what behind the scenes was. She thought behind the scenes was people doing conniving, dirty stuff. And Natasha's like, no, anytime you talk to somebody off YouTube, that's considered behind the scenes. She's like, well, that's not what I consider behind the scenes. Well, it doesn't matter what you consider behind the scenes. You're wrong, Dorothy. Behind the scenes is talking to somebody off YouTube, whether it be an email, in chats. She talks about, and that's the other thing, it's not what's up, Dorothy. It's not what's up. It's WhatsApp. Stop saying what's up. She's talking to all these people in all these different platforms.
Well, she clearly, and there's another, again, just to point out the obvious inconsistencies in everything that Dorothy says. She's squawking. It was just how convenient, when things started to get a little rough for Dorothy. Her internet dropped, yet she's still got internet on her phone that she can message to Jur to tell her she's not online. Tell me how that fucking makes sense.
Yeah. So okay, again.
But she also, and again, I just want to point out too, the ridiculousness of her coincidental internet crash, that when her internet came up, instead of going on the panel that she was crying that they were all talking about her on about because she couldn't be there because the whole world should fucking stop when Dorothy's internet goes down. Instead of getting on the panel and defending herself, the sneaky, shady little fucker goes in and kills the stream entirely. That's what she did when she said her internet first came up. How does that come off as somebody that's got nothing to hide?
Yeah, as not a fan of Jurors whatsoever, I still found that to be such a piece of shit thing to do. Her excuse was that was my StreamYard she was using. Yeah, but still, come on, that's pretty
If
messed up. I
everybody
mean,
was speaking accolades about Dorothy, she would have never gone in to kill it. So we know exactly why she pulled the plug. She didn't like what was
yeah.
being talked about, and she couldn't defend herself because she's a fucking coward and won't face a bunch of people on a fucking panel because she knows she'll be called out and fucking be put to rest once and for all. Fucking lying sack of shit.
See, now you made me forget what I was gonna say. Oh, so another thing. So I've heard both of them, and I can't do it verbatim, so don't quote me verbatim. Both of them have said that they were distrusting the other one, at least within the past few months. You know, Dorothy has made a point of saying it over and over. I knew I couldn't trust her. I never told her anything personal. I'm not worried. I never told her anything. Juror says the same thing. She doesn't even know my name. I've never, It's like, but you guys went on night after night after night, you know, declaring your BFF love for each other. You talk every single day and da 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 da. So which is it? So you're out there putting this shit out there like this person is such a good person and I know her so well because I you know, we're besties. But then now all of a sudden you didn't trust each other. So you were lying.
In her fake crying, which as we all noted and very quickly recognized, stopped when the stream came down, right? How quickly the sniveling. But, you know, she's like, I was my bestie I talked to for hours during the day. So that right there to me says that you and Jur were fucking plotting bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jur was her girl. My baby girl.
So getting back to, that's the other thing. And I kind of touched on it earlier, and I did use a comment that Mr. Shannonite said to kind of kick it off. And I just wanted him to know, I saw he was going out to smoke a cigarette, but if he comes back and listens, I wasn't coming at you. I'm just saying, it's like all of a sudden now everybody has, and I'm going to do, this is going to be the new fucking hashtag, selective amnesia. Because did everybody forget that Jur took part in a lot of that shit? There's a lot of people that took part in the shit that Dorothy did. I get that CJ is upset because of what she said about her. Okay, but CJ, are you just as enraged about the shit that she said about random people? I saw one of her lives, CJ, where you were on her panel. She was trying to tell you the story about what happened over here with the strikes to AD and our particular group and our particular ex-friend, and you were just taking her at her word saying that is awful. I can't believe friends would do that. Oh, and yeah. Vivian did the same thing. Vivian actually kind of tried to come at me one time on Dorothy's live, and I was like, oh, okay, back the fuck off. So you took part in this without knowing anything. Do you feel any way whatsoever about that shit now that you see that she can lie about you, she can exaggerate about you, she can totally mislead everybody about the facts of something about you? Do you question every fucking thing you've been said now, or everything that everybody's told you about her? And this goes again for Jur. Jur sat up there and did her fair share of fucking dragging. Did she do it the same way Dorothy did? Of course not. Jur handles herself differently. Still dragging.
No, but she still sat up there right next to her while Dorothy was spouting all of her hours and hours and days of bullshit on. And I'm not just, I mean, this isn't even just about Sam. This is about everybody she's dragged. So just because she didn't maybe necessarily participate and be vocal as much, the fact that she was sitting right up there as her best friend makes her just as fucking complicit. And I don't understand why people are giving her a pass because she's had a falling out with Dorothy.
So let's go there. And I don't want to talk about Bam because she's not here. But I would like to say we have all of us seen so many fucking times that we are all held accountable for anything that Bam says that someone doesn't like, because we go to her chats, sometimes we go up on her panel, but anything she has ever said throughout the history of time, we are responsible for and we're held accountable for it, you know? But they're not. They go into a chat when she's not dragging somebody really hard, and that's okay. So I've heard people say, well, I wasn't in there when she did that, or I wasn't participating when she did that. Well, we could say the same thing. I haven't been in all of Bam's chats, but I'm still held accountable for her actions. It's fucking stupid. It's ridiculous.
It is. And that whole mentality, I'm so fucking sick and tired of it. I don't have to explain to one single fucking person on YouTube why I go where I go. I don't owe anybody any type of fucking explanation. And anybody that starts to try to question, well, I see you here, I see you there. I mean, obviously, if I'm in a chat that I disagree with and I'm not liking the topic or people are being dragged, I'm going to get the fuck out of there because I'm not part of it and I don't want to be part of it. But I've had, and fucking Amber's fucking alerts come at me because I'm not chastising Bam for something that she said 14 months ago when I didn't even know Amber. Not that I know fucking Amber now, but didn't know who she was, didn't know Bam. I knew none of the parties involved. Yet I'm being held to account because I haven't spoken out about something that Bam said 14 fucking months ago, nor will I ever. Why would I? It wasn't my business. I wasn't part of it then. But in the same regard, this is fucking Amber Alert's trying to call me out for that. Yet she's sitting there fucking as a mod for Dorothy, supporting Dorothy, fucking dragging people day after day after day after day for what, over a year. Kelly, person after person. I mean, we all know Bam is Bam. I've even had Amber say, well, why, or not even just Amber, but I'm going to say it, Helen Schaefer. Well, you've never spoken up. It doesn't matter if you speak up. Bam is going to fucking do what Bam wants to fucking do. Nobody's going to tell her any different. And you know what? Well, again, take it up with Bam. Take it up with the person that's saying this shit. I'm just fed up. I'm fed up.
The thing with Helen, in my opinion, that was a little bit different. Than the average sub. What I'm saying is that,
Are you cutting out or am I cutting out?
You're cutting out.
Oh. Sorry.
So what I'm saying so it's not a double standard. Please believe me. I'm not like Dorothy. I do have some self-awareness. When I'm talking about the people in Dorothy's chat, I'm not talking about the people that were just in Dorothy's chat. I'm talking about the people that engaged in the fucking the dragging of certain people. That, the whole mob mentality. They jumped on that and started tearing. They tore Natasha apart. Okay, who's left? I think we lost JC. They tore Natasha apart when Dorothy was doing it. Then Dorothy likes Natasha. No, Bam. I know. We're talking about how people want to hold people accountable for what someone else says on their channel. It's because JC's been getting a lot of shit. And that's what we're trying to say. You're you speak for you. No one else speaks for you. And we don't have to speak for you. We don't have to excuse you. You weren't brought into this. It was used as an example of what Amber has been trying to come at JC about. I'm trying to read the chat. JC fell. Amber has been coming at JC. I think she made a community post or she made a video talking about JC, why JC doesn't call Bam out on shit. And we're like, why should she? She doesn't need to. Jenny, are you still awake?
Sorry, yeah, I was starting to doze off, and I am. Okay. I'm a bit zoned out, but I think I don't want to comment because I don't know what misheard. I sort of know what Jen's on about. Every time she's getting it, every time we do a live, they come in saying, "Oh, you called Bam out. Why aren't you called Bam out?" And we always say, "What you bringing Bam into it for?" And then it's like, "Oh, you allow her to get away with it." Well, we don't allow anybody. We know we've said it before. Bam can say what the damn well she wants, but they do. Oh, it's just.
So, yeah. They want us to call Bam out for saying something that she said she felt she had legitimate reason to. Is she saying in chat she wants us to clarify because they were going for her grandson? That's what she said. Okay. It's not my place to fucking say shit to her. It's not JC's place to say shit to her. So why is Amber Alert trying to force JC to reprimand Bam? Like, fuck, who does that?
Hey, I just came back. I see Bam's here. Hi, Sunray. Sorry, I dropped off for a second. I guess I thought it was you cutting out, but of course it was me.
But,
yeah, it was
but you see, we've had this before, haven't we? Where,
I did, Bam. I just brought up why you said it. It was because of the crap that was going on with your grandson.
Yeah. I'm gonna. I don't even. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mute a minute. What you two? Can you two carry on? I'm just spaced out. I don't want to
You've
go.
been
I don't
muted. You
even.
muted yourself a while back,
I
eh? Because
did
I thought
because
I muted you and I went to unmute you and you had done it.
no, I did because I'm so frightened of falling asleep and doing the snores. Like,
So
Don't be, it's
yeah,
cute.
yeah, Darzan. Bam can speak for herself. Exactly, exactly. Nobody has to say one way or the other about her. Nobody has to say one way or another about Dorothy. That's what we're trying to say is that, but we're not talking about those people. We're talking about people that participated in the shit that Dorothy did. Those are different than the people who were just hanging out in her chat. And when she started doing shit, they're like, okay, I don't want any part of this. We saw those people too, you know? But we're talking about the people that participated in it. Are you there, JC?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I'm looking at comments. Am I okay? Can you hear me clearly?
Yep, I can hear you. I'm reading comments
Sorry.
too.
Oh, well. Well, you carry on with your bad self. Sorry, because I just came back there and I don't know when. I'm assuming Bam just came in when. Hi, wifey.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, Bam, if you thought that we were talking about you. We weren't. JC was particularly getting targeted by Amber for not standing up to you, and so she was addressing that.
Yeah, that's the only reason why your name came up, Bam. I would never talk bad about you. You've been nothing but good to me. I mean, and I said that from the beginning. I mean, I understand if people want to have issue with Bam, by all means, I would never try to change someone's mind. If she's had falling outs with other people, I mean, that's life. That happens. But because somebody is, fuck, I'm not going to say selectively outraged, but whatever that scenario was, don't expect to involve. Don't try and grapple me and pull me into a situation that I was never even involved with, nor knew the participants of at that time, and expect me to get involved and be outraged on your behalf, because it's never going to fucking happen.
hello?
Yeah, I'm
Am I
ready to
here?
chat. Yeah. So
Okay.
Carrie says Amber is so disgusted by that clip it gets played and talked about. Yep, that's true.
Yep.
So anyways, that's the thing. Stop. Because somebody does something that you don't like with somebody that you don't like doesn't mean that you get to come at them. My thing is, and again, I'm not talking about everybody that just supported Dorothy. I'm talking about people that supported her dragging, the shit talk that she did, the nasty behind the scenes. Because I do know she had some subs that didn't take part in it, right? Those people, that to me, those people are different. But there's a lot of people that did. And all of a sudden now they're like, oh my gosh, oh, I can't believe that she's so awful, like, really? She's always been awful. You just you liked what she was doing when it was about somebody you didn't like. Then it was okay. And that's a bunch of crap. Are you okay, Jen? Uh-oh.
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm just trying to open up the YouTube in the other tab, and I had to mute myself so it didn't come out through here. Why?
Well, because you got quiet, so I didn't know if you were getting ready to drop.
Oh.
Hey, Sherry.
Oh, no. I just, because when I go to open up, because I obviously for comments, I can't read through the comments in StreamYard, so I just have to open it up in a new tab. But as you know, YouTube, like the volume plays right away, so I mute myself so it doesn't echo. I'm trying to do it for y'all.
Oh.
Was that you, Jen?
That was Jenny.
Oh.
I thought I was muted, sorry. Who's unmuted me? Stop it.
I can't unmute you. When you mute yourself, Jenny, I can't unmute you because it says whatever the other user has muted themselves. So I'm not overriding your muting by unmuting you. I'm really not.
Oh my God.
That's okay. I think everybody just saw my really messy hair. I just hit the camera by mistake for a second. No fucking hat on, nothing. So sexy.
I didn't see you nasty yet, but I'm just
well, I had my toque on when I went out and I just pulled it off.
You had your what on?
I had my toque on. when I ran to the store before I started this, I had my toque on and I just pulled it off. I hadn't put my baseball cap back on. God, I need a haircut really badly.
Tooth on. What's a
Toque.
tooth on?
What's a toque? Like a winter hat. We call them toques in Canada. Like a knitted hat. Toque. Toque. Canadians wear toques.
I thought you said tooth as in Tooth.
No, toque. Toque.
So we're not body shaming again, I win. And
No.
Look shaming.
Today's word is marshmallow.
Yeah, fat marshmallow. I'm a fat marshmallow. You're a skinny marshmallow and I'm a fat marshmallow.
No, I'm the twig. I'm the twig that the marshmallow goes on.
You're the twiglet, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna mute because I'm so scared of nodding. Sorry guys. Can I just listen to you, please?
Oh. Yeah, see now Cheryl, see there it is. Can't unmute your guest. Cheryl's put herself on mute for whatever, but it says can't unmute. If I try to unmute her, can't unmute your guest because they choose to mute themselves. So I can't, that shows I can't override damn people's mutes. Not toque, people.
I go on mute when I'm not talking. Otherwise, you probably hear all kinds of weird stuff.
God damn. Well, you're trying to make me a big butthead, but we already know I am. Toque.
Can I say something as well?
Yes.
Can I just say a quick something before I forget? If anybody's listening to this from the other side, I am not, categorically not part of the MM community. CJ and Laurie, thank you. That is just.
Said you were what?
The what?
Yeah. McKinney Manor.
I don't even know. Is that a person? Was that a channel? I always thought to me when I see MM, it means Miss Mensa.
Why did they think you were part of that?
Well, I don't know. I can't remember now. I were in Mandy C's and I said something, and next minute she's ripping into what I thought were me. So I was like, "What?" And they went, "Who are you talking about?" And it was CJ went, "Oh, like Laurie went, oh, nuff. She went, she's part of that McKinney Manor, and it went. Mandy C were talking about somebody called Holly, but it were right at very, 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 very end, and it didn't get clarified. So I just wanted clearing up that to CJ and Laurie that I am not part of MM community. Thank you.
What is
and she wasn't ripping me. She wasn't ripping me a arsehole. She was ripping Holly an arsehole. Okay? I just wanted to clear that up, thanks. And
you guys hear what Duff said? What is McKinley or whatever? I always to me MM means pizza.
I have not got a clue.
So you're part of something you don't even have a clue you're part of. Right on, Duff.
Yeah, I know.
Hi,
well, apparently Mandy C were a part of it or something. I don't know. I don't follow Mandy. I don't. I tell you what I did. I went and said hello to somebody. I only said hello to I think it were Ella or one it. Anyway, I can't remember. Fucking hell, stop testing my brain, man. But I just said hello to somebody in chat, and she just fired in, but she was firing into somebody else, and they thought she was firing into me, and they went, "They're part of MM community." Well, I'm just clearing up that I'm not. I've never had anything to do with it. I don't have a clue what it's about. But she was talking about someone else. I just wanted to make sure that they know it weren't me. That's all. Thank you for letting me use your platform to do that.
Well, of course, anytime. You want to use it for anything else?
Well, actually, I've got my own channel. I suppose I could have put it up on there, couldn't I? But I just don't want to visit my channel lately because it's just full of bad bleh. I need to change my name. I'm going to change my name. I need a new name. I'm going to change my name because I'm done with Armchair Detective. I can't bear to watch him. I really can't. I'm sorry and all that. I've done my time with him. You know, if you whatever. I'm lost. but I just need
Well,
to
he's
change
soul
my name.
sucking. He's soul sucking. I mean, that's why I've
I
needed
don't know
to.
what he's doing. I can't, don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what he's doing. I'm not in the least bit
Well,
interested anymore. Honestly,
he's got nothing for
I'm done
content.
with it.
He's just recycling
The
the same old
same
bullshit he's been
fucking
cycling for a
shite.
couple of weeks. He's got no content. He's got nobody to help him, and it's just, yeah, it was just, for those that are just coming in or may not have heard, I mean, I know I haven't been around the last couple of weeks. I've just needed to take a break. I noticed Martin put something up too. It gets really draining, and I just need to
Yeah,
step back and decompress and sort of regain,
yeah,
sort of centralize myself.
yeah, yeah. That's what I was gonna say. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. When you do your videos and do your calling him out, you get berated for it. When you don't, you get berated for it. Because it's like, oh, you've given up on family and all. Fuck off. Go fuck the fuck off. Fucking
Yeah.
boring twats. Lots of you fucking digging at us all fucking time. Make me sick.
Hi, Sherry,
So
five,
I'm
four,
just
three,
done
two,
with it.
one, and free falling. Sorry, and kiss my axe. All you guys that have come in, just saying hi. Sorry, Jenny.
Oh, well, I've lost my train of thought now anyway. Sorry.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, it is. I mean, I've had no desire to even fucking make a video. I've had no desire. I kind of popped in a couple times for a couple seconds this week just to see what he's up to. And I mean, it's the same. He's desperate for content now because now he's just spinning this script that he's written in his own La Land of Imagination head, where NK is, he's got the dialogue written out from non-existent interrogation videos that don't even exist, where he's playing out a script that NK is 1 second a witness, the second, the next second she's the accomplice, but she's got to do, like, it's all just, it's so
Yeah,
ridiculous.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I've not watched him. I've not watched any clip channels. I've not watched Martin.
Yeah, no, I
I
haven't
don't even
either
think I've watched
at
yours,
all.
Jen.
But
To be honest, I'm just not. I'm not interested at all. I've not even been on
yeah,
really much. I've just, might have jumped into somebody's live to say hello, like I might have gone into Kiss's live, or I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered or it. I've come in tonight to say me bit about them, because they're on about us and saying wrong things. Listen, I'm zoning out. I'm zoning out, guys. Sorry. You're gonna have to take
okay,
over.
you're good, Jenny.
I don't know where I'm going.
Are you dropping off?
I don't know. I'm just
Well, you can
floating a bit.
stay. Yeah, if you want to just mute or whatever, that's
Yeah, I'm
fine.
listening. I'm
Uh,
listening.
are you there, Cheryl?
I am.
I was gonna say, do we want to, like, I don't know how you're feeling. Do you want to drop the link and see if anybody wants to come up if they have any points they want to make, or I can drop it.
I got it.
So if anybody, I'm gonna sort of open up the panel here. If anybody wants
If
to come
anybody
up,
wants to set any record straight, if you've been talked about in any way that is clearly not accurate, again, for the people that maybe weren't here in the beginning, nobody's been conspiring. None of us dusty bitches have been conspiring with Jur behind the scenes. No way, no how, not a fucking chance.
never gonna happen. Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen. I
It
know it's
just,
never gonna get it, but
you know what the funny thing is Dorothy's trying to use that as like proof that Jur is this awful person. 99% of our fucking subs don't even know who the hell we are. They're not part
I
of
know.
this community. So she's saying it and they're all like, oh, okay, I guess that's a bad thing. I mean, even if she had been talking to us, it would be like, yo, that's
But
a
if
bad
you
thing.
notice, I went through just that ICU, whatever it was, surviving the storm OG, whatever that account was that changed its name. It
Yeah.
actually takes a while. If you load up every fucking channel that person that I guess Dorothy accused Jur of being, other than myself, I'm the only one that they're not subscribed to, so they obviously don't like me. But if you go through and continue, it's not just the salty bitch, it's not just Nuff Nuff. If you wait, more channels load. If you load them all up, that person is subscribed to pretty much everybody in the true crime community. Frankie, Helen, Helen Schaefer, Nuff Nuff, Roberta Amor, like everybody. So
So
I don't know how she was able.
It's somebody from this community, but that doesn't mean it's one of us. Like we're the only fucking 5 people in this community. Come on. And again,
Well,
Dorothy,
exactly.
do you honestly believe that just the 5 or 6 of us are the only people from your old community that are in my rear view mirror that don't like you? Really? Because that's not the case. How many of them did you see in your chats 6 months ago compared to now? Yeah, that right there. That's why. People from that old community that's in your rearview mirror, a lot of them don't like you, fucking Dorothy. It's not us. It's somebody else. It does. Fucking just calm down with. Put a tinfoil hat on. You know, stop the voices or something because you're losing your mind.
Well, look at I mean, we talk about AD turnover. His turnover is nothing in comparison to the turnover in Crazy's fucking chat. The people that are there, I don't even know any of those names other than like fucking Amber's Alert. Like I don't know any of those people.
They're not from the community that we're from, you know, and just again,
no.
So when like Jur and her,
but I just mean overall, like the turnover in names in general in her chat over the few months has been consistent and constant.
Well, it's consistent depending on where she's landing. If she likes Natasha, she gets these subs. If she hates Natasha, she gets these subs. If she likes Mommy Rambling, she gets these subs. If she doesn't like her, blah, blah, blah. That's why there's so much turnover, because her friends and her allegiances and her loyalty, which we all have heard so many times. Her loyalty is so fucking important, right? Loyalty. That's a big thing with Dorothy. But her loyalty seems to come and go depending on which way the wind blows. So
Dorothy's only loyal to her fucking self.
Well, that's why you see it go back and forth. So Joe Madra says, slow your roll, Dorothy, looking loony to everybody. She is. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. And again, okay, if I had a friend on YouTube who was continuously bobbing back and forth the way she does, I would have a behind the scenes chat with that friend going, what the hell are you doing? What is going on with you? A real friend would call her out. And okay, I'm not going to say some haven't. Maybe some haven't. She's just chose to ignore them. I can see that too. Going
or cut them off. Yeah.
Well, you know, just how she would scream at people. This is my channel. I'll do what I want. So, you know, I guess
I'm talking on my channel.
Right. So I guess it is possible she's had some people like looking out for her best interest, trying to tell her something behind the scenes, and she just basically said, "Fuck you." I guess that's possible. I don't know. It's just it's crazy, and to a certain degree. Okay, no, I wouldn't say it's sad, but you know, we've seen her go for people for nothing. And I'm not even talking about like, you know, the Sam or the Granny's watching. I've seen her just lose her shit about a comment in the chat when I'm thinking, did we just read the same comment? Because I didn't take it the way that she's going off of, and she's going blah, 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 blah. And I'm seeing this person trying to correct it, like, oh my gosh, no, I didn't say that, I didn't mean it. And I see mods going, she didn't mean it, and she blocks them, and they're like, did she read the whole comment, or does she have comprehension skills?
I mean,
lack of comprehension skills.
But we know she lies. If you remember back, and I remember I've made this point before when we were last on her panel. Back at the end of October when this shit with Claire was coming out. Remember the whole she had deleted a comment, but I didn't know she deleted it, but she was complaining about a comment, and I'm like, well, it got deleted. Nobody deleted it. It turned out it was her. But it got to the point where she tried to shut me up, but I didn't realize she was trying to lie about something. And I'm like, well, no, Dorothy, this comment is right. And she basically, without me realizing it, I cornered her, and she had to admit she deleted it. Nobody deleted it. Like, it was just, it's ridiculous. And you know what, Dorothy? I'm fucking so sick and tired of Granny's Watching only started her channel to drag Natasha. Why did you start your channel again, Dorothy? All right, to drag Kelly the Advocate for months on end, 24 hours, 7 days a week. Fuck you. Sick and tired of her saying that bullshit.
Yeah.
Granny's Watching only started her channel to drag Natasha Cooper. Yeah, and you only started your fucking piece of shit channel to drag Kelly the Advocate. Which might we remind you, she was quite giddy with the fact that she knew she'd sent her into a tailspin and gave her a fucking goddamn breakdown.
Well, okay, but you know what? They've made peace.
Yeah.
That's
sorry, yeah, you're right, but I just wanted to point out the double standard hypocrisy coming from her. You know,
So
it's all about what?
Sorry, go. Well, I was gonna say I don't know all the ins and outs of the grannies watching CJ, Dorothy, brouhaha,
No,
brouhaha.
none of us.
But Dorothy has made amends with Kelly, with a lot of Kelly's friends. She's made amends with Natasha Cooper. And in my mind, CJ goes to Granny's Watching, goes on panel, and basically, from what I saw, she went on there pissed. She went up there to say some shit. But through the conversation, it came out like, hey, let's just
she
kind
started out in the chat, I guess, addressing Jess.
So,
and it wasn't, but Dorothy's all like, it was set up, it was planned.
Right, because Dorothy's fucking, like I said, some people send her some fucking money to buy some tinfoil, please. She really needs something. But she's not allowed to do
whether it's mental instability.
No, it's that lack of self-awareness shit is what it is. You know, it's okay for her to do this for her and blah, 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 but no one else is allowed to do it. Then it's considered backstabbing. And I saw so many people go to CJ going, do you know how bad you hurt Natasha and Dorothy? And I'm thinking, really? Really? Did she really hurt them? Or did she just piss them off because she did something that they didn't like? That they didn't have control over. Hurt is a pretty strong word for what she fucking did. It's like, you know, but Dorothy's allowed to do it. And Natasha was allowed to do it. She made amends with Country Joe. She's made amends with Dorothy. She's made amends with several people. And then she's fallen out with them again, some of them. But Country Joe wasn't allowed to do that. Thinking, I don't know. Sounds a little weird to me.
Yeah.
Again, lack of self-awareness.
Well, I mean, the paranoia is very real. I mean, if the shit and I honestly think the shit that is kind of starting to come out of the shady, sneaky shit that Dorothy's doing behind the scenes is probably only a fraction of what is really going on, like the tip of the iceberg, so to speak. Yeah, I'd be pretty fucking paranoid too if I was up to shady fucking shit all the fucking time. For what? For what? Like, let's look at it. If you look back, regardless at this moment of why Dorothy started her channel, she had that channel as an open panel. Anybody could say, everybody was welcome. Anybody could say anything they want. And hi, Grumpy Granny. What's this? Alan would love the fact. What was I'm sorry, I want to finish my point before I address Grumpy Granny's comment. God, what was I saying? I don't even remember now.
Honestly, I don't remember because I was reading the chats.
I forgot my point. Alan would love the fact you're focusing on someone else, not him. Refocus on the real enemy, people. Well, I'm sure you just came in. I've just kind of needed a break from Armchair Detective being the constant focus. So I'm just taking a bit of a break for now, which is why I haven't been around. So we just had some things we wanted to address on a different nature. So that's why we're doing that or doing this. But it's good to see you, Gigi.
Yeah, it's kind of you know, we've been talking about AD for over 3 years now. And again, my opinion, I don't even want to state my opinion about that whole thing because that's not what this live is about. I mean, there can be lives about him, but let's see what Darzan said. When I came back to YouTube, all the enemies were suddenly friends, and everyone has memberships, cash apps, etc.
Yep.
Lies and drama. It's all about the money.
That's what I was saying.
But it's not about the money because they'll all tell you it's not about the money. It's not about the subs. And, you know, there's somebody that has every single frigging comment for the past 3-4 days. Make sure she says, this is just my hobby. Okay, stop it. If you have to tell everybody in every friggin' chat, in every comment section that YouTube is just your hobby, it's not your hobby, sweetheart. This is your thing. I know you say.
Well, as I said, it's coming out in the same rapid succession as Dorothy says she doesn't do behind the scenes.
Right. So you want to say this is your hobby? That's cool. But you've said the same thing every time. Like, this is just my hobby. I don't care about numbers, blah, blah. Stop. Just Stop saying that. You're just saying the same thing over and over and over. It's almost like you're finding you have to say something, but you have nothing value to add to the comment section, so you just say that. Like, again, I don't know if anybody's
trying to absolve herself of any accountability. Like, what have you owned, Jur, by the way? I've owned. What have you owned? Who have you apologized to for your participation in all
Well,
this?
I mean, even if she doesn't want to apologize for it, hey, if you stand by what you said, that's cool. You stand by it, fine. But then again, you're running around sucking all this sympathy, like, oh my gosh, it's so horrible what she did to you. No, it's not. No, it's not. You got the same fucking treatment that she did to multiple other people that you engaged in. So you can stand by what you did 100%. That's fine. But then you don't get sympathy because the person, your co-defendant, the one you were running around doing this shit with, turned on you. There's no sympathy to be had.
Now it's all of a sudden an issue. Now it's a problem because she's turned on you. Am I cutting out again?
No, I went on mute because I was typing. But that's what I was saying. There's a lot of these people who all of a sudden are like, oh my gosh, I can't believe she did that. And I'm thinking, you can't believe that she did that? Have you not been paying attention? But again, it's kind of like, the woman that the man cheats on, and then she wants to marry him because she thinks he'll never cheat on her because she's special. She's different. All these people get with fucking these creators who act this way, but they don't think it'll ever happen to them because she told me I was her best friend. We talked every single day, so it will never happen. Oh, guess what? It just happened to you. Oh, dang, that must suck. It really must suck.
Well, and that's just it. If you see somebody having this behavior to everybody around them in her, we've seen, and I'm not getting into this about kids, but we've heard Dorothy trash her own grown son and rip him apart to shreds to all of YouTube. If she's going to do that to her own children, why would you think she's not going to do it to you? And I'm talking about the adult child. So before we get into, let's just be clear, I'm talking about the adult child.
Yeah. Let's just say that
I don't know. Went on a rip that he stole all her credit cards and all her, this and that and this and that, whatever. But nobody fucking, that's the point. You see her doing it to her own offspring, and you don't think she's going to do it to somebody.
I may have missed something because, again, I don't watch all of the lives all the time, but I have never seen anybody talk about her children, even a fraction of what she does. And definitely not to the degree she does. That's for sure.
And I've never seen her pull up any proof about it either. She just spits it out of her mouth and then rattles on to something else. Why don't you show some proof for a fucking change, Dorothy, instead of just talking out your fucking asshole all the time?
Hey, bedtime clown. Bedtime clowns in the house.
She never shows any proof.
No, she doesn't show proof. And the other thing, oh, good Lord. She talks about the shit about the friggin' picture off Facebook. Nobody showed the picture that had her son in it. So, but she couldn't just drop that. She had to go, no, but that means there are people in YouTube that have the picture of my son. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, stop. So, your Lord and Master, Natasha, showed a screenshot from the dude that's on her panel all the time when he got pulled into a chat, showed the names of all the people that were in that chat. Those were Facebook names, right? Showed them. She didn't block them out. In fact, Natasha even said, should I block these? No, I'm not going to block them out. And she didn't. She showed it. And Dorothy, that's perfectly fine. But Dorothy wants to scream and holler when somebody else takes something that's public on Facebook and use it on YouTube. That's not okay. But it's okay when Natasha does it. See this, I don't even
they're not balanced. Like I called and I should have used the word anti. I tried calling out Cramavolt there yesterday. Where's all your fucking anti-Dorothy videos on your channel? And all I said though was I left out the word anti, and I said, where's all your Dorothy clip videos? Oh, they're there. Yeah, they're all pro fucking Dorothy. Not one single one of your videos, Miss Cramavolt, is anti-Dorothy. So you can shove your response up your fucking ass.
I did see either she did it on that channel or the other channel when they came out when Granny's Watching got on camera, and a few of those channels just were friggin' just stupid. It's like, okay, so she doesn't have one tooth and 3 hairs sticking off the top of her head. She doesn't, you know, have her eyes set over by her ears. So we're gonna pick apart how big her nostrils are, or whether she had a fake tan or not, or whether her teeth are fake, you know. And so I did see, I think her name is AJ. She did make a video basically telling people to stop being fucking stupid and body shaming, you know. So I did see that, and I thought that was, you know, I give her kudos.
Well, maybe on her AJ channel, but her Cramavault channel is very clearly pro Dorothy. That's my point.
And well, and you know, if she wants to be pro Dorothy, that's cool.
By all means.
But there, you know, if you're going to partake in that kind of crap, then, you know, you're going to be held accountable with it. Now, you can be pro Dorothy and not agree with her dragging shit, but I don't know what else Dorothy ever talks about at this point.
Nothing.
Nothing, really. I mean, I haven't, but.
You know, I mean, you know, she tries to, again, it's the whole, you know, trying to say, you know, Granny's watching, try true crime, and she can't do it. How'd your Michael Long live streams go there, Dorothy? Not very well.
I don't know. I just think that something's got to give. It just has to give. My main reason for coming on here, hi Green Eyes. My main reason coming on here tonight was because I see a lot of people getting passes because they now don't agree with Dorothy, and there's a lot of people, like I said, they're getting passes, and I don't think that that's right. I mean, again, I know memories on YouTube are very, very short, and that's why I said selective amnesia. I get it's very, very short, but it really wasn't that long ago where several people, read the chats, and jurors specifically, engaged in this behavior. They did. And like I said, juror has every right to stand by everything she said. Cool. But if that's the case, then you don't, in my opinion, there is no poor pity you then, because you got what you gave, basically. It just came from Dorothy instead. You know, you're getting drugged by Dorothy the way Dorothy drug everybody else, you know, and
yeah,
some people would call that karma.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I bet you Jenny's snoring. If we could unmute her.
She probably is. I'm checking chat. So Darzan, wait. Yeah. Darzan, just after New Year, someone from YouTube called my work trying to tell something bad about me, I guess. Luckily enough, my boss isn't very clever in English, so she hung up. What the hell?
Nice.
Why? I mean, again, maybe I missed some stuff, but what are you doing out there, Darzan? What the hell? Who'd you piss off?
I've never seen him fight with a soul.
No. Again, probably because of the chats that he goes to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bringing it all back. You know, we can't talk about a ham sandwich without it coming back to fucking BAM. My boss isn't very clear in English, so she hung up. That was karma.
You have to read them out loud.
Oh. What, the comments?
Yeah.
Well, I'm reading them. I pin one, but then I start reading the next one. It turned out good in the end. That's so wrong, though. Hey, this is only like, what, my third, fourth live, maybe at most? I'm still trying to figure this out. That's okay. At least we know we won't hear you snoring up here. I wish I could override that mute button.
Okay, so she's talking to Kiss My Ex.
Getting the info and check now. Free falling. That was what? Tom Petty.
So, Mr. Shannonite, my wish is to have a private conversation with are you talking about Dorothy?
Explain how things are done and how to survive. Sadly, she has a strong will in what she does. She'll never listen. Nope.
I don't understand why you even have that wish, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I don't think she has a conscience, personally.
I mean, there are people, and you know, maybe this is cold, but I'm not one of those people that runs around saying I just love everybody, because I don't fucking love a lot of people.
You don't like most people.
I don't. I really, really don't. I tolerate a lot of people, and I'm sure it's the same way. I mean, I'm not stupid enough to think that everybody likes me. I'm sure there's just some tolerating, and some just flat out don't like me. That's cool. But Dorothy is not somebody that I would try to get through to. There are some people where it's like, man, I just wish that they could just see what was happening. And, you know, I'm not going to name them, but there have been a few people in, you know, Dorothy's group that I have been disappointed, and I wish that they could see it for what it was. And maybe they have by now, and I would have wished to have a talk with them, but it's not my place. It's really not my place.
Well, yeah, and I think, I mean, really, at this point of the game, for lack of better terminology, because it's anything but a game, but at this stage, for as long as Dorothy has been raging and spewing her nasty, black-hearted self out there, I mean, fuck, what was my point?
I don't know.
I mean, it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear. This isn't about Dorothy by being naive or ignorant. She's well aware of what she's fucking doing.
Well, yeah, but it's just, so there becomes a line, like what happened to Darzan. There becomes a line with just, you know, online trash talking. Do you remember? I'm sure you remember, because you're closer to my age than some people. Oh, and another thing, really quick, Dorothy, fucking stop. Nobody of the Dusty Bitches are in their fucking 70s. Nobody has one foot in the fucking grave. And in fact, I think only 2 of us are fucking older than you, and I'm only older than you by 1 fucking year. So stop with the first off, we were just the Dusty Bitches. Then we became the old Dusty Bitches. Then we became 70 years old. Then we became 70-year-old plus with 1 foot in the grave. Come on. First off, so what? So what? I mean, what the fuck is the point of that? Anyways.
I mean, it's just funny calling. I mean, it's like, as I said, you know, maybe you're maybe a year older. I'm younger. Amber calling us Dusty Bitches when she's fucking older than we are.
Oh, well, yeah, because, you know, Helen Happy Thoughts, she's the youngest. She's like in her mid-30s, for Christ's sakes. You know, I don't even think she's in her mid-30s. I think she's younger than mid-30s. So stop it. So what I was going to say is, you remember back in the days with like forums, you know, yeah, you had ICQ and IRC and things like that.
ICQ number 1075433.
Yeah. But, you know, only like, you know, pretty proficient people on the internet use those. Most of the shit was just on forums, and there was trash talk that happened. There was always trash talk. You know, I was part of like a hockey thing, and oh, good Lord, trash talk. But that's all it was. It was just trash talk. It literally, you shut your computer off, the trash talk stops. People like Dorothy now are dangerous. They're dangerous. She talks about Granny's watching, does this. Granny's watching, does that. Dorothy is dangerous. They take it to the next level. I don't know about Granny's watching. I don't know what all. All I know is Dorothy says she's allowed to look up Granny's watching all she wants, and she accidentally did that drop down. No, you didn't, because you let it fucking hang there for how long? That's not an accident. Not an accident. And, you know, when you want to say that it's okay if you put somebody's address or whatever out there because they already did, that's not okay, Dorothy. Do I personally think that's
trying to utilize a situation.
Huh?
Sorry, Cheryl.
Well,
I was just going to say, trying to utilize a situation that Jess was on a Glare panel a year ago, where maybe she said her home city and state, does not absolve you of doxing her with her full name, address of her house.
Address, yes. That's the other thing. The definition of doxing, you know, if somebody says your name, that's not necessarily doxing. It's really not. To a certain degree, I guess it all depends on how it's said. But again, doxing, no matter what it is, it has to be put out there with ill intent, right? So if I accidentally say somebody's name,
Dorothy Frappuccino, Cappuccino, Macchiato, Latte.
Yeah, if I accidentally say somebody's name, that's not necessarily doxing under, you know, legal terms. It needs to be put out there with malicious intent. And I think it's safe to say that pretty much everything that Dorothy, and I'll throw it out there, Jur, you've been right there with it the whole time, fucking 100%. Dorothy's even implied, that you're the one, because Dorothy has said she doesn't go out there and watch your shit. In fact, she said, whether you believe it or not, she doesn't watch anything. People send her stuff. But then on the other hand, she goes at Granny for not vetting her information. You're an idiot if you don't vet the information, which clearly she doesn't. But Dorothy's insinuated she's got most of her information from Jur. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but let's just go with it.
Who does it as a wee hobby, right?
Right. Right. Exactly. So, the doxing part of it, whether you actually said it or you partook, is that a real word? Partook in it? Partake?
Would it be partook or partake?
You're just so Sid Vicious says, I'm just going to listen for a bit, so no chatting. What am I missing? Kiss says the Boomtown Bullfrog. I don't know what that means. But I could be like Dorothy, and I could be like, what? What the fuck? Why are you fighting? Stop fighting, Kiss. Stop fighting. I'm going to block you if you say anything.
Get out of here. Not really.
I mean, but that's what she does. She'll read one comment, and then she goes off on it, and you're like, Jesus Christ, and there was one where I kept seeing her chat going, Dorothy, read your comments. Why are you ignoring? And she readily admits she doesn't pay attention to her chat. It's like, so basically you're not doing a live, you're just doing a seminar. You're talking.
Oh, but I think she does pay attention to chat, but I think what she's paying attention to is the comments that need to be deleted. That's what she's paying attention to. She's not paying attention to the active ones that are actually trying, well, the one or two that actively try to partake in her chat. She's too busy going through to get rid of anything that might be incriminating to her.
Amber, yes, vetting information, 2 words, Pastor Mills. So yeah, so when you went on your little tirade about how stupid Granny's watching is for not vetting her information, yeah, there was that, right? Oops. But then again, it was his fault. It was his fault. Who does that? Well, who takes that shit, passes it off to somebody else without vetting it? Well, we know why you passed it off to her, because you knew it would get a bigger bang for a buck, and you didn't want to take the chance. Well, good thing.
Well, she was trying to shove herself up Cooper's asshole too to get in there with you.
It was funny because she sent it to her, but Natasha's the one that busted out. Hey, I got it from Dorothy. I don't think Dorothy would have admitted that to save her friggin' life, going, yeah, I was the one that sent it to her. That was my bad. No, but Natasha just threw her right under that bus.
Yep. And that's what I think a lot of what's going on is that, the behind the scenes she doesn't do. She's trying to stir up, but has other people actually do sort of the dirty work, kind of like Alan hiding behind women's skirts, right? Blaming everybody else for everything else that goes wrong.
Oh, 100%. And Jur was one of those, I think. I don't know that for sure. I don't know that for sure, but based on, the things that I saw, Jur was glad she was glad to be one of those. And, again, if you feel bad about what you did, cool. If you don't, cool. But again, just it's karma. And it's sometimes it's just annoying to see, like, nobody's calling her. Well, it's just sort of
the attitude. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess what bothers me the most, and I mean, I know she doesn't give a fuck, but is the whole kind of, no, I don't know if condescending is right, but the attitude that she's strolling around like she hasn't done anything wrong. It's all right. Dorothy has done this all to her. Oh, she was nothing but a great friend to Dorothy. Right.
That's I think that's probably better said, what I'm trying to say. It's, it's not like she didn't do her own shit. She was right there doing her own shit with Dorothy. And we also know she's done her own shit on she's created a couple other channels that she's created. Not that those videos mean anything. In fact, they're kind of cute. Hence, our avatars.
Our Dusty Ditch avatars, yeah.
Yeah, but she's out there trying to stir up her own shit. She's trying to stir up drama. Of course she is, because that's how she learned. She learned that's how you get subs, is to be a drama.
Well, channel. I guess that's a wee hobby, right? Stirring up drama everywhere you go.
Well, it can be, I suppose. I don't know. Can be.
Well, it seems it's either a wee hobby or it's people's full-time jobs.
So Joe Madra says, I just got the dog man notification. What does that mean?
What's that?
I don't know what it means, but I could read between the lines, and that means that she's calling you a bad name, so you should block her. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what she
Get her
means.
out of here, Joe Madre. You are permanently banned for calling me rude names. That's it. I'm making a video. It's going up right now. No, Joe Madre is not going anywhere. But
So
yeah, that's
FM
exactly just something like that. Calling me a dog man. That's exactly how Dorothy on the fly will twist things.
SM says,
Marvin Allen?
I've watched subs in chat straight up lie about what other creator said. D's got no receipts ever. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yep. That's, I just said that. Ever. In fact, I mean, all she does is stream everybody else's fucking content. That's, and talk over it. So nobody can fucking even hear what's going on. So I don't know how you consider that proof of any fucking kind. They lie on me. They're lying on me. Dorothy, you're fucking nothing. Except a fucking shit stirrer.
What? Paul says, Dorothy doesn't fit in the bad bitch genre.
Who? What? Where are you?
I'm at the very bottom. I don't know where you're at.
Oh, there. Are you looking in YouTube or in
StreamYard?
StreamYard?
Yeah, I look in YouTube. Okay. I don't read it in StreamYard.
That's right. The chats seem to come up a little quicker in YouTube, even though there's a delay, than they do. Like when I just pinned that one you read, it literally just came up in the comments in StreamYard.
What are you doing now?
Who?
You.
What do you mean? What am I doing now? Clicking on comments? I'm behind the scenes, working behind the scenes.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought, okay, never mind. I won't even explain that.
I'm confused. I'm just clicking on comments.
Never mind. It's just me. I don't know what everybody's talking about, dragons and stuff. I'm so confused. And we keep dropping the link. Nobody wants to come up.
That's okay. I mean, I think we've kind of
rude. It's rude. Why is Lizzie not coming up? This is our Friday night, right?
She was probably getting ready. Well, no, I was going to say getting ready to go to bed. It's only 9 p.m. here. What am I talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe they're scared of you, Cheryl. Maybe they're scared of both of us.
That's a possibility. Again,
it's Nuff they should be most worried about. Miss Snorer over there that we can't hear.
Not overly likable. At least I don't delude myself, like everybody loves me. No, they don't. And if they did, I'm not doing it right. I don't want people to like me if I don't like them. I think it's only fair.
Well, and that's, I think, what it boils down to. I mean, obviously, there's people that I don't agree with, don't get along with, but I just stay away from them. And that's what it comes down to. Why can't people just do that, coexist, but not have to fucking go after each other? And, well, I guess, we know why that's being done. It's purely for fucking money and subs in that case.
Right. Or every single time, if you did a live every single time you got pissed off that somebody said something, you would be like Dorothy. You'd be on the fucking internet the whole time. You'd be doing lives all the time.
It's funny because you know how sensitive I am anyway. Mm-hmm. And I take things really personally, but you don't see me flying off and firing up a live every time somebody says something that I misconstrue and I get all upset about it. Oh my God, do you know what this one said to me? Like, that's just not how most normal people deal with shit.
It's not. And it's not in the real world. I know there are some people that do react to everything that is said in their vicinity in real life, but the majority of people do not. So why do they think it's okay to do it on the internet? I don't understand. I haven't gotten on a live in quite a long time. I haven't said shit. The only thing I did was in somebody's, I think it was a Bees Plus. I think I said in her comments when all this shit came out, I made it clear there that her and the Dusties have not been and will not be working behind the scenes together, or however I worded it. And Jury,
we didn't need your approval, Juror, on that.
No, but I think it's fine that she agreed because technically, she has a right to respond to that ludicrous statement herself, which it is. It's ludicrous on her part and our part. We're not saying, oh, we would never. I have zero doubt that she would have no desire to talk to any of us. And that's fine. She stays doing her thing, we're doing our thing. You know, we're not going to be
Well, as
working
she said,
together because
Dorothy,
we
you
all don't
leave.
like- Huh?
Yeah. Sorry. I interrupted when I shouldn't have.
Well, I was just going to say that to go after, to team up with somebody just because all of a sudden we all don't like the same person, that's just stupid. I guess that's just clearly something Dorothy does because she's done it 1,000 friggin' times. That Marie thing, that's what that's all about, to get at CJ,
Yep. Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm basically saying if you don't fucking stop talking about me, the next step here's a video of her showing her, right? So CJ will see who it is and basically shut the fuck up. Or my next step will be I'm going to have her on my panel, which she's already alluded she was going to do in her last stream that she did all this week while she's been at the hospital.
That's the other thing. I don't understand
why people are calculating bullshit of manipulation.
Why do people constantly put these out there? If you do this, then you know what if you're going to fucking do it, just do it. Stop talking about it. Be about it. All these threats. I'm going to do this if you do this. If you say this, I'm going to do this. Why? Why do you need to threaten? Because you think your threat's going to stop somebody? I mean, if I know that you have something on me, you don't have to threaten me with it. I already know you have something on me. So you don't have to tell me that I shouldn't say something about you, or you'll say, because I'm already going to assume that the second I open my mouth about you, you're going to bring out the shit on me, right? So I don't understand why people are constantly going, all of this is going to be exposed. I'm going to do a live someday about this. I'm going to do a live on Tuesday, and then Tuesday comes and all of a sudden they're talking about tacos and you're like, what the fuck?
That's kind of along AD lines though, right? The clickbait, get people riled up to think that there's something big coming and then it's nothing, right? Get those subs all riled up. It's the same kind of mentality I find. I've said that before. I find very many, and I mean, I know people are going to be like, well, I mean, I'm pretty biased because of, I mean, I've been whatever, like watching AD for 3+ years now, but even Sam had said it. We were very quick to spot her behavior because this is the behavior we've been watching in our faces for 3 years. That's how it's so easy to spot for us.
No, I'm reading. I'm looking. Grumpy Granny's like Saturday morning here in the future. Yeah. Larnie gives us updates whether the world's still standing there in the future. Oh, wait, did I just dox Larnie saying where she's at? Oh, no.
Huh? What? Here, give me a second.
Suzanne says her tantrums are pathetic. Screaming banshee, spewing lies, ugly Dottie. So that's the other thing. She's always saying it's pathetic. And of course, you're picturing spit flying everywhere. It's pathetic. And her next thing, get a grip. Dorothy, nobody has said get a grip since 1986.
Dum-dum is the new one. That's fucking funny too.
Dum-dum. You're a dum-dum. Get a grip. Oh, damn. I feel like high school all over again.
Well, and if I hear her go, ugh, one more fucking time.
Ugh.
Yeah, there's never been content. Yeah. Well, no, the content is her dragging everybody.
Oliver, I don't know what you're oh, I see him now. I couldn't see them. Oh, I see him now.
Yeah, that CJ video there, the song she did with the cigarette falling and stuff.
So did everybody else, because I was reading a whole bunch of comments where people didn't realize that those were cigarettes. I noticed they were cigarettes right off the bat. Did everybody else not see that? Maybe it's because I smoke.
I thought it was wood falling. I thought it was like bark falling or something from like a campfire until I realized one of you girls was like, it's the cigarettes, and I had to go back and look again, and then I fucking roared even harder. I don't know what I thought. A bonfire exploded and it was like timber falling or wood, like twigs or something. But yeah. Fuck, that was funny when I went back and looked again. I don't know how I missed that.
Joe Madra says she's an OG. Yeah. And I'm going to throw up a 1980s word. Yeah, she's an old goober. You're a goober.
Well, what was it? I'm trying to remember. She didn't even know what OG stood for.
No, she didn't. She didn't. But if she can say dum-dum, I can call her a goober.
Keep your cooties over there.
I haven't heard that since high school either. Yeah, you tell him, Phil.
I hear a baby. Please don't say dum-dum for your first word.
He has a lot to say about this subject.
I guess he's a little cheerier now than he was earlier. Little grumpy stiltskin.
He's a little bit. He's still.
That's understandable. Well, you're not feeling all that great either, eh?
No, I feel fine. I just don't have my appetite back yet, which I am not complaining about. If I don't get an appetite for a week, I'm gonna call that good. Because trust me, I have enough in reserve to live off of. I don't need to eat every day. I'm good. I'm good. But yeah, he's feeling a little bit. But this morning, for everybody that doesn't know, he's what, 11 months, and he's learning to shake his head no, but he hasn't quite figured. Yes, you are. He's arguing. But he doesn't always use it in the right context. Like, no, I don't want that. But he's learning. But this morning I was videoing him and I'm like, good morning. And he's shaking his head no. And I'm like, it's not a good morning. He's shaking his head no. And
well, he even tried looking away from the camera, so it seemed to be very fitting for how he was feeling.
Yeah. So then I said, well, I'm sorry. I hope the day gets better. And his eyes got real big, like, damn, that's an option. It could get better. I don't know. It's just really kind of cute because he's like, no, not a good morning. That's pretty much how I feel every morning. Like every morning's not a good morning because it's morning.
Excuse me. Sorry, he's choking. I need to grab a drink. Hang on.
Hey, Suzanne, why don't you come up?
Yeah, or else I'll ban you if you don't.
I've got
blackmail.
Suzanne's been on 2 panels that I've heard so far, or was it just one? Anyway, she's friggin' awesome.
I think William, her hubby, was in here earlier too. I'm not sure if I said hi. I meant to.
Oliver says, I want to lose a quick 22 pounds with COVID. Oh, do you have COVID? Yeah, I mean, I don't want to die from anything, but if I got sick enough to lose some weight, it's kind of like Jenny Craig, right? It's the same thing. Oh, so that dated me right there, right? Jenny Craig. That's
Jenny Craig. Well, I told you that used to be my nickname back in the 90s. I was the After Effects Jenny Craig. Yeah. That's okay, Emerald Kimmy. Neither did we until literally 20 minutes before we did, a couple hours ago. I was saying, actually, Kimmy, I haven't been ignoring. I know you sent me an email, you said too, and I told Oliver earlier, I've been just taking a massive step back break from pervy fraud the last week or so. But I haven't even been in my email, so I'm not ignoring you. I've collectively been ignoring everybody. I've wanted nothing to do with anything sort of YouTube or Armchair Detective, but I will get back to them. But it wasn't just you, Emerald Kinney. I've had everybody collectively on ignore, but it's not personal. Okay, so first off, Suzanne, shut the fuck up about the I swear too much part. You can smoke while you're on panel. This isn't a non-smoking panel. No, so look at Oliver's comment. My grandson's name is Hayes Matthew. And I call him Hazmat. Hazmat, my daughter-in-law hates it. That's so cute. Oh, I'm sorry you're sick, Oliver. I've got COVID and I'm having a temp won't go down. Oh no. God. Yeah, I hope you feel better. Well, I'm glad I'm gonna knock on some wood, but nobody in my immediate family, my daughter, my son-in-law, myself, my sister, or either one of my sons, oh my gosh, knock, knock, knock. We have not got that. But it's only a matter of time, right? Isn't everybody going to get it eventually? I think that's kind of, yeah. I mean, I do think I might be one of the last ones because I literally go nowhere. I mean, I work from home and I mean, now that summer's here, we'll be getting out more, but coming out of winter, don't go anywhere all winter long. And I work. Well, even for me, I mean, if I did have it, I thought I had it after that first injection that I had. If you remember, I was fucking down. I'm pretty sure that was it, but I finally had my mail COVID test things there come into my mail and negative. But I mean, I guess you don't really know if you've already had it or not. But if I did, I'm sure after that first injection I had, that knocked me out for 4. Yeah, but you didn't get it from the injection because it's not the light. They don't have. Oh no! But it just I think was the timing because after I still like those 4 days were a complete blur. All I did was sleep. Well, some people didn't take the shot
well. Their body didn't handle it well. But everything I read, supposedly that's supposed to be good because that means your immune system's kicking in. I don't know.
Well, my dad has an immune system of a tank, and I'm pretty sure I'm like him.
Yeah, but you don't have an immunity to this because this is a brand new strain.
Well, maybe I do if I had it already.
Well, that's true. That's true. But Helen's had it a couple times.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the hell she's doing, but she's had it like what 2-3 times.
At least twice, anyway.
So Supra says she's.
And I mean, yeah, I mean, she's a young woman in what her early 30s, for fuck's sakes, and she's had it twice at least.
Yeah, she has more of a social life than I do, so that explains that.
Yeah, that's true. Me as well. And they just started opening shit back up here. And I mean, even still, I think I said to you girls, I'm still like, I haven't even looked into doing any gigs. I'm still not, at that point where I'm sure I want to be. Because, I mean, they've removed our mask mandate, but people, I mean, are still wearing them. It's not mandatory anymore. But, I mean, there's just so much you don't know about it. I mean, I'm still not at the point where I'm ready to be back into a small room with a bunch of strangers in a corner, sort of stuck in a corner, not wearing masks, kind of DJing, right? I mean, I can't imagine having a DJ gig and wanting to wear a fucking mask. I don't want to do it. That's not comfortable for me.
Revy says she wants Will on too. Yep. As soon as I get a hold of Suzanne, since she smokes her cigarette, I have a feeling it's
How long is that cigarette that you could very well smoke while you're on here? I've never heard such pathetic excuses in my life.
Speaking of that, from the mail, my job. Okay. So Oliver said the same thing happened. The first shot got me down.
Got her down. Yeah. Oh, I think I'm back here. Here we go. Speaking of that from the mail.
I mean,
where are you, Super, again? Are you in Britain? I'm in Canada.
I know where he's at, but I'll let him tell you.
Oh, is Super? I've always thought Super was a girl. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Talk about knowing your subs. Not sorry. I don't know why I just assumed that. Well, I won't ever forget it. I know that. My job.
Suzanne, click that friggin' link for Christ's sakes. It's stupid o'clock and I keep falling asleep. So I'm going to go to bed. Night, everybody. Have a good weekend. Good night, Carrie.
Bye, Carrie. Thank you for coming. I'm surprised you actually even lasted as long as you did.
Carrie's a night owl.
She is. Can you leave us another snoring voice clip? That was fantastic the other night. Because I could hear whoever she had going in the background, and I kept listening because I thought there was something, she'd recorded it because there was something that specific she wanted us to hear, and then I realized, I'm like, no, she fucking fell asleep. It's the snoring. I only miss being able to make fun of the chin. But no, you can tell I'm going to.
Yeah, so Supra is a woman. Why did you think she wasn't? She's not a man.
Oh, Supra is. Well, I thought you just said him. I thought Supra
because didn't you ask Darzen where he was from?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Supra.
No, you asked Darzen where he's from, and I said, well, I know where he's from because he said, not because I'm stalking Darzen.
You know what? I might have been reading a Supra comment by that point in my brain. Okay, so I was right. That's what I thought. Stop trying to confuse me and start trouble, Cheryl. I took the J off my name. Yeah. No. I remember there was a J. I remember that, but I thought, yeah, that was just Cheryl trying to create fake drama for clicks.
I was actually responding to what you said. It's just your brain was going faster than your mouth.
Yep, as per usual.
So yeah,
I love women that work on cars.
Darzen had Norway.
Norway.
Yeah, Norway. He's talked about his work before, and I can't even imagine. I mean, I have a few friends who are nurses, and even here in Alaska, it's not been the same as it's been in some of the other lower 48 states. So, and it's still been tough here. So I can imagine. And I
watched the Judge Judy episode the other day that involved two young kids from Alaska. It was pretty funny. Of course, I heard they were from Alaska. I'm like, I wonder if Cheryl knows them. Yeah, she must, because she knows everybody in the entire state of fucking Alaska.
Well, technically, there's not that many people. So really, it's maybe not even 6 degrees of separation on a lot of people. That's why when that whole brouhaha came out with like Nicole Kessinger was supposed to be up here living with her cousin.
Oh yeah.
And I was telling people, I'm like, okay, so that's not a thing, because I can tell you
that.
for a fact that because everybody knows somebody that knows somebody, if she were up here, we would know about it by now. Everybody would find. I mean, there was a family, and I can't remember the story now. It's been a few years, but there was a family where there were some people that whole bunch of people got murdered in their family. Well, they came up here thinking they're going to hide out in Alaska and Kenai. And basically within a week they were busted out. Like, hey, these people are here, because believe it or not, we do have the internet up here in Alaska and we do read the news. So
you totally did say that back then. I forgot all fucking about that. Yeah. Nick, what was it? Nicole Kessinger's cousin or something?
Yeah. No. So when I was growing up though, way back in the Stone Ages, since I'm over 70 and have 1 foot in the grave. In the small town that I grew up in, literally we would get the news like a week and a half late. So you're watching the news and shit has already happened. I mean, that was just kind of the way of life then, but it's not that way anymore. So if Nicole Kessinger was here, Alaska is such a small state, everybody would friggin' know about it. It would be all over.
That was so ridiculous.
I know Ted Nugent used to come up here all the time to go hunting. And there's a lot of stars that come up here to go hunting and fishing and stuff. And it used to be, somebody would tell somebody that they saw him at, saw so-and-so at, this cafe, blah, blah, blah. Now, as soon as somebody friggin' lands at the airport, it's all over social media. Then it ends up on the friggin' news. It doesn't matter who you are. I mean, so, yeah. So what I'm saying is those people that were on that Judge Judy, there's a good chance that even if I don't know them,
you would have known them to see them.
I know somebody that does know them. Let's just put it that way.
Well, it's so funny because I've had a couple times, right? Like not even necessarily on YouTube, but I mean, whatever people that, well, I guess whatever in communication that are from different outside of Canada, right? And they'll be like, "Oh, I'm Canadian." They're like, "Oh, you must." I remember this one, and you must know Alanis Morissette. And yeah, because Jennifer lives in Canada, she knows Alanis Morissette. I'm like, well, I actually went to high school with her. She was 2 years older than me. I don't know her, but I did go to the same high school with her. It was like, oh, really? Well, yeah. I mean,
see now, right there, you just proved the point. Yes, everybody in Canada knows everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, Lady Witch, yes. She says all dusty bitches except for Snow Bitch Shirley.
The dustiest bitch of all dustiest bitches.
Got a layer of dust, got a layer of snow. Yeah.
We're in our well, no, it actually started out, we were in our 50s and 60s, and then it gradually went up.
Well, no, it started out that we were the dusty bitches. Then it started out we were the old dusty bitches. Then we were the middle-aged. We were the middle-aged, and I'm thinking, okay, well, yeah, I guess, if I plan to live to 100, I'm middle-aged, but whatever. Middle-aged. Then it turned into, they're just old, they're in their 60s and 70s. Then it became 70s plus with 1 foot in the grave.
What happened to the old broken toys portion? That seems to have been
that was somebody that was somebody else that would say that. It might have been Juror. I know it was definitely somebody else. But that's okay, because, I've always classified myself that as, I've always lived on the island of the misfit toys. And there's
it's kind of fun, isn't it?
It is.
God damn.
Super says, I need a clone than to detail my car. So is anything else
that's
happening?
Easier. What's that?
Is anything else happening on YouTube today? I saw that
I didn't really pay much attention.
CJ
Oh, did she?
I saw she was live, but I didn't watch it.
I haven't really watched much of it. Actually, the last couple days, well, the last 12 days, I mean, I've been talking to you girls, but I really, haven't been I've watched a few minutes here and
Yeah,
there.
whatever. Dorothy says the same fucking thing, and we don't believe her.
Well, I can't stand. I don't watch lives right from beginning to end ever. I watch little bits here and there. I mean, I'm talking about even like ones I want to watch. Like even with fucking Alan, I have to play him in little bits, but I haven't really been. I've been watching a lot of kind of Judge Judy in between. I've been fixing a couple of computers and stuff, but even just like as I said, the last whatever week and a half that I've stepped away from being on YouTube as much, but noticing the void of someone who's been having surgery all fucking week, and yeah, and another one that's not on the platform anymore. It's really been kind of much quieter. I mean, to me, it just seems there's always going to be, regardless, right? There's always going to be some sort of fighting. People aren't going to get along. Some people are going to make it public. But I find over the last year, and honestly, especially since Dorothy has come charging back on the scene, the level of fuckery the lengths that people are going to now are at an all-time high that they were never at before. That's what I find is so alarming.
I find that funny because I've heard her say several times that there was this code of shit, whatever.
Hi, William.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, it's you.
I wanted to get him in before he got scared and dropped off. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I just want to say really quick that Dorothy blames Granny's watching. She says Granny's watching is the reason why that YouTube has gone to shit. Again, self-awareness, lack of self-awareness.
Yeah, all the world's problems are Granny's watching's fault, right?
Yeah. Hi, William. Not only are you on the panel, you're on camera.
My wife told me to come on.
How you doing?
I'm still breathing.
Well, that's good.
Good to see you. Well, yes. Here, I know I made a little, oh, fuck. I hit the camera button earlier with no toque on after I'd ripped it off. But here, we'll make you not feel all alone for a second. It's funny because I'm always, hang on. I have to look this way because my laptop, I have to look over here, which is actually, I'm looking at my TV where everything is big, but my laptop when I type is over here. So that's why I don't bother, right? Because I'm never looking actually at the camera. I'm always looking at my flat screen. So that's why I don't go on camera. But hi, everyone.
And I don't go on camera because I do look like a troll. And I don't go on camera because I work from home. So I don't get ready and do my hair every day like I would if I left the house. So I do look like a troll. Not going.
Well, you saw me earlier. Now, I mean, does it look like I do my hair?
What hair?
Well, right? Yeah, that's actually long for me. I need to get it cut. It's way too long. God damn.
Well, my wife says she'll be on shortly. She had to go blow her nose.
I thought she was having a cigarette.
I think she was. But this is my wife.
It's the never-ending cigarette. Like, what an excuse was that? You can smoke on this panel. It's not a non-smoking panel.
Well, maybe she smokes outside. Maybe she doesn't smoke in her house.
Oh, that could be.
We have a 4-bedroom house. She stays on the backside when she smokes.
That makes sense.
Especially because William can't breathe very well. It's a polite thing
I just kind of realized that. I wasn't trying to actually be insensitive, but I was just bugging her, right? I mean, but Mike, I'm like, you can smoke up here. That's a really sad excuse.
Yeah, she can smoke anywhere she wants. Just don't blow up my face.
She's just being nice.
Yeah, well.
So you have any tornadoes heading your way? So no, I don't know if she's told you, but there's another girl and myself are like infatuated with tornadoes. I know Suzanne is not.
Oh, my wife is. Trust me. But we have a tornado shelter in the backyard.
Okay.
After the guy and his partner were picked up by the tornado and smashed, she changed her mind on chasing tornadoes.
Oh.
But the town we live in, a shaman blessed the town, and all the tornadoes go around us. We have yet to have one to actually come in town since he blessed it.
Nice. Well, they need to get him out through all of Oklahoma.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, not by a tornado, right?
No.
Okay.
No,
that would really get tornadoes.
So my son was stationed at Fort Sill, and I thought, yes, I'm going to go down there. I'm going to hang out with my son. I'm going to go tornado hunt. And then 6 months after he got stationed there, he got sent to Iraq, and then he stayed in Iraq till he actually got out. And I'm like, damn it. I didn't even get to go tornado chasing.
Well, that's right. In Killeen, Texas, a tornado landed in my son's trailer park and took out the last 2 trailers in the park. And it was like only 8 trailers from us.
Now, no fighting, you two.
Which two?
Your other
I
half
think-
here.
I think
Oh,
your
we
better
don't-
half's on there. Isn't
My
it
better
weird
half.
how
I figured that was a no picture.
See, so
I-
she
isn't
could
it-
she could smoke and be online at the same time on panel.
Isn't it weird how like tornadoes do that though? Like, they'll show overhead views and it's like all this decimation and they'll be like one house where it looks like it didn't, like nothing happened that day to that
It's
house.
like the movie Twister.
Yeah, it's so
Why did he go
weird.
for this house and that house and not my house?
You're not late, Carol. We didn't even know we were doing this till about 20 minutes before we went live. So glad you caught it, though.
Okay, babe, talk.
I'm here.
Hi,
Hello.
Sue.
I was having a joint.
I
And
said
I-
that when I
That
said
has
when
to be
she
on the
said
outside
she's
of the
going
house.
for a smoke. I don't
No.
know if she means cigarette.
No, I
Oh, well,
told
see,
Max
I'm highly
needs some
allergic to weed.
vomit.
Highly allergic. So she has to smoke it away from me.
You're allergic to weed?
Yes. I don't smoke. I don't drink.
Oh.
He's
No,
not
I
on
mean,
it.
not that I would wish I. Are you allergic to smoke if you eat anything?
I have bad lungs from secondhand
Oh.
smoke. I'm the only non-smoker in my family.
Oh, dear.
So Sue's kind enough to not smoke and blow it in my face. And as for weed, I'm highly allergic to weed. It turns my stomach so bad, it gives me a migraine and I want to puke.
Oh, my God.
Just the smell. But before she
Oh,
lights it up, that's just opening the bag.
wow.
Yeah.
I
think you're
can't look at joints when I buy them.
Yeah, when she buys them, she smells it and goes, "That smells so big." And I go, "Yeah, I'm getting sick."
Well, at least you don't have to worry about him ever touching your stash, Sue.
Yeah. I got accused of that once, and a good friend of mine beat the snot out of the guy who accused me of it.
Have you always been like
Everyone
that?
knows I don't smoke and I don't drink. So you can't say I drink or smoke.
Have you always been like that with pot?
Yes, I'm not a drinker, and I just never been able to smoke. My mother
Okay.
made me smoke one cigarette, and I had an asthma attack, so I had to be rushed to the hospital.
Oh, dear.
So I don't smoke.
Just me.
Just my wife.
She smokes enough for both of you.
Oh yeah, no shit.
Oh, yeah.
Coming from a professional pothead, yes.
Who, me?
No,
The weed,
she's a
the
connoisseur
weed
of
shop
weed.
was shutting down. They had good, cheap weed.
In Australia, the weed there was terrible. She comes here and goes, "They have so many to choose from. We have 40 different kinds, and she always likes the top shelf stuff."
Well, of course.
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah.
We used to go to the street corner to get it.
Yeah, she found it rather odd here, so I paid for her
Well, it's
license.
funny
so she can
because
go
when
to the store and get it.
I started smoking in 1989, 90.
So what, you were 3?
Here in Canada, it was only hash. You could only find hash here. And I remember in 91, when I moved to Maine in the States, it was the complete opposite. I had never actually smoked weed before in my life, only hash. And I find I don't like hash as much because hash just makes me want to melt into a couch and eat and fall asleep, where at least weed, I'm very functional. But when I got to Maine, all of a sudden there was no hash and it was only weed. And it's a very completely different stones for sure.
My wife
But
does not get hungry no matter how much weed she smokes. She doesn't get hungry.
I don't
I
know.
get munchies. I do.
She don't get the
I do
munchies.
not all the time, but I always hash. I like nonstop eating.
In the 7 years we've been together, she's never once had the munchies. Ever.
Huh.
Ever. I don't care how much weed she smokes. She does not get the munchies.
No.
Well, that's good for the grocery bill.
Oh
It
no,
is.
because we don't really eat that much. We're pretty much almost vegetarians. We have some chicken, and when we can get fish, we have fish.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a moment where I've smoked weed and got
I'm
the
pumping away
munchies
now.
for fish. It's always sweet stuff: ice cream, candy.
Yeah, my wife's allergic to ice cream.
I
Puff
can't
the
have
Magic chat room talking
Okay,
about weed.
wait a minute. You're allergic to pot. She's allergic to ice cream. What the hell is wrong with you people?
Well, you know,
pasties.
At least I only have to fight with Sue over the weed, not the ice cream.
you would not win. She's got a mean right snap kick. She, being an Aussie, the way they think is so much different than us. It's just hilarious. I already told her my son comes home to stay. She's gonna have a little fight there. And she goes, "No, I won't."
Are you an Aussie, Sue? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm from Australia.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's a
now I
straight
hear
up
the
Aussie.
accent. Well, that's the first time I've heard you. I didn't realize that. I just assumed you were American. See?
No, she's
What
Australian.
happened?
I'm the only American. And actually, I'm
You
close to
definitely
Canada.
sound American.
No, really? Well, she tells me
Like
I have
I
an
sound
accent.
Canadian.
Well,
Whatever
I
that
come from
means.
California. We don't have an accent. She says I have a major accent.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is you don't sound like you have an Oklahoman accent.
No, we've only been here, what, 4
6
years?
years? No.
Hey, I only lived in Maine for a
6
year,
years?
and I came back with that goddamn East Coast going to God. I came
Yeah,
back
but
with
there's-
that.
But theirs is a little bit stronger. The Oklahoman accent, it's not overpowering, like
Yeah.
the Tennessee or those states. It's not overpowering, so I can see not picking it up.
Well, I was in Oz for 2 years, and I didn't pick it up there either.
You're just anti-accent pick-upper then.
Yeah, I don't pick up accents. I pick up the language, but I don't pick up accents. I spoke German for 4 years, and I didn't pick up a German accent.
Sorry.
I will
Well,
say
I
that
don't think it's an accent. It just sounds. I'm German. I'm half German, so I mean,
Right.
I'm not. But I always find it so funny. Like it sounds like an angry
It
aggressive.
sounds like boars screwing.
It sounds like what?
Boars screwing.
Wow.
Have you
my-
never actually heard them talk? Oh my God!
my
they actually go at it?
first husband was from Kentucky, and I hate to admit I did pick up his accent. I didn't know I did until I was in the hospital when I had my first son, and the nurse says, "Oh, where are you from?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm from here, born and raised." She's like, "Really? Because you sound like you're from the South." And I thought, "Ah, son of a bitch." I didn't realize I had picked up the accent, but
Yeah, it
apparently
happens.
I did. So I'm like, "Okay, you got to go. You got to go right now."
German, Korean. Yeah, that's a mixture.
Yeah, weed is completely legal in Canada, Darzen, right across the country,
Wow.
and not
Yes.
just medicinal. Like they have. It's funny because I sort of laugh. I'm still like, I mean, we have these dispensaries and so forth, but the quality and the price. When I go see my guy, if he doesn't come here, I don't go to the dispensaries. I walk by. So I only go about he's only about 3 or 4 blocks from where I live. So if I go see him, I walk by 2 dispensaries, but I get the same kind of shit, but with more THC. So I get 3 for 20, where if I go to the dispensary, I'll get 1 for 15 kind of thing. So it's still more cost effective.
Not here. They nickel and dime you to death.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm going to see my buddy as opposed to the dispensaries. Yeah, it's almost like some of the dispensaries here, it's almost like going into an Apple store. You're paying all that extra money for your weed because they've made it it really is. It's like going into the Apple store and you can, look at this and smell that. And then you can go up and sort of order this. It's just, I don't know. It's just too mainstream for me.
Yeah, I just run in, so I'll have one of them. Get out.
How many states is it? So I guess you guys have a few, if not most of them by now that have it, medically legal, so to speak?
Yeah, Susan's medical.
It's only medical,
Yeah.
right? Where it's legal?
But a lot of states are broad. Like here in Alaska, you don't need it. Started so when I was growing up as a teenager, pot was legal up to a certain amount. And then it became illegal. Then it became legal for medicinal purposes, and now it's just legal all over.
Here it's
Well,
not.
that's it went similar here in Canada. It was whatever illegal, whatever that was, if you got caught, whether it was, possession or you had it a whole bunch caught out. And then it got to a point where they knew it was going to become legal. So it became a point where if you were caught with half an ounce, so 14 grams or less, carry on with your big bad self. The cops weren't going to do anything. And that was right before it became legal. And it didn't matter if you had those 14 grams as one solid 14-gram lump, or if you had it separated. If it was half an ounce or less, then the cops wouldn't even bother with it. And then the next step was complete countrywide legalization.
You have to highlight Darzen's comment. He says, "Oh, over here you will be fined $500 to smoke. If you sell that one cig weed, prison for a month or so."
So what about in Amsterdam though? In the red light district, is that like sort of the only area where it's kind of considered okay? I would love to go over there for that, but I'm curious because he said he's from Norway, right?
Yeah. Oliver says it's legal in Washington. Emerald Kimmy says medical is legal here. I don't know where here's at.
She's in the States too.
Um,
Wow. See these comments?
So Free Falling says how interesting. Apparently will be legal here soon, but that's been said before. That's been said for ages. All over, I have heard from Doc in Australia. In Amsterdam, it's legal. In Scandinavia, it's not legal. Oh, Emerald is in Oregon. So, yeah, hey, just pop up to Washington where it's legal. It's legal up there. Just pop on.
Yeah, but she wouldn't. I don't think carrying it back across over state lines. We saw how that kind of not worked out for somebody nailing it.
Just head on over for a minute and hang out in a hotel room for a weekend and smoke it legally.
Is it totally illegal in the UK?
Huh?
Yeah. Oh, I just read.
Oh yeah. Now I haven't smoked pot since I think I was 19.
Me neither. In another lifetime.
Yeah. No, so it's so funny because my older boys, they're always, it doesn't matter if I'm like, damn, like I almost cut my friggin' finger off. Here, smoke a joint. I have a headache. Here, smoke a joint. Look, I pulled a muscle in my back. Here, smoke. I'm like, you guys stop it. You act like you invented this shit. I was smoking it before you were even born. Stop it. I know what the fuck it is. Like, no, seriously, Mom, it'll make you like, I don't know what it does. Been there, done that, you guys. I'm over it. Stop it. But that was their answer. That's their answer to everything. Here, Mom, here. Stop.
Hey, they're trying to get you high on their supply.
No, they're trying to get me high and then probably borrow money from me is what it is.
Or the car.
Take advantage of your catatonic state.
Yeah.
Well, which way do you wallet, Mom?
Yeah, because when you're high, everything's good. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, can I borrow $100? Yeah, it's all good. No, not falling for it.
Yeah, you can't pull that one on my wife at all. She gets high, but then she falls asleep.
I do too. So from what I remember, getting high was primarily getting the giggles, getting the munchies, and then falling asleep. So
that sounds exactly like my hash time when I smoke hash. Exactly that. Giggles, munchies, pass out. That's not fun.
Yeah, and you know what the weirdest thing is I always craved peanut butter, and when I wasn't high, I'm thinking, like, you get cotton mouth anyways. What the hell? Was I just like being what's the word, masochistic? I'm going to throw peanut butter on cotton mouth? What am I thinking? It made no sense, but I craved peanut butter.
Well, at least you don't have horrible hallucinations like Salty's story of that one time she smoked a joint. Fuck.
I did.
She was on a fucking acid trip where she dropped like 20 hits.
I did have a bad experience once from some crap that my friend's brother bought when we were staying in Washington, but that was just a one-time thing.
The only bad stuff I ever got what pissed me off was the stuff that would look good, smell good, and then you'd smoke it and you would not even get a bit stoned. That's the only kind of crap I ever had. Fuck, that would piss me off.
Wouldn't that be just like building a tolerance level kind of issue right there?
No, it was
really
cheap. There used to be this kind here. I think it was called like M37, something like that. Fuck, it was so many years ago. But that one particular kind, it was like a punk weed. It looked like weed. You'd break it open, you'd smell it. It smelled like weed, but it had no THC to it. So it was basically a scam. So
I forgot to mention. My kids, this is how bad my kids are. Whenever anything happens to one of my dogs, their answer is to go get them something. I'm not going to drug my dogs. Like, no, they make edibles for dogs. Because I have my dog now, he's got serious mental issues and emotional issues going on. And they're like, no, go get him some CBD oil. No, they make edibles for dogs. Push. I'm like, you guys think you guys are going to get a cut of this shit or something? You know,
See,
I'm
yeah,
not.
I don't agree with that. Kind of like I never agreed. You get those people, like I remember going into high school, like to parties, and people would blow the smoke in dogs or cats' faces. I never
Yeah,
thought that
no.
was fucking cool
But
at all.
I do know that they make, you know, certain things. Like I do have a friend who had an older dog that had serious arthritis, and they had CBD treats for the dogs, and it did help the dogs. But no, but I mean, I'm just like I said, it's like if you guys didn't know, my sons invented marijuana. They did. And they will tell you that it's the cure for everything and anything. If you cut your finger off, if you stub your toe, if you pull a muscle, if your dog's not feeling well,
Joe
marijuana.
Madre makes a good point, and that's what I found. Edibles get people too high, hard to gauge dosages. I've tried a few of like those edible gummy bears, and oh my god, it'll start out. I'll eat a little bit, like I don't like inhale a whole bunch. I'll eat a little bit. It'll eat a little bit, and it's like okay, there's nothing, there's nothing. Eat a little bit more, and then all of a sudden, next thing I know, I've passed the fuck out. And when I wake up the next morning, like I am hardcore out. When I wake up the next morning, I won't eat them. I can't eat them. My whole body physically feels like I've had a truck run over me, back over me, and then run over and back over again. The physical like hangover from had in all my partying days. Like I can't eat them. It's not a pleasant feeling at all.
Well, I'm gonna have to go. I'm having a hard time breathing.
Okay.
Nice meeting
Well, I'm
you
glad
all.
you came up, William.
Yeah. Good to
Nice
see you,
to confirm
William.
you're having
At
a
least
hard
you know
time
I'm still
breathing.
alive and I'm real.
You are real.
I never doubted it for a minute.
Sure. That's why they always ask, is it you or Sue?
Yeah, they're both. Yeah, they're both up here at the same time and spoke at the same time. Sue's still smoking.
I'm having a cigarette now.
You actually smoke cigarettes too? Like my cigarettes, I'm not a cigarette smoker. I mean, I think the majority. The only time I smoked was a sort of a habit when we could smoke in clubs. But I mean, now that I'm not doing that, I'm not a cigarette smoker at all. But I get the tobacco just to mix in with the weed. Because I find when I smoke just weed on its own, oh my god, I don't like that choking till you like feel like you can't breathe anymore. I don't like that feeling. Well, yeah, but Jen, you get higher. Well, I don't like it, so I always get it to mix in with my weed because I find the tobacco balances it out, and I don't choke.
I choked too often.
Darzan didn't have a very good experience with weed either.
Yeah, it's not. It's obviously it's not for everybody.
He says, "Oh my god, I was sick for 2 days, never again."
Oh my god. Oh,
I think it also depends on what strain you get. I mean,
well, and depending on where it's coming from too. I mean, who knows what it might have been even mixed with. That's the thing. Like that's the one thing this guy that I know, that I contend with or deal with whatever with now. I've known him a long time, and I mean, he gets the same stuff that's coming out of where the dispensaries are getting it. But I mean, back in those days, like when you kind of go to the street corner to get it, you never knew what you were getting, what it might fucking have mixed in with it that could make people sick. I mean, I'm not suggesting, Darzan, that you're going on seedy street corners to pick up weed, but I mean, I'm talking from my experiences.
Did you see his last comment?
And people are complaining about Bam smoking cigarettes. Yeah.
Welcome to the weed community, right? I feel like, one of these things is not like the other because I don't do edibles. I don't smoke weed. I just smoke cigarettes. So.
Everybody has their vices, right?
Well, I got off all my pills so I could smoke weed.
Yeah, stay away from the gummy bears. They'll get you because they taste good, but then there's THC in them, and you just need a nibble, and it's almost like you just, I don't know, every time. And as I said, I'm only eating like a little bit of one. I'm not fucking stockpiling them all in my mouth, and then it just knocks you. I don't know. It might affect you, Kimberly, differently than me, obviously, but not a good feeling. I'll stick to smoking it. Thanks.
So I just saw this story on the news this morning. I'm looking it up. A bride was, it was in Florida. A Florida bride and her caterer allegedly served cannabis-laced food to unknowing guests. Yeah, I heard that on the news this morning. Like they laced the food, and when people realized that they were getting high or getting sick, so they were arrested for doing that. That just reminded me of like the gummy bears, like, whether they put in too much, it could have.
But
Yeah,
why would
many
you
of
be
the,
trying to drug your wedding party to begin with?
I don't know. I don't know if it was just some stupid. So this is how bad it's got with my. Okay, you love your kids, but sometimes you just got to call a spade a spade. Sometimes they're just not the brightest tools in the shed. But they think I'm not either. So I've had to institute a rule that they are not allowed to bring any baked goods to any family things. It needs to be store. Seriously. Because for the first couple times, like, here, we brought cookies, not eating them. No, they don't have anything in them, not eating them. We made fudge, not eating it. And because they're trying to tell me they're perfectly fine. No, they're not perfectly fine. Because when I'm watching them wolf them down like crazy, I know they're not fine. So, in a weird way, I don't know if like they think it would be funny, and maybe that's what this bride thought, it would be funny. I don't know. One guest
Yeah,
told
let's
police
drug
that after
people that have no idea that they're going to be drugged. That sounds like a grand, especially at your wedding. What the hell?
Yeah, it says one guest told police that after he ate 2 meatballs, Caesar salad, tortellini, and bread with olive oil and herbs, he was eating a lot, right? He said he felt tingly, his heart started racing, and he was having crazy thoughts.
Well, for all you know, it might have just even been in the oil that the stuff was cooked in, but that sounds like quite the eclectic buffet.
Here's another one. It said another guest who was hospitalized says she felt like she had no control over her mind and body and felt numb, helpless, and her mind was playing strange things in her head. Okay, that's just being stoned. That's just a stone thing. You basically you come up with the cure for every disease. You come up with the meaning of life all while you're stoned, and then when you're not stoned, you forget what it all was. So everybody felt tingly. And dry mouth. Oh, somebody else had cotton mouth. There you go. Okay.
Pasties. It's called the pasties.
Another guest told police she had seen Bryant, the arrested caterer, adding a green and fuzzy substance that smelled like marijuana into dishes of olive oil. She then asked her if they were marijuana in the food, and Bryant said yes, the affidavit said. Oh. So it's just weird. I mean,
what? So they were just crumbling weed over all the food? Like, because you know what? If you just eat straight up weed, that's pretty fucking disgusting. Because I remember
parsley. It's just
what?
Parsley. That's probably what they were telling her. It's just parsley.
It's just parsley. Yeah, it's herbs.
I don't know. I just thought
that kind of weed to be parsley. It would have to be like shake, and shake is like the bottom of the barrel kind of trimmings.
It's just funny that we're talking about this because I just heard this morning.
That's funny. Way to fucking ruin your whole what's gonna happen in your next, like, as your life to come. Start out by fucking drugging your wedding party. That's a great start to a new life.
Joe Madra says my wedding was at a winery, so full disclosure to get tipsy. Well, there you go. So yes, full disclosure. Apparently they did not give these people the option on whether or not they wanted to eat the pot.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't think I'll ever get married, but if I do, there's not only going to be a regular bar, there's going to be a pot bar too.
A pot bar?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Welcome to the weed community.
That's it. I'm monetizing right now and I want weed super chats. Here we go.
Suzanne, I see you typing in chat. Suzanne said in chat, I'd ask for my gift back. Yes. Like, bitch, you got me fucking high. I want my shit back. I don't know. I just thought that was strange. And I don't know if I thought the story was strange.
Or that it obviously it must have been in the States. Which crazy state was that in?
It was Florida.
Wow.
Yeah. So I thought it was strange, but I thought it was strange that it made national news, to tell you the truth.
Done right if your guests, they tick the box or a good time. Done right. Exactly, free falling. Really, had that been planned properly, your wedding party could have gone off without a hitch and nobody would have known the difference and everybody had a great time. Larney. That's okay. Maybe I'll just have a wedding for the sake of the pot bar, but not really get married. Maybe I'll just marry weed. Holy fuck, problem solved. Oh my god.
So I'm noticing chats dropping, and that's either because nobody gives a shit about pot, or a lot of the UK people are going to bed. So if the UK people are going to bed, good night.
Yeah, I guess it's what, like 3 a.m. in the morning there?
Yeah, it's like 3 a.m. for them. So
What is it? Oh my god, it's 10 o'clock here. How you feeling, Cheryl? So we know we know Nuff's passed out. Oops.
it's only 6 p.m. here. I'm
Oh
perfect.
yeah, I always forget you're 4 hours behind.
I am 4 hours behind.
Not one. Oh, wait. Oops, I just flipped my tabs around. There it is. Yeah, the comments in YouTube, they come up in YouTube before they hit StreamYard, which I guess makes sense. Not one single one of you will come to my wedding in Norway. Beer and wine only. Well, I don't know. I guess I wouldn't even be. I wouldn't even be able to fly over there. What would I do? I'd have to detox. I'd be detoxing. Norway. I'm just kidding.
I don't drink beer, and the only wine I drink, I'm not a wine person, so it has to kind of taste like Kool-Aid. If I can't tell that it's wine, I'll drink it. But I'm
See, Lady Witch is helping me out here. I can do that. A commitment ceremony. It doesn't have to be a wedding. I'll commit to weed. I pretty much already have.
Lord, stop it. Wait. Amber, what are you talking about? Whoever called B+ parents to tell on her for harassing Dorothy called her elderly. What are you talking about?
Would you like to come up and explain that?
Yes, because I don't know what the heck.
I know what she's talking about, but
I don't.
I do, but I didn't actually see or hear it. So, there. Gotta beat me to the punch, eh, Cheryl?
So
why is your link so much longer than mine? What's wrong with you?
It gets shortened. It gets shortened.
Oh, did it? Oh, maybe if I look in here. Oh yeah, yours did. Well, nope, yours is longer.
I like two letters.
No.
Yes.
No. Here. Oh, why can't now? I can't see.
Whatever.
Look, that's how it's showing up. That's not 2 letters difference. Mine, yours.
Oh, that's not how it looks. That's not how it looks in YouTube.
Well, that's because if you look at the end of yours, the 3 dots mean it continues, whereas mine just ends.
Because you're doing it from the creator point of view. I'm doing it from the address.
That's it. We've fallen out. I will have videos made about you by first thing.
You know what? I'm going to create a fucking channel just so I can drag you now. That's how it works.
That channel, fuck.
And Suzanne's going to make 2 channels, one for each of us, damn it, because she got put in the crossfire.
That's it. William will get in there too, and Nuff will create one just for shits and giggles. See, this is what we're trying to avoid. Amber, get your ass up here.
Make 2 what?
I don't know. I'm laughing at Dorothy. The comment on Dorothy.
Okay,
Dorothy, yeah. Dorothy was elderly.
The person said she's harassing an elderly woman. Oh, well, I mean, technically,
the basically, let me find
Dorothy is elderly. I mean, in terms of some of these, 20, 30 some year old people, just the same as the rest of us. She likes to pretend like she's not, but she is.
So basically, I mean, the Coles notes, all I know is somebody called Bees Plus parents to let them know that Bees Plus is harassing a woman, an elderly woman, which was meant to be about Dorothy. Like she's a fucking protected group, elderly. It doesn't elderly start when you're like 65, fuck? Or 70?
I don't know.
Oh, do you, look at that. Surprise from the Miracle Hospital bed.
What are you talking about?
Dorothy's apparently live. Dorothy is older. Dorothy is older than myself.
Dusty.
I don't think she's old. What is she, 50, 51, right?
51, she said there recently.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm 1 year older than her. So
that's
I guess that means I'm 70 something with 1 foot in the grave.
Even in your 60s. Oh, Look who's appeared. She better not bash me because I'll kick her arse right off this panel as soon as she insults me. Hi, Welsh lady.
Hello.
How are you, darling?
Hey,
I'm
sweetheart.
fine, thank you.
I thought of you as soon as we decided last minute we were going to go live. I was like, I wonder if Welsh lady will be around.
Oh, yes. I've got a part story for you. You know, it's illegal in the UK. Can you hear me? I can't hear myself.
I hear ya.
Um, so my ex-husband used to work on the taxis. And I said to him one night, I phoned him up and I said, get some fags on the way home where I've run out. I need a fag. Oh, he said, there's some on top of the wardrobe. Yeah, right, okay. Goes on top of the wardrobe, finds these rollies. I smoked one. Oh my God, panic attack. He come home, he said, what's the matter? I said, take me to the hospital, take me to the hospital. He said, what's the matter? I said, I've smoked one of them fags and I feel ill. So he said, they got weed in. They got weed in. Take me to the hospital, take me to the hospital. He said, I can't take you to the hospital because it's illegal. No, I won't tell them they were off you. I'll say I bought it in a pub. Just get me,
Trying to get your stories together.
Just get me to the hospital. He said, no, you'll be all right in a bit. We were walking around the village for 2 hours at 3 o'clock in the morning, trying to calm me down.
Oh, honey.
And I said, I will never, ever touch that stuff again.
Did you know it was a joint or you thought you were sharing a cigarette with someone?
He told me there was rollies. I didn't know there was weed in them.
That's what I mean, yeah. So you didn't know until after you'd smoked it or were smoking it.
Yeah, when he got home, I was having this panic attack. I couldn't breathe or anything. I thought I was going to die. And I'm saying to him, take me to the hospital, take me to the hospital. And he said, I can't.
Afraid you guys will get arrested, eh?
I said, you're going to have to. He said, no. So I said, I'm just going to die. I am going to die. So he said, no, you're not. Just calm down. So we walked around the village for 2 hours. And I said, never, ever do that to me again. Oh, I thought you'd know that it'd be weed. How am I supposed to know if it's weed? I said, I didn't even know you smoked it. So that's my weed story.
Yikes, that's not a good introduction to weed at all. And it sounds like, I didn't know until just recently. Pretty much, I guess it sounds like you totally were having a panic attack too, because I didn't really check into I just sort of assumed, I guess, anxiety attacks and panic attacks were kind of the same thing, but they're not. I think the main difference is that a panic attack, you feel like you're going to die or you can't breathe.
Yeah, that was it, exactly. And I had a pain in my chest and I couldn't breathe. And I'm just begging him to take me to the hospital. And he said, I can't.
Not a good feeling at all.
No. I said, I was all right till I had that rollie. And then he said, oops. And I thought, I don't believe it. He could have sort of told me what was in it, but he didn't. He let me smoke it.
God.
But never again.
Okay, I'd be double checking and triple checking and not taking anything from anybody after that to smoke. No, I got my own, thank you. So did you? Sorry, Welsh lady. I just before I lose track and these comments are gone. Did you see that, Cheryl? I know you didn't understand. You were like, how do people get a hold of these parents?
Yeah, I'm reading it now. They're saying that he was on her panel one night talking about the book. And that's,
which means somebody actually took that information and jotted it down somewhere to use at a later date.
So this is my thought process. when you're a kid and you tell on someone, it's because you want them to get in trouble with their parents or the teacher or the bus driver or whatever the hell. When you're an adult and you tell on somebody, what is it? Because first off, do you really think that the parent of that grown adult is going to call their child and say, you need to stop this? And that child's going to say, well, since you're my parent, you're right. I'm going to, because that's not.
Well, Joe Maldry makes a great point. What's with these decrepit weirdos calling grown-ass women's parents? It is
right.
Fucking weird.
That's what I'm saying. So is the objective to get the parents so involved that it works up like if you were to call one of my parents, which if you do, please let me know the number, because they're both not here on this earth and I would love to talk to my mom. So if you get a hold of her, let me know. But if you were to call my mom, do you expect to get a rise out of me?
Well, or do they think that parents are going to be successful in making that?
Well, that's what I just said.
Down off YouTube forever?
No, that's what I just said. That's option number one, but that's not a real thing, and I don't think anybody believes that for a single second. What I think is what they think is that they're going to intimidate, because children, family, things like that, parents are off limits, right? So people are calling the parents. They're going to get a rise out of them. And they're going to, maybe they'll get them to back down because somebody knows their parents' phone number.
Scare them into submission.
It just makes no sense. And I don't know. I can't say for sure. But,
it could be a little combo of A and B, but it definitely, it's for sure, as you just said, it's to scare people into submission.
Yes, Lady Witch, you need a Ouija board to talk to either one of my parents. Granted, if you talk to my dad, just, have a talk with him, because I don't care to talk to him. But if you talk to my mom, yeah, let me know. And the other thing is, I've heard people try to get a hold of kids. Again, if anybody wants to call one of my children, they're more than welcome to, because if you think I cuss bad, wait till you piss one of my kids off. They don't do it around me, but I know they do it because I've heard them do it. So if you want to call, but I do realize that some people call some people's children, and that's completely wrong. Just like calling someone's parents. I don't understand. I hope B+ is taking it. I hope her and her dad are taking it with a grain of salt.
Kimberly, right? My parents would laugh at them. Exactly. They'd probably say, we can't fucking do anything with her either. Yeah. Same thing.
So that was
we've been trying her whole fucking life.
Right. When my kids were little, it was a running joke in our family. My kids were little, they would want me to buy them something or let them do something, and I would say no, and they would go to my mom and they'd go, Grandma, would you tell your daughter that she has to take us roller skating because she's your kid and she has to listen to you? They really thought that. And I think that's what some people think. Like, they're gonna call parents and the parents are gonna say, now you need to behave on YouTube. Stop that.
I always say one of my first words was self, right? One of my literal first words was self. And I guess my mom tells me this story because I obviously don't really remember it, but she said that she went to help me try to tie my shoes or help me with me trying to tie my shoes. And I swatted her hand away and said self. So ever since then, and my parents say it to this day, is that I march to the beat of my own drum. So
yeah, this whole parent thing, I don't understand. Amber said
it didn't happen when we were kids. Well, there really wasn't the internet either, but now it's like we're grown-ass adults in our 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Right, with one foot in. Don't forget that one foot in the grave. Amber says my mom would cuss them worse than anything they've heard on here. Yeah. I don't know. I don't understand the point of it. I can't even imagine making a call to your mom, Jen, and go, you know what? She's not being nice to people on YouTube.
Are you Genetic Code's mother? We have to talk. And you know what your grown ass 40+ something daughter is doing on YouTube? Can we talk?
And your mom would be like, what the fuck is a genetic code? What?
Well, she wouldn't say fuck. I guarantee that. She'd just hang up on them. But yeah, really, it's just utterly ridiculous.
Well, and the same thing with kids. You're going to call someone's kid and say, do you know what your mother's doing? What? I mean, my kids would be like, no, I don't know, but I can imagine, and I'm sorry, that sucks for
As a
you.
matter of fact, I
gotta
really
go,
don't
bye.
care to know.
My kids are, no, one of my kids, especially if he's stoned, he'll be like, really? Do you want to know what the fuck she did to me when I was 7? And he'd go into these big long stories. They'd be like, all right, shut up. I don't want to hear it anymore.
Sorry they even tried to start anything.
Right. Okay, just deleting that number out of my friggin' phone.
Are you leaving Free Falling?
Huh?
Oh, thanks for the laughs. I was just wondering
Oh.
if Free Falling was leaving. I mean, you don't have to if you are. I was just going to say, I guess, good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are.
Yes, Amber, we all know that. And of course, 90% of the people that say that are the ones, they may not like Dorothy, like, you should never go real life. Okay, maybe Dorothy has, maybe Dorothy hasn't, but I can say quite a few of her subs actually have. Same with Natasha. A lot of those subs do, and they know full well what their subs are doing. They're not just sitting there like, don't know what's going on. No.
Well, it is a community and all, right?
It just, I don't know. Like I said, and like Tarzan, somebody calling his work. What the? That's where it gets bad. It gets really bad.
I mean, there's the whole thing, right? Like Amber says, YouTube should stay on YouTube. And I'm actually, just quickly, I want to touch upon that brief live that Sam did when she first started having some issues, right? So we know that Dorothy listened to it, but the stuff that came out of her mouth had absolutely no resemblance to what Sam had taken it. And that was where I started to have issue with Dorothy. Just because Sam chose on her channel to discuss some of her situation with people doesn't give you the right to turn it into fucking salacious gossip. There's a huge difference between taking somebody's story that they've already explained and sharing that story, and taking that story that somebody has put out themselves, and as I said, turning it into disgusting, salacious gossip.
Well, so when Dorothy first spoke about it, before all hell broke loose, she was semi-respectful. She even said, there's not a lot, something to the effect of, there's not a lot I can say. It's not my story to tell. She did make a video, so you can go over to her channel and watch the video. But as soon as shit hit the fan, then all of a sudden she's ripping her apart. And to me, that's the thing. It's like, I'll be respectful whether I like you or not, whether you pissed me off or not. If I'm going to be respectful when I like you, you piss me off, I'm still not going to cross that line. I'm still not going to, those things that were out of bounds an hour ago are not now okay to cross. I mean,
that's just it. She accelerated, right? Like, as you said, in the beginning, it started. And it became like it started turning into the salacious gossip. So I'm going to have her on my panel, right? Please come on my panel. And then we know that the final sort of nail in the coffin was when she tried to weaponize Sam against Jess. That was where I fucking kicked in, and I'm like, that's fucking enough. But even up to that point, you could see her accelerating in. It's now turned from go look at her video to, she's got a daughter that's got to change school districts and this and that. Like, she doesn't know a fucking nothing about that. Nothing about nothing. And that was what I resented.
Well, and the other thing is even
that was one of the things I resented. Sorry.
Right. But even us, friends of hers that she had confided in some stuff with us, we were, at least I was, and I know everybody else because I didn't think anybody else fucked up, we were very, very careful to not say anything that she hadn't already said. And even then we still didn't go into details. We just barely touched on it because, and there was, when the shit hit the fan with her, and I remember Amber in the chat was like, she was irate, and Amber gets frustrated. Don't get me wrong. Amber can be a badass bitch, but I've never seen her that pissed off. And I just happened to talk to Sam later that night, and we were talking about a whole bunch of other things. Then she wanted to know what's going on YouTube. And I said, no, you don't want to know what's going on YouTube. She's like, no, I do. I want you help take my mind off this. So I told her, and she was like, and I said, we really wanted to friggin' go live and call her out, but we didn't. She's like, just do it. And I'm like, well, we didn't want to do it without talking to you. And of course we weren't going to talk to you about it right now because you got other shit.
We got more important things to contend with than Dorothy's fuckery.
Right. And that's when she said, you guys know me well enough. You know what I would do, so just feel free. And I'm like, so you're giving us the green light? She's like, yeah, you guys, I trust you guys, and even then we still didn't talk in details, deep down details about the shit she was going through, even though she had told us we can if we want to,
But that's where I guess the common sense. I mean, there's just everyone's everything doesn't have to be out there for everybody to know. And I think we've been friends a long time, but I think we just sort of have it ingrained in us as people that we know where that line is. There's just what you do and what you don't do. And putting out everybody's or someone's entire laundry list is just not cool.
No, it's not. It's and there's things where she hasn't told us, or at least she hasn't told me. There's things where she'll put some cryptic comment, and I'm like, what does that mean? But even then, I don't need to know. If I need to know, she will tell me. I'm like that in real life too. I don't bug the shit out of my friends going, so what happened now? What happened now? What happened now?
Well, when somebody does that, they're the last people I want to tell anything to.
Yeah. So for somebody who, according to her, she knows Salty. At least she knew Salty when she first started being all friendly and wanted to do a fundraiser for her. I know Salty. I've known her for 3 years. Blah 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 blah. And she was going to do a fundraiser for her and for some other woman named Rosebud. Then all hell broke loose with Salty. So clearly she's not going to do a fundraiser for her. But
that was after she had said at the end of January, though. She already admitted she'd had a falling out with Sam and wasn't going to be doing a fundraiser for her anyway.
Well, but she still hasn't done one for this Rosebud person, right? So clearly that was just a bunch of shit. And clearly she just wanted to have Sam. If she wanted to do a fucking fundraiser, she could have done it. She didn't need any super secret information. There was enough out there. If she wanted to, all she had to do was play Sam's video and say, okay, you guys, let's raise some money for her. She could have let, I can't remember whoever it was wanted to drop her PayPal link in her chat. She could have let her do that. No, she didn't, because she wanted to have Sam on her panel to draw in the the fuck evers. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. It's just gross, and it gives you a bad feeling.
Yeah.
Just. So Darzen says Dot is nothing without NC. Well, because she relied on NC for that protection and NC's subs for that protection. I saw somebody else make a comment somewhere about her being a mosquito around
hovering around Granny's watching.
And I just gotta say, so there's been quite a few through the years. Not through the years. I can't even say that. And now I'm like Dorothy. I'm just exaggerating. A month is a year.
It was decades. It's decades through all the decades, not years.
So there's been several, at least in the past few months, when I've even learned who the hell Natasha was. There's many channels that are anti-Natasha, right? Why is she so obsessive about Granny's watch? I don't get it.
It's a sick obsession.
I mean, the only thing I can figure is I watched Granny's watching numbers just fucking skyrocket, right? Which Dorothy's did too. When Dorothy had the Bash Kelly channel, she wasn't getting a whole lot. I mean, she had a lot of us from this community because we knew her from that. But when she switched over to hating Natasha Cooper, then her numbers went up. But then Granny came on. Granny started talking about Natasha Cooper. Her numbers surpassed Dorothy's at some point. And that's the only thing I could, because I mean, even back then she couldn't dog on her. And I still don't understand the whole dogging on her for her fucking looks. Because the last time I checked, which is also funny, Dorothy likes to say, well, I've showed myself on camera on accident, but at least I did it. Okay, whatever, not the same. But so she talks shit about people that don't show their sub counts and people who won't cam up. Last time I checked, Jur didn't have her sub count shown, and Jur has never fucking cammed up. I don't personally find anything wrong with either one of those things.
Well, and this whole camming up as any type of an argument for anything is really utterly just absolutely nonsensical and ridiculous as any type of a justification for any argument, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, when you got people running around calling parents and jobs and shit, I want to know who the fuck would cam up at this point. Seriously. I mean, like I said, I don't find anything wrong. You want to hide your subs. You don't want to go on camera. I'm perfectly fine with that. You know, unless I plan on marrying you, I don't need to know what the fuck you look like. But apparently Dorothy seems to think that's a bad thing. And I always found it really odd. Like she's going on and on, like digging into Granny about this and that. And Jer's just sitting there on the panel. And I think, how awkward is that? And then Dorothy goes in.
Not awkward enough to get off the panel.
No, not that awkward, or not awkward enough to go, well, you know, Dorothy, I don't go on camera because I'm private and I don't think I should, or I don't show myself because it's nobody's friggin' business. You know, I mean, that's probably what I would say. The other thing is, Dorothy, people that delete lives. How many fucking lives has she deleted in the past few weeks? Jesus Christ. But it's gotten really bad because
all my videos are up. I've got nothing to hide. I stand behind everything I say, said Dorothy many months ago.
Yeah, not a true statement anymore.
I don't think it ever fucking was.
Yeah. But, you know, I think she thinks if she deletes it right away, again, she seems to think people just don't know. Like, I'll do this 10-hour live and I'll delete it and people won't know that I did a 10-hour live and I deleted it. So then tomorrow I'm going to get on there and I'm going to talk shit about Granny for deleting hers. Like, what? Again, self-awareness.
Well, again, and if you've done nothing wrong and you have nothing to hide, why does it need to be privated? You know, I mean, I could understand, I mean, in terms of maybe privating it, you know, briefly to go through chat and if there was any comments that might have been, but put it back up. But no, she just puts it right on private and it stays on private.
Well, honestly, to tell you the truth,
hi, handsome.
I don't even have a problem with that. I mean, I know that there are some creators that delete their lives and they have their own reasons for it. That's fine. But then you can't turn around and talk shit about another creator that does it when you're doing it. That's my point.
But it just, it seems to be no matter, you know, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Everybody, well, not everybody, but it seems okay. So as you said, somebody puts their live on private or deletes it right after. They may have their very own innocent, that has nothing to do with YouTube whatsoever, anybody on YouTube, why they're deleting it, but everybody automatically goes to that negative. It's got to be for a vindictive or a bad reason.
Right.
It never can just be because, you know, they have no space or whatever it might be. It's just a simple reason. There's a very easy explanation. No, it's got to be a conspiracy. It's got to be a bad thing. There's got to be shit going on behind the scenes with it.
I mean, I know certain creators, they don't leave any of their lives up. That's fine. I mean, it's kind of annoying when I miss them, you know, because then I'm like, damn it.
Yeah.
But other than that, and I never for a single second thought that there was some nefarious reason why they weren't leaving it up. I assumed they had their own reason and it wasn't for me to question. It was just.
But that seems to be the mindset on here with Dorothy and crew, is that everything instantly goes to a nefarious mindset reason. Nothing can just be because that's sort of just the way it is, or there's a logical or reasonable explanation. It always has to be nefarious.
Right. Yep. And I have to believe that there's a lot of people that have seen that come from her for what it is. I mean, and maybe they have, hence the turnover of subs. Yes, I was just going to read that. It's so funny that the poor woman's on panel and she can't get a word in edgewise, so she has to type it in. Jesus Christ.
Oh my God, I didn't even realize it was Susan. I was just looking at the actual comment. Oh, poor Welsh lady.
See what happens when
I don't
Jen
have
and I
any
get on a panel?
Mm-hmm. What?
So, yes. So her losing her shit, again, we've all seen this escalate, right? We've seen her kind of lose her shit, you know, a few months ago where she'd get a little snappy. She would get a little, and then, you know,
I'm talking on my panel.
Yeah. But the total losing her rabbit ass mind. Like I said, trust me, I can do the same. I have been known to do the same. When I get mad, I'm a screamer. But I wouldn't do it online. I wouldn't do that for the whole entire internet to hear, because first off, you looked ridiculous. You looked like a crying baby because my bestie has people up there talking about, and I can't defend myself. Like, you sound stupid. You sound like a child. And then, you know, you had to go in.
We expected the whole world, because it wasn't like it wasn't like, and maybe that was part of the persona she was trying to feed off to people that didn't see it. it wasn't like a juror started up alive with that Lori and CJ on panel. It was her and Dorothy to start out with. It was just the two of them. And then whatever happened with Dorothy, she dropped off and the other two came up. Dorothy expecting the whole fucking world, YouTube included, to come to a screeching halt because she says she doesn't have internet.
This is my life.
Right. Yes. Right there.
Yeah. And it wasn't even on her fucking panel. Like, it wasn't even on her channel, I mean.
So what she does with her non-internet that she doesn't have, she's obsessively messaging juror, and with the internet she doesn't have, she gets into StreamYard and closes out the live right on juror. Like, so.
Well, and that's my point. So let's give her a benefit of every doubt that her internet did go out. Right? She's upset. She's upset. She's upset because she can't defend herself. The second she has the ability to defend herself again because her internet's back, she doesn't go on the panel because she knows damn well she can't face all those people at once because they're going to fucking put her right in the corner and bury her like she deserves to be. She decides to be a sneaky, shady shit and go and pull the plug on the live itself. If that doesn't scream she's got shit to hide, then nothing else will for some of these people.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, she's always saying, you know, I'll get up to anybody. I have nothing to hide, blah, blah, blah. But she only goes up on certain panels. And I get, most people don't want to go into the Lion's Den. I get that. Jurors Live wasn't the fucking Lion's Den at the time. Why wouldn't she go up? Because in my mind, I would jump up on that panel, even if I was pissed off at my friend for doing that, which I wouldn't be because I think that's ridiculous. But I would assume that if I got up there, shit got too hot, my friend would maybe kick them off. Or if I have access, I can log into StreamYard, I can just kick them off. I don't need to cut down my friend's live, go over to another live, and again, crying, boo-hooing, snot, blah, blah, fake snot. I don't think for a second she was actually crying. But as soon as Juror's live ended and Juror came over, guess what? Man, those tears just fucking stopped and the anger
cried right up.
Yep.
Right up. Yep.
Darzan has to go to bed.
Well, I'm glad to see you, Darzan, because I knew it had been a long time since I've seen you. I'm glad you're doing well and you're still around and had hopefully a good break from the tubes.
Well, right now, honestly, it's fun. It's just entertaining to watch, to tell you the truth.
Well, no, and that's just it, Amber. Juror was letting them talk. I mean, it wasn't the straight out drag fest that Dorothy fucking has all the time at all. And she's gonna be like, Jesus Christ.
Well, wasn't that where CJ was trying to explain why she went over to
yeah.
Again, is she not allowed to make amends even though Dorothy's made amends with umpteen people, Natasha's made amends with umpteen people? Even if CJ, I mean, I don't know. I don't know much about CJ. I heard a couple different reasons, and I think she just should have stick with you know what? I just don't want to do this anymore. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of all the talking back and forth and the bullshit, and I just wanted it to end. I didn't start out that way. I started out pissed off. I wanted them to fucking stop talking about me. But once I got on panel and we started talking, I realized I just want it to stop. I don't want to be a part of this. So she didn't have to say she was doing it for the whole community, because I don't think she can't speak for the whole community. That's wrong. She should have just said, you made amends for your reason, Dorothy. I made amends for mine. So fuck you.
Well, and Dorothy, just because, she always has this way of, if it was me, I would have done this, I would have done that. Just because what you would do does not make it right.
Oh, can I say that too? And I've got no dog in this race, obviously. But the whole thing about the money that Natasha gave to CJ for the teeth. Okay, so first off, Natasha is according to Natasha, she's very, very hurt that CJ would even entertain sending the money back, because that was a gift from her and her daughter. She wanted her to have it. It was a wedding gift, and it hurt her to hear CJ was going to give it back. Dorothy, from the word jump, she was like, she needs to send that money back. She needs to send that money back. And then when she was on a panel after CJ sent it back, or it got sent back. I know there's a whole goat rope around it, but it got sent back. Dorothy was on a panel with Natasha. She's like, so I heard that somebody sent you the money to pay you back for what you sent. And she says, yes, she did. She's like, good, good, good. And then Natasha goes in saying, no, I mean, I didn't want it back. I didn't expect it back. It was a gift. And, you know, basically explaining it, her feelings. Dorothy's still running around going, well, she should have. Now it's not good enough that she sent it back, even though Natasha said she didn't want it back. Now she should have sent it back immediately. So shame on you, CJ. Shame on you. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake, Dorothy, Jesus Christ. You know, there's a war going on. There's wars going on all over the world. There are people starving. There are children and animals being abused. And you're worried about how fast she fucking sent the money back to somebody that you know nothing about and you had nothing to do with. Really? It's like fucking hell. Okay, I'm done now.
Well, that's what just goes to show. I mean, it's she's looking for conflict. That's what she's doing. It's intentional. She's looking for conflict. She's looking for reactions from people because it's going to feed her fucking empire.
See, that's the other thing. Look how many people in her chat for weeks now were like, oh, CJ, you're so funny. Oh, CJ, we love. Oh, CJ, you're great. CJ, the second her and Dorothy had a fight, well, I always knew she was this. I never liked her. Blah, blah. It's like, oh my God, you people.
But if Dorothy and CJ became friends the very next day, they'd be right back to, you're the best, CJ. We love you. Yeah, it's the mob. It's almost like that mob.
Yeah, and
mob
they'll say
mentality.
that. They'll say that. They'll say, I'm sorry for the things I said about you, CJ. I just got caught up in it. And CJ will, you know, and no, I'm not saying CJ would, but what I've seen when these things happen, like, oh, you know, it's okay. I understand. No, I'd be like, fuck you, bitch. You only get to call me a piece of shit once. You don't get to come back from that. I don't understand it. And again, I don't know the motivation for these people. It's not like, you know, because of this person, you're going to get like discounts at, you know, Safeway, or you're going to get, you know,
20% off Dorothy merch.
Right. So why jump on the bandwagon? I mean, if you all of a sudden decided you hated Welsh Lady, I'd be like, well, fuck you. I like her. I don't care what the hell you say. You know, you can drag her all
I'd say you can have her. I'm just kidding.
But I mean, I'm not, you know, just because you don't like her. No, I still like her. I think she's freaking awesome. And you don't like her digs. Well, you know, maybe you should Google some slams and shit. We know how that works for certain people, right? So Google some shit and get back at her. But these people, it reminds me of those birds where one bird turns and the whole flock goes with them. And it's like, boom, 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 all over the place.
Sheep.
I'm still going to like you, Welsh Lady. And I'm still going to like you, Suzanne. I don't care what genetic code says about you guys.
Do you notice Welsh Lady? I mean, I know you and I are talking a lot here, but notice Welsh Lady hasn't insulted me yet. She best be careful because I told her I'll kick her ass. Dan.
No, she's waiting for her moment. Trust me.
I know she is. And I wouldn't actually feel perfectly right if I didn't let her diss me at least once. I think it's come to be expected. Better make it a good one, though, Welsh Lady.
Just make sure you don't Google it. Because, you know, those are cheesy. Just don't Google
That's what she's been doing. Google some slams. Yeah.
They just come to me. It's your fault, Jen.
Oh, it's natural. Got it.
It just comes to me.
You make it so easy.
Exactly. What can I say?
Stop it. I'm feeling that you're so adorable when you're mad. Stop it, guys. You're killing my rough and tough exterior persona here. Arr!
Welsh Lady, we're gonna have to start a channel because she's gonna kick us both off and block us.
She will.
That's okay. I'll just use you for content for the next year.
That's okay. We'll just make shit up about you too. So
yeah.
Kimberly Faith, I'm gonna need you to start a channel for me, a little clip channel, and it's gonna be like anti-Welsh Lady, anti-Sherlock.
We're gonna bring receipts, but not really. We're just gonna say we're gonna bring receipts.
That's it. I'm gonna have to Photoshop some proof myself. The truth is in the Photoshop. I mean proof.
Oh, good Lord. If half of them were smart enough to do that, at least that'd be entertaining. But Jesus, they just like, and I'm bringing receipts. And then you're waiting and waiting and waiting. And you're like, okay, all right. I don't
Well,
know.
I was like,
I think I
Dorothy the
said
other day,
that in a
one
I
of
think
her
I said
streams,
that in
she
a
said,
chat the other day. There was somebody that did a live and said that they were going to have receipts. I'm like, did I blink and miss something? Where's the receipts?
I was just starting to say one of Dorothy's streams from her ER emergency hospital stay this week. She started out the live saying that she was going to show something about Jur. That she had the receipt, she had the proof, and then within like 20 seconds, of course, she was spitting vile about something else and then was never brought up again. So I mean that she's never shown one single ounce of proof of fucking anything other than her lying fucking yap.
Mm-hmm.
I got to read Larnie's comment. Larnie says, I hear Bubbles is free. She's not bad at photoshopping. You know, that's a possibility at this. You know, if everybody else can make amends. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Never would happen. Never would happen.
I can't understand why Dorothy was speaking for Natasha over the gift to JC, or CJ. It had nothing to do with her. It's like if Jen wanted to give me money, which definitely she wouldn't, and somebody says, well, you should give it back. I'd wait for Jen to ask for it. Or I'd give it to Jen. Do you know what I mean? You don't have to have Dorothy to tell you to do it.
Yeah, I agree. CJ was saying because she was getting so much flack. Personally, I would be like, if I were CJ, and I know Dorothy says it's if it were me, but I seriously at this point, if it were me with CJ, I would just say fuck you. If Natasha wants it back, she would ask for it back. Natasha made it clear she didn't want it back. In fact, she said it hurt her feelings that CJ was even contemplating giving it back in the beginning. I wouldn't fucking do what Dorothy wanted me to do. In fact, every fucking time
Dorothy needs to keep a big fat fucking beak out of everybody else's business and worry about her own for a fucking change.
Every time Dorothy would bring that up, I would play the clip of Natasha saying she didn't want the money back. That would be my only rebuttal to it every single time. So Dorothy, you know, but Natasha flat out told Dorothy she didn't want it back, and Dorothy still is playing on it. Like I didn't hear that. La 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 la. Fingers in her ear.
Well, I think there's probably multiple reasons for that. Part of it to make it look like she's supporting NC while at the same time stirring up fucking trouble.
Yes, between NC
and whoever, just everybody, just to stir up the drama shit to begin with overall. Right?
Yeah.
But I agree, Kimberly Faith. She said Dorothy was just mad NC didn't send her the cash. Yeah, she got instantly mad when Natasha offered to pay to get her teeth as a wedding present to her. I mean, everybody could see Dorothy was just friggin' just raging with jealousy.
Was she really? I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, she had a hard time because this was before they had this huge falling out, but a day before. But she had a hard time even talking about it through gritted teeth.
Well, and what? Why? I mean, it has absolutely, first of all, nothing to do with her.
Well, you tell us.
I guess that's the question of the year, right?
Yeah. What does anything have to do with?
Well, that's what I mean. She just sticks her busybody fucking beak into everybody's fucking business that nobody's interested in. Like, fucking, I'm just so tired of it. Beyond tired of it. Take your fucking bullshit somewhere else. It's not wanted over here. It's not welcome at all, ever.
So Amber says, really quick, Paul, AR, that's Arkansas. Amber says, Dorothy was saying CJ didn't order the teeth stuff with the money, plain and simple. It was between Natasha and CJ, but I can see why CJ would send it back. Damned if she does, damned if she doesn't. And I agree with that. Exactly. But I agree with that. But, you know,
I think this is probably the lesser of the two evils. She would have been ripped to shreds way more and for way longer had she kept it. Nobody would have ever let her live that down.
But to me, like I said, I think I'm just super, super friggin' stubborn. I wouldn't have sent it back unless Natasha asked me for it or unless Natasha even hinted to it. I wouldn't have sent it back.
But again, I mean, it's not our business, right? It's between those two, and it never should have even been public in the first fucking place.
They're still ripping her apart because Dorothy keeps bringing up she should have sent it back right away. So it fuck it. keep it and get, well, I mean, she is getting her teeth, because my understanding, and I could be wrong, was that somebody else paid Natasha back for CJ. So CJ is getting her teeth. And CJ said that she's going to pay that person back. From what I saw last, that person said, no, I don't want you to. And CJ said she's going to. But regardless, CJ's getting her teeth. I think that's great. It was a nice gesture from Natasha. And I'm sorry that it went the way it did. But honestly, Natasha, I'm sure she's not watching your live whatsoever, Jen. But just in case, Natasha, it totally got turned because of Dorothy.
Yep, because people not involved sticking their beaks into it.
Yeah, CJ didn't send the money back to hurt your feelings or anything like that. She sent it back because of the shit she was getting from Dorothy. And so if it did hurt Natasha's feelings, she has nobody to blame but her best friend or her bestie or whatever the fuck that she's calling her. I mean, I'm sure Dorothy calls her bestie. I don't think Natasha thinks Dorothy.
Oh, I don't think so either.
But your cohort, Dorothy, she's the one to blame because she led the charge about how awful, because she lost her income.
Well, and again, with the sharing, I'm sure, of those subs, a lot of, Natasha's subs would have been in Dorothy's and maybe hearing that. And I'm not trying to justify anybody's shitty behavior, but some of those subs being in there that didn't know were listening to Dorothy, right? And they're like, probably were, may possibly have been going after CJ too. I mean, that's just it. It creates a snowball negative fucking effect. And that's exactly what Dorothy wants to do. She wants everybody pitted against everybody and fighting. That is her ultimate goal.
Yeah.
It is.
Suzanne says again, Jesus Christ, Jen, you and I need to go on mute and let those two talk. So Suzanne says in the chat, then after she's bastardized everyone, she wonders why things are turning out as they have. Where is she an expert on anything? Anywhere? Anyone? The
only expertise she has is on overall fuckery. I am actually going to meet you guys for a couple seconds. I'm my dinner here is almost ready, so I just have to bang pots and stuff.
So you're going to mute us, or you're going to mute you?
I'm muting. Oh, did I say muting you guys? I'm muting me starting now.
Okay. I'm thinking, why do we have to get muted because your food's showing up? What the hell?
Come on, the new weed is good. Give me a break. All right, I'll be back.
Oh, yeah. So anyways, I mean, I do feel bad for CJ because I don't know Natasha. I could be wrong, but I from what I saw, it looked like that was given with good intentions. I didn't know that CJ was getting married, and I thought that was a nice gesture. It was a really nice gesture because it was like $1,000 American, like 750 pounds or something. It was a lot of money.
Yeah,
and it was a very nice gesture, and I get where CJ was saying that it was all tainted because of Dorothy, but on the other hand, if she could have stepped away from the Dorothy bullshit for a minute and realized that Dorothy's comments don't reflect on the good gesture that Natasha made, she should have just kept the money, in my opinion.
Also, it was at the time Natasha couldn't get on her channel and say, look.
Yeah, that's right. Because there was a couple times where I saw CJ saying, Natasha and I have talked, we've texted, but yeah, Natasha couldn't get on. She went on a couple panels.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was at a time when Natasha couldn't address the situation.
Right. But she did address it at one point when her and Dorothy, I don't know if Natasha was on Dorothy's panel or they were both on someone else's, but I remember Dorothy almost like she thought, okay, good. But, she's like, so did I hear right? Blah, 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 blah. And Natasha says, yes. She's like, oh, good. At least she did that much. And then Natasha's like, no, I didn't want her to do that. But Dorothy acted like she just didn't even hear Natasha saying that. Like, I'm glad she paid you back. Natasha's sitting there telling you she didn't want it back. It made no sense to me.
No.
Well, you would think sorry, I'm just waiting for something to finish before I can strain it, so I'm going to interrupt. But you would think the normal, I guess, knee-jerk reaction would be like, oh, that's really nice of you, not to fucking rip it all to shreds and make everything. I mean, that's all Dorothy does is rip people to shreds and make everything into a bad, negative situation. Other than people that are her besties and on her side, I have never once heard her say anything fucking positive about anybody.
No.
Hi, handsome. Like nothing. I mean, it blows my mind at how She's so comfortable in her skin day after day, fucking hour after hour, all the time, ripping mostly women to shreds.
Yeah. And pitting them against each other as well.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's not what women are supposed to do. They're not supposed to pit people against each other intentionally, too. I mean, I still believe everything she's doing is calculated and planned.
Well, it is calculated, but I do think she still lacks the self-awareness when she says, the whole contradictory shit. I don't think that that's malicious. I think she just is that fucking stupid. Like,
I see what you mean. Yeah, no, I wasn't. Sorry, Cheryl. I wasn't trying to say earlier that I didn't. I'm sorry if I.
Yeah, but she definitely is calculated. She knows how to.
Lack of self-awareness.
Because I
think some of it is manipulated too, right? She tries to play in real life. She's not.
I think she's probably been like this in real life, where she's stirred shit, in real life, and she knows how to do it. Because this kind of shit, unless you just live on Days of Our Lives and Guiding Light and shit, you don't really know how to do this. And she's done it so well. But everything that goes up goes down. And, I think she's had her heyday and she's starting to get exposed. She's running out of people. Now she's having to circle back, right? So I saw Vivian in her comments. All of a sudden, Vivian now is back in her chat. She's having to recycle people because
when
she's
you
ran
pissed
out.
off you pissed off people within every different community and corner community and sub community of YouTube. I mean, we saw this was going to sort of end up being the case months ago when we kind of called her out on her bullshit. I mean, at that point, she was starting to think she was being smart by spreading herself out with different people of different communities. Well, she didn't really think too well that those communities, her fuckery would be called out and caught, that those communities would start to come together, and eventually those people are going to, from different communities, start talking with each other and realize what's going on. She's running out of people.
There's a whole new issue on YouTube, a new subject. It's Dot.
Right. It's kind of funny because Natasha had a lot of hate channels after her. Now it's becoming but you know what? I think even that she likes that because she's like that really pain in the ass kid that you grow up with, where even bad attention is good attention.
Well, yeah, she's still getting attention and thinks that still makes her fuck.
So Paul says, since Dorothy is a know-it-all, she should answer all questions in a tell-all live. Right?
She can't because she's a coward. That's why she stands alone on her channel, because she can't she's such a coward, and she knows the bullshit and the extent that she's gone to. She could not face a panel of people because, as I said earlier, we would all fucking bury her at once because of the shit she's pulled. She'd be called out, and busted once and for all.
Yeah, I think the only way to actually do a thing with Dorothy is, first off, find a semi-neutral channel, and the rules are you can't get pissed off and leave the fucking chat.
She'd never agree to it.
No,
she would never do it.
She wouldn't, because she doesn't have a rational argument. And we heard that with oh my gosh, who was the person that was on the panel?
Queen Bee?
No, it was on fuck. I can't remember who it was. Oh no, was it that Brittany girl maybe?
What was the
I don't know
contact?
these people well enough. It was somebody who was on there, and she wasn't. Oh, it wasn't against Dorothy. It was against Natasha. Natasha was losing her shit and kept calling her.
Mandy C.
No,
kept calling her a dumb bitch.
No, it wasn't Mandy C.
No,
it was not
Melissa
Mandy.
J.
Maybe it was Melissa. Yes, it was Melissa Jade.
They're calling her a dumb bitch and a whore.
You dumb bitch. And that's how I was actually surprised that she didn't leave. Now, Dorothy would scream like what she did when she lost her shit. And, she would leave. She would just leave a panel. She wouldn't be able to come back with, okay, so tell me something that you think I did wrong. Okay, I think you did that. And she wouldn't be able to explain where she's coming from. She would just get kind of like how Natasha did. Just
we saw what she tried to pull when Jura had CJ and that Lori chick on her panel, right? It turned out I don't have internet. Oh, my best friend, she should have stopped the live.
That was my live.
Yes, My bestie stabbed me in the back. Like,
How could
Which-
she have him on her panel and I wasn't there to defend myself? I told her I didn't have internet. Oh, I pulled the plug. Everything's still up my membership now.
like, oh fuck. Oh my god. That, I mean, as horrific as it was amusing. It was amusing.
It was
I'm talking on my panel.
And I'm not, I mean, we've made it clear. I'm not a fan of jurors, but she handled herself very well, in my opinion. I probably would have had a lot more to say in her chat at that point. Or you know what? Guess what? If you have the login to the same StreamYard you're using, guess what I'm going to do to your live right now? That's what I'm going to do. I think Juror handled herself pretty well in that moment.
She's very patient.
She's what?
She's patient.
Well, yeah,
She's
I mean,
very
I'll give
patient.
her that. She's definitely, I mean, in some regard, in terms of like not coming out and trashing Dorothy. I mean, in that regard, yeah, she has handled herself well, far more diplomatic. Well, I mean, Dorothy and diplomatic aren't even, you can't put those words together, but for lack of a better term, she's definitely been far more diplomatic.
Emerald Kimmy, it was on her clapback channel. It wasn't on her Surviving the Storms channel. It was on her clapback channel, and then she took it down because she knows she looked like a fool. She completely made an ass out of herself.
Which stream is she looking for? Which we know is probably
the one where she freaked out on Juror. That was on the clapback channel, and she deleted it. I'm gonna go on mute. I'll be right back.
Okay. Fuckery. Oh, excuse me. Okay, I'm gonna put some food in my mouth. If you two give me, I'm gonna put you on mute so I'm not chewing in everybody's ear.
Thank God for that, Sue. We can have a chat now. How are you, love?
Talk amongst yourselves.
We are. Don't worry. You carry on eating. Oh, I hope she's got 3 courses.
This is your chance to really get me and insult me while because I am gonna put you on mute right now while I eat. So do or die, baby.
What? You're putting me on mute.
Sorry, I keep meaning me. I'm putting me on mute. Sorry. I don't realize I'm even saying that. Sorry, guys. I'm not going to mute you. It's me I'm muting.
Oh, right. So, Sue, how are you, love?
I'm not bad, thank you, darling. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Shirley, you all right? Are you still with us?
Yep, I just had to walk away for a minute. So not that anybody cares, but my grandson got a little bug, not a flu, but a little stomach bug, because he's so adorable that nobody in the family could stop kissing him even when he was sick. We have all in turn gotten sick.
Oh no!
I'm just. Oh my gosh! I'm just getting over it. And his mom is now sick, so I had to go do something while she's jumping in the shower. I gotta go take care of him. I'll be right back.
Somebody sounds unhappy. And I think that's probably why the little video that Cheryl sent us that showed us earlier, where he was shaking his head and it wasn't a good day, probably comes from the fact that he's still not feeling really well. So I guess it turns out Cheryl seemed to think it was maybe he was teething, but I guess it was like a little bug. He's on the mend now, free falling. Like Cole's come on the other side of it, like he's at the side of almost being better. But yeah, I guess he had a really high temperature there, and caused some alarm. And now has gotten the rest of the family sick too.
Yeah. So I was sick yesterday. Like I said, I'm feeling better today. I'm just not
sound perfectly fine. You're a liar. You were never sick. No, you sound
I feel perfectly fine. I just don't have an appetite, and that is not a bad thing whatsoever.
But I don't even notice it. Yeah, I don't hear that. Like in your, I mean, I obviously didn't talk to you yesterday or anything, but even in your voice, I mean, that's why I was, because you were kind of quiet. But you were muting. I'm like, are you still not feeling well? But I don't hear.
No, I was just muting because there's stuff going on. So then, no, you can't touch that. So then his dad brings him up this morning. His dad looks like shit. And I'm like, oh,
Oh, no.
no. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, crap. And today is actually McKenna's birthday. And
Oh,
he said,
no.
yeah, he said,
That
can you
she's
watch?
sick. Not, oh, no, it's her birthday. Happy birthday, McKenna.
Yeah. So he said, can you watch him for a minute? I want to go smoke a cigarette. I said, where's McKenna? He's like, she's sick. And I'm like, son of a. So then my son comes over because he lives in the back apartment with my sister. And he's like, so Darlene wants a couple of your ginger ales because I bought ginger ale yesterday when I was sick. And I'm like, is she sick? He's like, yep. And I'm like, son of a bitch. We're all just going to take turns being sick.
Well, it seems like it's only, I mean, not that I'm happy you guys are sick at all, but it seems like it's a 24, 48 hour thing.
It didn't. I mean, Cole's still a little out of it. I mean, you saw that video that I showed you guys. He's still not super happy like he normally is, but he doesn't have a fever anymore. And
well, that's what I said him with his head shaking today, that little video. I mean, you could tell he was, obviously still not himself and at the tail end of it. And obviously he's little, but for you adults, you're obviously going to get over it that much quicker.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. Like I said, I'm just not hungry, but that's not the
But you're perfectly fine with not being hungry too.
I am. I'm fine. Like I said, I've got enough in reserve. I could probably not eat for a few weeks and still I'm good. So yeah, anyway, so that's what I had to go on mute because she came out. She's like, can you watch him? I just puked all over the place. I need to take a
Oh.
So happy birthday, honey. Anyway. I'm sorry. Her husband bought her a cake she can't eat. She can't even look at. It sucks.
Oh, bless.
So now Cole's sitting here with me. And so no cussing, you guys, because he's never heard a cuss word in his life.
He's trying to say one.
McKenna's like, Mom, if his first word is the F word, I'm going to be mad. I'm like, it's not going to be the F word. It's going to be shit. We're working on shit. It's easier.
Dum-dum.
Yeah, dum-dum. There you go. Dum-dum.
Now that would be cute coming from a little baby. Not cute coming from a grown-ass fucking woman.
From a dusty bitch.
A real dusty bitch.
A dusty bitch with one foot in the grave. It's not so cute. Jesus.
She said.
God.
What?
I'm going to be awake all night now after drinking 2 strong coffees.
Okay, so Larnie, she says this, what does ginger ale taste like? Closest thing we have to here. Always wanted to know. So yeah.
You don't have ginger ale down there?
You're going to have to answer that one, Suzanne. I don't know what they have down there.
It makes me sneeze. It gets up my nose.
I only like flat. I'm not a fan of ginger at all unless it's gingerbread cookies or flat ginger ale. I cannot stand like ginger that you get.
Yeah,
like on
but
the
this isn't all about you. It's not all about you.
Okay, I'm gonna smoke. Carry on.
No, I wanted Suzanne to say what is equivalent in Australia to kind of give Larnie an idea to what ginger ale tastes like.
What's the Aussie variation of ginger ale? Sorry?
There is ginger ale there. I don't drink it though. It makes me sneeze. It gets up my nose.
Lady Witch, carbonated
so
ginger
tea. You have it there. You just haven't seen it before.
It's there. I don't drink it. I just generally drink water or coffee. I don't drink fizzy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't normally, except for when I'm sick in my stomach, because I'm like one of those 24/7 coffee drinkers. Like I go to bed with a cup of coffee and I drink it, until I go to sleep. So when I wake up, like yesterday morning, I wake up and just the thought of coffee makes me sick. I need to find something else. So I'll drink some tea, but if it gets really bad, I have ginger ale. So that's why I bought ginger ale. But it didn't get that bad. I was fine keeping the tea down.
Well, it's a good thing you have the stockpile of ginger ale for the rest of the family.
Right, because everybody's broke into it now. We got a 12-pack, and I think I've got like 6 left because everybody's like, can I have one?
I'd be charging them quadruple the price for that. Might as well make money off that, right? Make it big. Make it off your family. Make money off your family now.
Why do you drink that, Cheryl? What does it do for you?
Well, it's easy. It settles the stomach. Ginger settles the stomach. So they always say, like, if your car's sick or something for nausea.
But it should be flat ginger ale. It should be
No, it
flat.
does. It's just any ginger. It's just any ginger. You know.
Oh,
if
is
you're-
it any ginger? I thought it was
Yeah,
all ginger ale.
yeah. So if you're like seasick or car sick, you can get ginger candy or just any kind of ginger is supposed to settle the stomach.
Well, I can't stand, you know, the ginger you get when you get like sushi and stuff, like
Yeah,
that,
pickled
that
ginger.
kind
I
of
love
ginger.
that.
Oh my god, I can't do it. Can't do it.
Oh, I love that stuff.
Oh,
Yum.
you guys can have all the ginger. I can't stand that stuff. Like I won't eat it. Wow.
I love ginger. I love ginger in any form, really. But that's what ginger's good for. So that's why a lot of times when you get sick, drinking ginger ale is supposed to be good for you.
Ah, somebody sounds happy. Hi, Cole.
He said,
Did you
hi.
just say hi?
He did in a weird way.
Hi, Cole.
He's looking at the screen. You have to go on camera so he can see you.
Okay, hang on. I gotta put my pipe down. I don't think I should be smoking in front of the young lad. Little young for that. It sounded like he said hi.
It did. Sometimes he does, like the video today. He's learning what no means, but I don't think he was saying, but it looked appropriate.
It looked like, yeah, absolutely. Okay, I gotta look here where it is. Hi, Cole. Hi, Cole.
Who's that?
Hi. Is he on? No.
Yeah.
I'm still no, well, yeah, but I can't see. See, I'm looking over now at my flat screen. Now I'm here. Hi, Cole. Hi, handsome man.
He's smiling and he's
Hi,
waving.
baby boy.
He's smiling and waving.
Oh,
Oh, he's reaching for the screen. He's reaching. Yeah. So, yeah, he will not come on camera because it's the friggin' internet and people are psycho. So, no.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I forgot that for a minute we weren't in our little group.
We
there
weren't
for
in a
second.
private chat.
Yeah.
All right.
Like, why can't I
enough
see him? I forgot about that. My apologies.
Enough about the baby. That can get boring. So, not that I care, but well, I don't know. I guess I don't care.
Ah, exactly, Cole. That's how we feel. Ah.
Has anybody checked to see what her live is about? I'm sure it's riveting.
It looked like I kind of quickly just stopped in. She was just up on screen herself, and it looked like they were talking about her surgery. Yeah.
It looked like what?
The chat was talking about her recovery.
she did
Oh,
it.
hang on.
So did she get her surgery, hopefully? I know she's been working on it all week.
I don't want to put her on, but
Is she booked in for like a lobotomy or something?
any what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to show her. I just don't want to show her. I don't want to stream her, but I don't know. She's showing something that has nothing to do.
Yeah.
There's nothing exciting there.
So, okay. All right. You know, and I'm just saying this, you know, as entertaining as it has been this past week, I would like to say, I mean, I really would like it to just stop, you know. CJ, Granny's watching, Jur, all this crap floating around. There's new names that I've never heard of, Gen X, and I've heard of Melissa Jade, but I've never really watched her.
Yeah, Mandy's getting dragged into it too. Like, just
Mandy.
fucking cope. Yeah, everybody just, you know, the whole stay in your lane. Like, but that's what Dorothy is all about. That's what she wants to do. She wants to fucking stir it up, and I mean, we all just have to stop. And that includes the majority, fucking the subs and everybody have to stop feeding into it. That's where it has to start.
Well, I mean, if you want to classify yourself as a drama channel, this is what we're going to do. So basically, it's like a staged, you know, I don't know, is it still called WWE or WWF or whatever, you know, the fake. Sorry if anybody disagrees.
Oh, yeah, the fake wrestling that my grandfather used to think was real.
Yeah, so the controversies between the wrestlers, you know, is all contrived. If you want to do that, you know, then that's fine. But the problem is I think some people may not be on the same page. I get the feeling that Granny's watching didn't agree to partake in this, you know.
Well, that doesn't that's not open season for Dorothy to go after whoever she fucking wants to drag into her fucking escapade.
Well, right. But we've heard we've heard, of course, we haven't seen proof, but we've heard that Dorothy wanted to try to fake arguments with certain people, like what CJ said, So if that's the case and that's what you want to do because that's your thing on YouTube, fine. Okay. But the problem is that not everybody that you're going after has agreed to that. That's a boundary. That's a line. Don't stick to the people who are like, yeah, let's do this. Let's pretend like we hate each other. Let's say some shit. Blah, 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 blah. But don't just
all of those people in the WWE all signed up to be in that ring and taking the fuckery.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say is, but just to randomly find someone and then to attack is just insane.
Yeah, but exactly. But I mean, that would be our perfect world, right? We know what a cesspit fucking YouTube is. But I still want to know how the hell Natasha Cooper comes down before AD. That I'd like to fucking know. That we'll never know. But I mean, at the end of the day, how does that happen? How is that motherfucker still up?
I watched Truth Be Told's video last week. Oh my lord. She done his head and he looked like a smurf.
I saw that I did see that video. It looked like the cone head.
Yeah, he looked like a smurf.
Yep.
Wait, I missed that.
I said it was a troll filter. I'm like, is that like if she find a troll filter?
Yeah, that's what I mean, a troll, a smurf. Oh god,
it was hilarious.
So funny.
I don't think any of us will ever know what terms of service she initially broke that took her channels down, but she was pretty flagrantly flouncing the fact that she was going to be bouncing back up. She's broken some sort of terms of service, but her circumventing the ban certainly did not, I think, help in her overall cause or case.
Yeah, I've heard several different reasons. I mean, if people talk about how she, sold her makeup and stuff, that's against terms of service. I don't know if that is, but all her fundraisers was another thing. I don't know. But yeah, I think
like my understanding
when she's already on their radar, they already took 2 channels down. She popped back up with another one. They took that one down. She should have just friggin' stayed down. But she did get on her crime channel, but she was using her crime channel profile to go on other channels, and I think that's what got their attention. So that's when they yanked the crime channel. She kept saying that she's not going to go live on her crime channel one because she doesn't want to jeopardize that one. But she used that profile to go on all these other channels.
But she could have still been, I mean, she might not have had, for all we know, she may have been blocked from the ability to upload or do lives too because of whatever they were investigating. Because she always threatened that she was, not threatened, but she said she was going to go live. She's going to go live. She never put up any videos or anything since she had that ban that I saw. So she might have been blocked if you remember like AD was. No, he could make community posts, but he couldn't go live or upload.
She may have been, but I mean, she may have been, but I believed her when she said she wasn't going to jeopardize her crime channel by talking about this crap by going live on that channel. And I get that. I wouldn't have either, but I also wouldn't have used that profile if that's the case, because even though you're not going live, that profile is still showing as active and running around.
Well, I also wouldn't be screaming from the Raptors and like kiss my fucking ass kind of channels and literally day after day after she loses one channel for circumventing popping up on another one. I mean, there's something at the end of the day, we know this whole it's false flagging that brought it down is bullshit. YouTube does not just get a bunch of reports, for a whole shitload of reports will say 10,000 reports all at once saying Natasha's doing this, and YouTube blindly goes, okay, and just like flicks the channel and takes it down. That's not how it fucking works. It reminds me so much, like AD with NK went in and they didn't investigate anything she said. They just blindly believed her and stopped the investigation. Like, come on, people, use your common sense.
Oh,
I'm not saying that Natasha's channel, original channel, whatever happened may have been for not the right reason. I don't know. That's between her and YouTube. I don't think she's ever going to tell anybody what really happened. I mean, hell, she may not even know. I'm still waiting. What?
So
a year later to find out why my first one got taken down. I never got a notification.
I can guarantee that no matter keep checking backstage really quick. Check backstage because Suzanne dropped herself off.
Yeah, I've got it
She's
right
coming
open.
back. So I can guarantee that at least at some point in the past 3.5 years, there have been more people that have reported AD than reported Natasha. I guarantee it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
his didn't get taken down for mass reporting because mass reporting isn't a thing. I mean, yes, people mass report. Mass reporting isn't a justification for something being taken down. I did hear a creator say that the other day. If there's enough reports, YouTube will just automatically take it down and then they'll view it. And I'm thinking, no, that's not how it works. AD mass reporting would have gotten him down. The only reason Natasha lost her channels and then lost sequential channels after that is because she was doing something against terms of service. What that is, I don't know, but it had nothing to do. Again, you can mass report someone all day long. If they're not doing anything wrong, they're not going to lose 1, 2, 3, 4 channels. 4 channels in 1 week. Not going to happen.
Exactly. And the mass reporting, for it to even be, if it were to be effective, every single report would have to be actually valid in YouTube's eyes for them to act on it. Laurie, I'm having a bad day with autocorrect. It's changing, adding, deleting words and letters. I did not date Granny's watching. That's tomorrow. That's going to be the top of the YouTube fucking charts tomorrow. They've been conspiring all this time with Jer, with CJ.
So, Jessica, get prepared for that. There's going to be an onslaught now.
Marnie, that's really pathetic.
That will keep you going for the week.
Pathetic. Get a grip.
The only Dorothy impression I can do is I'm talking on my channel.
Love it.
Well, I would say the pathetic. I could do that good, but I hate spitting all over my friggin' screen. But you can't do it the way she does it without spitting. You just can't.
Never.
I'll just go with that. Jessica.
I think it was more at least. Oh, where did that go? 3 channels. So I think it was more because she lost her recliner, 2.0. She did 3.0. Then she had that Kiss My Southern Sass channel, was the last one she created that went down, plus her true crime one. And God knows what else. I think there was another one.
No, it was that 4. It was that 4.
4. Yeah.
Because she lost the 2.0, so then she came back with the 3.0, and then she told everybody it doesn't matter. They can keep taking it down because I got up to 8.0 or 9.0.
80. No, it was 80. She had recliner 80 or something.
Something. And then all of a sudden, after the 3.0 got taken, then all of a sudden she comes back with the Southern Sass one. So it's like, what happened to 4.0? I thought we were learning how to count.
Well, I think that Southern Sass one, which was the one that went down just before her true crime channel, that's the one that she did that roast on, I guess. I didn't see any of that.
That's the one where she really seemed to lose her shit a lot more because I think she was getting frustrated and fed up. And then when she lost that one, she went on a few panels using her true crime one, using that profile.
Well, that's true, because you'd see her in the chat with it too. Yeah, you're right.
And it's so funny though, is people would try to tell her that, if you have all your channels associated with each other, then you're breaking terms of service, because once you get a channel taken down, you're not supposed to come back on a new channel. And she's like, that's not how it works, you dumbass. That she would tell everybody that would say that in her chat, call him a dumbass. You don't even know what you're talking about, dumbass. And then all of a sudden these channels are gone. It's like, oh, wonder who's the dumbass now. Huh. Weird.
Well, and it also too, this whole, if she was taken down, then all these other channels should be taken down. Again, it's that whole, look, why are you doing this? Well, but that person's doing this way worse than me. It's all fucking just deflection. Why can't anybody ever answer? Why does the answer when it's like, well, why did you do this? Well, look what so-and-so is doing. It's way worse than me, or so-and-so is doing it too. I'm not talking about them. I'm asking you. Nobody can answer.
Yeah.
I used to say that all the time with AD. It's like every time, it's like, don't be, I don't know about your guys's teachers, but my teachers, if you did that, you would get in trouble. I did that with my kids. If I was yelling at a kid for doing something, and Christopher's like, well, Eric did, Christopher got in worse trouble because it's like, I
Yeah.
see what you're doing, Chris. Now guess
Yeah.
what? Now your ass is really
And
in
that's
trouble.
the mentality. That's exactly how Dorothy is. I mean, that's
Yeah.
the mentality that I see, and it's not even just from her. I shouldn't say just her, but that's right, and that's part of the fucking whole continuing to propel and continue to keep everything going, right? Yeah, I remember when Critical K there, Hypocritical K lost her main channel. She pounced or bounded back up pretty quickly with another one, and YouTube took that one down really quickly too.
Yeah, and I don't know anything about her, but if memory serves, at least she was smart enough to stop trying. Natasha just thought
After
she was
one,
special.
yeah.
She thought, no,
And I
I'm going to
think
get away with this because you're all dumbasses and you don't know what you're talking about. I can do this. Well, you can't. Somebody said, and I don't know if this is true, so don't quote me, but somebody said that she's gone on her daughter's channel, which I think is probably
she did a
not
makeup sale. Yeah, she did a makeup sale.
Well, so if the makeup sale is breaking terms of service, then that's a bad thing to do on her daughter. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what she did to break terms.
Well, and
of
I
service.
don't. I mean, I've heard too, and I mean, I don't know because I'm not monetized, and that's not my thing. I don't even have a fucking PayPal. But my understanding is, it's okay to put like these Cash App, PayPal links in your description, but theoretically, you're not supposed to have them scrolling through your whole 8, 9, 10-hour live at the bottom. I don't think. Because to me, if you really look at it, people are dropping, it makes sense, right? They're dropping PayPal, Cash App stuff. That's stuff that, meanwhile, they're monetized where their subs can give super chats, which obviously YouTube is making whatever the 30, 40, whatever the percentage is. I mean, I don't think YouTube is going to be too happy to see people using other means that they can use to get method using YouTube's own platform for free.
But the argument against that is AD did the same thing. Live after live after live, and he was reported, and he never got it taken down. So it could be that maybe she just happened to fall in that crack and got caught, and he hasn't. But I personally don't believe it was all this Cash App and her PayPal links.
No. I mean, it could have been a accumulation of things. I'm not saying that was the sole entity. I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility. But I mean, I've never read the terms and conditions. I mean, I don't care because, right, I'm not monetized, but I could see how that would be problematic from YouTube's side. Here they are offering people a free platform. They have this channel, whatever the channel, I'm just speaking in general, is monetized right there. People can give super chats that, right, YouTube wants to take a percentage of because they're providing this free platform, yet this person's snubbing and turning their nose to that option and throwing out the other options off platform where they can make all the money in the world and it's all to them. Meanwhile, YouTube's the one providing them the platform to do it. Yeah, I could see that being problematic.
Right. Free Falling says, when I was new to this tube community, I still didn't realize anyone would or could have more than one name and picture. Yeah. So a lot of channels do have backups because if they lose their channel, like JC did, and she didn't have a backup channel, it sucks.
Well,
but
I had a backup channel. It just didn't have the content on it.
It didn't have the content,
which is now my second JC. It turned into. I have what's called a brand account. Like when you do have a channel, you can create a brand account, and basically what it is it's like a secondary account that's kind of linked but not linked. Anyways, that's what I just have it for because I mean, you never know with shady people. I mean, you just never know what can happen. I mean, from anywhere, right? So at least there's no content on it. I'm not going to fucking takes enough time to upload my shit and make my shit and put it on one channel. I don't have the time to. I mean, I have all my videos, but it's time consuming to upload everything. But if something were to happen, yeah, I mean, I still would have a channel I could go back to. But yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. Not everybody is into this for nefarious purposes where they need to have 20 alt accounts to go around and start creating trouble to create drama. And the people that have most of those multiple accounts, that's what they're doing it for.
Well, so like, a lot of the people in the truth community, because when AD was striking back, when Dr. B was striking back.
That's why, yeah.
That's why. And it wasn't because, in my opinion, that anybody was actually doing anything wrong. Because that was the thing, is a lot of the truth
They
channels.
were all false fucking strikes. They didn't win.
Right,
Not
right,
one fucking
right.
one.
They
did
they
win
were
against.
showing proof. That's the problem. If they were just getting up there talking shit, you probably wouldn't have been struck. But every one of you guys were actually showing proof of, the shit that he was saying and the lies that he was doing.
And
that's
her and
what-
her fake fucking spreadsheets.
Right, right. So that's why a lot of like the truth, not because you guys were doing anything nefarious, but because they were. So there is such a thing as false strikes. Yeah, that happens. But you also get to counter those too, more often than not. Natasha's channel is going down like that. That wasn't anything to do with false striking. It wasn't.
No.
Or mass reporting.
Or mass reporting. Can we just get over the phrase? Mass reporting doesn't do anything. Like I said, if it were to do anything, AD would have been gone 2.5 fucking years ago. Seriously.
Well, yeah, I had to laugh. I've seen a few comments in a few places, that it was suggested it was the same group that was orchestrated in taking AD down. Like, what the fuck? If we had that power, AD would have been gone a long fucking time ago.
Yeah, that I did see that too, and I thought that was hilarious.
Gang stalking, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
It would be like, why would
Stalking.
clearly, if that was the case, we sucked at doing it because AD didn't get taken down. So why the fuck would, and what the fuck does Natasha see? That was just a way to come back at the dusty bitches again.
Well,
again,
exactly.
we don't have anything to do with that fucking community other than just watching it. In the beginning, a lot of us subbed to Dorothy and we watched her because we knew her from this community. When she turned into a Natasha hating channel, that's when like myself and a lot of other people kind of back, because I'm like, I don't fucking know Natasha, so I have no dog in this race. I have no desire. And I did watch Natasha a couple times and I didn't hate her, so I'm like, yeah. So I just stopped going to Dorothy's, and I know a lot of other people did too. And then she became that community. So why the fuck would anybody from this community do shit to Natasha? That makes no sense.
I spend enough fucking time in my life fucking making videos for AD. I'm certainly not gonna do it for somebody that I don't even communicate or have any interaction with at all in these YouTube streams. Why would I it's so time consuming just doing videos and shit for armchair. It was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It tried to suggest that there was a correlation between the two.
It was just another way to take another jab about something that doesn't have fuck all to do with anything. And again, you make those kind of comments and all the Natasha, that community, they're looking at it probably going, huh? Like some of them may know who AD is, but they don't know about necessarily the ins and outs. It's kind of like whenever she would talk about the dusty bitches. You watch in chat, nobody's fucking commenting because they're like, kind of like how we were when she started talking about Natasha. Like, I don't know who the fuck you're talking about. They didn't know who the fuck she's talking about. Her and Joe are going on and on and on about us, and their chat's like talking about what they ate on Tuesday for dinner because they don't have a fucking clue and they don't even care enough to ask.
They don't care. Yeah, exactly.
It does.
Do you
Yes.
think that maybe somebody's gone down the legal route to get her banned? Like somebody went down the legal route to get rid of Critical K, didn't they?
Well, wasn't that Anna Christian Anna Darkio's mother or something?
It was the mother, yes.
Yeah.
It was the mother.
I'm
sued her.
just wondering if someone's gone down the legal route after Natasha. This is my speculation only.
If they have, they've kept it very quiet because I haven't heard that. But that's a good. Lord knows she's sad enough to where, if somebody wanted to slap her with, a cease and desist and an injunction, they got grounds.
And also, she didn't show any receipts, so nobody knows why she's been taken down.
Right.
So right. I'm thinking, it's only my thought, that maybe somebody's taken her legally to court, and that's why she's had to come off there. Because it's funny how all the channels are taken down.
Yeah.
And it's the same with Critical K.
No,
she
that's
was
yeah. I
on.
see what you're saying, Welsh lady. Yeah, it's an interesting point, actually.
That she hasn't
Um,
actually says. There was one point where she said something about one of them was because of nudity, because she brought someone on panel that did that dick flashing thing, but I don't believe that. Other than that,
no,
all
no.
she ever says is it was a terms of service. She hasn't said what, right?
Well,
But that being the case,
exactly.
if one channel, let's say, okay, let's take what she said as gospel. So the first channel comes down for sexual nudity, and it is, let's say, it is a false flag. How does that explain her other 3 and 4 channels that came down after?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I think it may be somebody's taken her to court, and that's why every time she gets on air, they take it off, because Kay was exactly the same. She
But
started
according to
use
Kimberly
that.
Faith here, she's saying that Kay is back online, like back on YouTube again. I'm assuming is what Kimberly means.
No, I thought they took her straight back down.
Well,
They
they
did.
did, but maybe she, because I know that they did a while ago. Maybe she waited till like the dust settled, and now she's come back. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know her. I don't watch her. So I don't know.
I'm just thinking, with Natasha losing 4 channels or whatever,
I think it's a possibility.
I think
Joe
it
Madra.
could be the legal route somebody's gone down. Because
Yeah.
Joe
look at-
Madra is like,
look,
Jesus, take
Jesus
the
took the
wheel.
wheel.
Jesus,
Took the
take
wheel.
the
Goddamn right. Maybe she hasn't realized Jesus has had the wheel the whole time.
wheel. Maybe it was
It's
Jesus
just
that got her
that-
fucking off YouTube.
yeah, it's just that, like, AJ hasn't gone down after all the complaints made about him. And the only way I think he's going to come down is when he's taken to court.
Court
Yeah.
action. Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
makes me think that maybe Natasha's been
You might
done
be
that way
right.
for somebody.
Yeah, it definitely, now that you say that, that kind of does. I mean, it seems like a definite possibility. I mean, I don't think we'll ever truly find out, but all I am going to say is for somebody, and I mean, this is not me trying to be a bitch of any kind towards Natasha Cooper, but for somebody, if you're not doing anything wrong, you wouldn't lose 4 channels.
No. And you'd show receipts and you'd say, look, I've been taken down because of this, or, because you have them letters off YouTube saying why, don't you? And not to show any receipts either. I'm just putting 2 and 2 together. I might be getting 20. I don't know. But I'm just thinking Kay only went because somebody took her to court.
Yeah.
Alan's still there because he hasn't been to court yet. If you see where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
And for it to lose 4 channels, it's a bit overkill if somebody's just mass reporting her.
Yeah, or been taken down falsely for sexuality and nudity. Okay, that might be problematic for one channel, but what about the other 3?
Exactly. But if somebody's gone down the legal route, maybe that's why she's lost all channels. If you know what I mean.
Well, I mean, but at the end of the day, if that is the case, and somebody has gone down the legal route, then that at the end of the day means she's broken YouTube's terms and services, the conditions.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. Yeah. And I could be wrong. And Natasha, if you're listening and I am wrong, I do apologise. But it's all speculation on my part, nothing to do with JC.
No, you're more than welcome to speculate.
But I don't want to get you or Cheryl or anybody else into trouble. It's my speculation.
The opinions of my panel guests are the opinions of the panel guests only and do not reflect on the host in any way, shape, or form. Carry on.
Oh, so I'm going to prison on my own.
I've already called him to come get you, baby.
I hope so. Just a thought anyway. Just a thought.
Yeah, definitely some food for thought there.
Because Christmas, didn't they have all that palaver with wish lists and things? And she was buying knives. What was all that about?
Who was buying knives? Wait, what?
Natasha. I didn't get all of it, but it was something to do with the wish list. And people were saying, oh, my son wants this. And people had sent him money, and she was responsible for getting these gifts. And on one of the lives, she had this big knife, like, what do you call it? Like an ornament.
Oh, it was like a sword or something, wasn't it?
Yeah. And I'm thinking, as somebody like sort of gone down the legal route because they didn't get their stuff, or they've sent some money and people haven't been getting things. It could be anything. I'm speculating. I'll be quiet now. I just thought maybe it could be that.
It could very well be. I don't think Natasha's going to admit to that, though.
No, exactly, and that's where the receipts haven't come in, because if you get struck for mass reporting, the first thing you're going to do is, like AD said, I'd be mass reported, blah blah blah, and you're bound to have something off YouTube to say that's what's happened, and that's what you'd show, but she hasn't shown anything. Am I making sense?
I don't. Well, you never know. Like when you, I mean, I don't know. See, I don't know. I don't think I've ever been mass reported, so I don't know how would it come in as like, let's say people are mass reporting for bullying and harassment, and is all of a sudden like your inbox going to be inundated with 500,000. Like, because each time, like when I like we'll take AD and fake ass quack when I was having to play ping pong with them for 3 months there a couple summers back, between copyright strikes and community guideline strikes from them. Each time I would get one, it came in as a single entity, right? So I wouldn't get one, let's say one notification from YouTube saying you've been mass reported. They would come in like as one. Each time somebody would report, I mean, I don't know that, and that's the stuff. That's the other part of it too, right? Is YouTube doesn't have publicly available how their algorithms, how their reporting system, how they really come to these conclusions. I mean, we can sit here and talk and speculate, but that stuff's not publicly available. I mean, if it was publicly available, right? If we knew how, like their the words that will cause a comment to not post, right? Like those whatever, not trigger words, but those bad words that kill your comment and don't post it. If that list was released, people would be able to, you know what I mean? Like they're not going to tell us what they do to find out, like, I'm not explaining myself properly. They're not going to release to the public how their operations go about, how their mass reporting system works, because then if people know, they're going to be able to find loopholes with it.
Yeah.
I know.
Lady
that's
Welch.
hard to spit out.
Lady Welch, am I in trouble?
I said, beep, beep. To bust the horse-drawn carriage and the red car.
Oh, hell.
You're on your own there. I'm not helping you here.
I'm going to prison. Natasha, I have actually said I could have this wrong. And I do apologise if I have.
Now you've really got yourself in trouble with somebody. It's not just me now. You're dealing with
oh, my Lord. Anyway, Natasha, I'm so sorry. I don't want to go to prison. But Natasha,
you could look at it as a vacation.
I suppose
right.
Free food.
Done talking. Yeah.
So
yeah, it's only a problem if you back up there. That's nice double entendre, Lady Witch.
Only if she backs up. What does that mean?
For you, you're only in trouble if you back up. In prison.
Oh my Lord! Don't be going down that.
She got it's a double entendre.
I'll not sleep tonight. Now I knew I shouldn't have come on. I knew it.
See, I'm going to do this more often. I'm not going to give you any advance warning of lives because that seems to catch you off guard and you're not at your best peak. So I think I'm going to utilize that to my advantage going forward.
Oh my word.
Catch you off guard. Thank you for helping me with that, Lady Witch. I found a way that I can sneak through and around and get Lady Witch in the future.
You mean Welsh lady?
I mean Welsh
You
lady.
know,
God
yeah,
damn
you
it.
do. Yeah. But I have said I could be wrong. Oh, God. I'm going to prison. I know I am.
Yeah, well, you're
Never
entitled
mind.
to your speculation and opinion just like everybody else. Make sure the whole world knows on YouTube. Holy crap.
Yeah, but I could be doing defamation of character, couldn't I? Bless her.
Well, not when you say in my opinion. That seems to, no, there's a difference between, having your opinion and deliberately spreading misinformation and conspiracy theories like AD
I
does.
did
That
say,
doesn't.
yeah, I did say it was my opinion and not the opinion of you or Shirl.
Well, then
Shirl's
I
gone
start out
very-
with a little statement too, that my panel guests, the opinions of my panel guests reflect only on the panel guests and not the host of this channel, which is me.
Oh. So I'm going down on my own.
Yeah, I think maybe you might be. I think you're okay. I think right now, because I'm just a little teeny tiny channel of nothing, although we get Dusty Bit shout outs, I think you're probably pretty safe.
Oh, good.
I'll take the hit for you since it is my channel. Of course I will, Welsh lady.
Oh, bless you.
I would never throw you to the
Bless you.
wolves.
If anybody is living in the UK and you find out I am in prison, please come and see me because I haven't got any friends. I haven't got many friends.
So really, if any of you have a brother or an uncle or a male cousin, just send them.
Yeah. Anybody. And then they'll say, oh, I nearly said my name then. I nearly doxed myself. They'll say, number 26, you've got a visitor. And I'll say, who is it? And they'll say, it's so-and-so. And I'll be like, oh, I don't know who this is. I'm so excited. I'm talking myself into going now. I'm looking forward to it.
You know what you could do? You could use Kool-Aid powder for like mascara, or not mascara, eyeshadow, if you want to get a luck before one of your male friends arrives.
What?
Or
While I'm on.
Blush, take the red Kool-Aid for your blush. You'd be all set. The packets. Don't mix it. Just the straight Kool-Aid powder.
Joe Madre's leaving. Good night, Joe.
Bye, Joe.
Night, Joe.
Glad you stopped by. Beautiful dusty bitches. Living a dusty bitch life forever.
No.
What is Kool-Aid?
What's
is
that?
Kool-Aid?
What is Kool-Aid?
Yeah.
The powder.
It's a sugary.
It's a drink mix. It's like a powdered drink mix.
Yeah, it's like a powdered drink mix you make with water. It's flavored and it's sugary. Like strawberry Kool-Aid.
Oh, like sherbet.
Huh?
Like sherbet.
Yeah, but it's a drink. It's a drink.
You just said it was powder.
Well, you mix it with water to make a drink out of it.
It's like a concentrated powder that you mix with sugar and water.
Ah, right. Because I ate that.
It's really sweet.
And I think, what the heck are they talking about?
It's a drink for kids, really. It's for kids.
I didn't really think that maybe somebody didn't know what Kool-Aid was. I have heard, though, online, though, that sometimes if you can get Kool-Aid in prison, the women use the Kool-Aid as like blush and lipstick. So
that's what I just said, Cheryl. That's how we got on this conversation. Can you tell Cheryl and I have been to prison together?
Cheryl, you're making me more worried now. You're
making you
what I need in prison. I said you're making me more worried now what I need in prison.
That's what I'm here for.
What else am I going to need?
I don't know. I don't know it. Oh, you need a pen and a needle. You can use shavings. You can use shavings from a pencil to make ink to do homemade tattoos in jail.
Can you get one on your face?
I don't want a tattoo.
Well, if you're
Why
going to
would I
jail,
want a tattoo?
you have to get a tattoo in jail. It's you kind of have to.
Right on your face.
I'm not having one on my face. Good grief, no.
I look at people that have those tattoos on their face and I'm thinking, you are going to get a very high paying executive job with that look right there. Yeah, yes, you are.
What are you doing?
Larnie says she used to like Tang. Okay, do you know what Tang is, lady? Well, lady? No. Okay, never mind. Forget it. Forget I said anything.
Oh my God, what is it?
Well, Tang is like the same thing as kind of like Kool-Aid. It's a powdered drink.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but it's orange. Yeah. You're like, oh my God, what?
I
want to show something for a second. Just Kimberly's comment up there that I just posted there. I read something about Lori Vallow doing that in prison. It just reminded me, we're not talking about Kool-Aid or anything, but this actually made me laugh. And I mean, I am not a dye your hair, blow out kind of person, because I have no hair to do that with. But so this is Lori Vallow's mugshot after she returned from being whatever under mental evaluation. Who has fucking nice hair like that? She looks like she just walked out of the goddamn beauty parlor. That's her mugshot when she was going back to prison, just like this past week. Look at the hair on that.
I'm going to disagree. I don't think her hair, she has straight hair and it's just straight. I don't think there's
dyed. It's curled. It's not straight.
No, I don't think, I think she just probably has natural waves. I mean, it just looks plain to me. And that part where you say it's dyed, I'm almost half guessing that that's partial gray. I don't think that's actually dyed.
Shit is all falling out though, eh? Holy crap.
So look as you're looking at the screen on the right side of the strands of hair coming down beside her ear, that looks more gray than highlighted to me.
It does.
Oh yeah, I see where you mean.
So where you're seeing highlights,
like she's aged about 20 years.
Well, it's probably been a little rough in the loony bin,
Well, I guess when you can't get your Botox and fillers too.
Well, and plus there was supposed to be that thing that was supposed to happen that summer where they were supposed to ascend or whatever, and the world was coming to an end, and that didn't happen. So the disappointment must be big right now. She killed her kids because they turned into zombies because they needed to be this thing to get ready for whatever was supposed to happen that summer, and it didn't happen. So.
So does this mean the reality is setting in?
Well, I don't think so. I think she's just always going to be friggin'. She needs a box of tinfoil sent to her too. While we're at it, I was reading. I think it was Lady Witch that said it. Yes. So back to what else do you need in jail? Well, Lady, you need ramen noodles because. Chris Watson, that whole thing, we learned how important some ramen noodles are.
Cinnabons will get you far too.
Yeah, but ramen noodles that, you can trade a female's name and address for a couple bags of ramen noodles, apparently. That's a thing, so.
Do you actually know that you're making me bad at you? I'm going to have a breakdown.
Well, you should have thought about that before you speculated and had an opinion, Welsh lady.
And
I'm never having an opinion again. Vaseline? What's the Vaseline for? Oh, fuck.
For when you back it up, baby. What else is it for?
That last word that you just said, yeah, that's what the Vaseline's for.
Oh my
beep,
Lord.
beep, beep, beep.
I'm not going to sleep now. I am not going to sleep.
Oh. I spent like 12 hours growing up. My stomach muscles hurt. You can't make me laugh this hard. That's hilarious.
It's not hilarious.
I bet you're excited, aren't you, Welsh lady?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm wetting myself. I'm not excited. Oh, Jesus.
I'm excited for you.
Oh, yeah. You take me place then.
Oh, goodness me, oh my.
Oh, you can't get too excited about gasoline, so just simmer down, ladies.
Oh, I'm going to have a panic attack.
I can't with you right now.
Send me some weed, Jen.
What's
Send
that?
me some weed. I don't care how old
No
you
way. No way. No way. I'm not enabling you then to end up being the person that friggin' poisoned you and sent you off again to the hospital. I mean, not that I can get arrested here, but
She needs some before she has a panic attack.
isn't that what happened when she smoked weed last
Yeah.
time and the first time is she got a panic attack?
Well, maybe
Yeah.
when she's on the verge of a real panic attack, it does just the opposite.
Just have some gummy
Oh.
bears. They'll just make you pass out. You'll be good. You wake up tomorrow and start over again.
Oh, my.
Oh my goodness.
grief.
Well, ladies, I think I'm starting to get a bit of a toothache. That's something else. I've had fucking one of my, I don't know, my bottom on my right side has been the last couple nights in the middle of the night. I don't know if I ate something or I'm going to have to go to the dentist, but I've been waking up in the middle of the night because the toothache has like woken me up and I'm starting to feel it now. So I can feel it's probably going to get bad and it's going to make me a bit cranky. So I think before I bitch everybody out and really become nasty and miserable, I think we'll start to close it down if that's okay.
It's too late for that, Jen.
What?
It's too late for that.
Get nastier. Get nastier.
Right. If you come on next week and I'm not here, you're going to know why.
Can you tell us which jail you'd be at so we can get those boys to you?
Oh, my God. It'll most probably be Strangeways, won't it?
All the boys go to Welsh Ladies Jail Yard. Damn right, it's better than yours.
Oh, yeah. Make fun, Jen. It's all right. I'm going to have a nervous breakdown, but never mind. I'll take the Vaseline, just in case. What am I doing with the buns?
Trade-offs.
All right, okay. I remember now.
Yeah,
Oh,
you can keep one for yourself for ingestion, but yeah, they'll be good for trade-offs for other stuff you can use.
Like staples and stuff.
Oh, my Jesus.
Get a box of buns and you might even be able to trade off for a whole stapler.
I've got two in the drawer. I'll take them with me. Oh, my Lord.
Suzanne's been awfully quiet since I've come back. I know she's just sitting there mute laughing.
She's scared to say anything in case she's in prison with me.
Oh, good
Her
Lord.
honey buns bring the boys to the jail yard. Damn right, better than yours. I would keep you, but I'd have to charge. Thanks for coming, Free Falling. Always a pleasure to see you. Oh.
Okay, so are we done?
Yeah. I can feel it's starting to really bug me, and now that I'm thinking about it, it's going to start to get bad soon.
Okay. Well,
I was in tears the other night. It woke me up. It was that bad, and I realized it was hurting because it was, I guess, hurting in my sleep. And yeah, I'm gonna have to fucking go to the dentist. God damn it! More money I don't have.
I thought you guys had. Does dental not covered under your health care?
No, dental's not the same as our medical health coverage.
Oh.
You could ask Natasha.
Yeah, and you think? I mean, I'm. Don't get me wrong. I'm grateful that our health coverage, like we have healthcare coverage, and we can go to the doctor, no problem. But to me, I find that, I mean, if people, the fact that we have to pay for dental coverage or pay for, like normally if you're working full time, right, part of your salary, you can get a dental plan. Like normally, if a dental plan, you only have to pay like your employer will cover 80%. I mean, it all depends on where you work, right? What's covered, what's not covered, but you have to go to the dentist. You have to pay to have a tooth extracted in the whole 9 yards. So yeah, it's not fucking cheap. But to me, I would think, I mean, if you, as a person, if your teeth aren't healthy, how is the rest of your body going to be healthy? Or teeth, I mean, not tooth, but teeth overall. I don't know. I think they all kind of are all sort of part and parcel with each other. Yeah, the clove thing, I can't stand cloves, but yeah, I remember years ago, when I lived in Peterborough, my friend Carrie told me that, and she was a cook, and she went right to her big bottle of cloves and handed me the whole clove and said, "Yep, that is. I can't stand the taste, but that does work. I just don't have any cloves here right now." And the weed doesn't seem to be taking the pain away. Although I know smoke's probably not good for it either, but whatever. I'll suffer in pain and silence by myself.
Yeah, but you're not silent, are you? You're not being silent, are you?
What's that?
You're not being silent, are you?
I'll
suffer in pain and silence. You're not being silent.
Well, where you guys don't have to hear me.
We can't turn you off, though, can we? It's your channel, we can't turn you off. Right,
well, Suzanne, there's storms coming?
Wait, what was that? I just had it up.
For the East Coast or the Midwest? Where's the storms?
It's coming through Oklahoma and heading east. East.
Yeah.
It's heading east? Oh, okay.
So it should be like tonight through Sunday. So take care.
Yeah.
Oh.
Tonight through.
No tornadoes. No tornadoes because Suzanne hides in cupboards when there's a tornado.
With her weed.
Well, hey.
Yeah. I mean, the first thing I grab too, forget William, get the weed, make sure the weed is safe. Get the William after. I'm kidding. I'm so kidding. But E does come before I, weed, William, if you go alphabetically.
That's a way to prioritize.
You know that. He's not as worried as what I am. It doesn't worry him. We get warnings all the time, and he doesn't care. I run around like a fucking headless chook. It takes me right out. It really does.
So you're diving for cover, and he's just sitting there not moving?
Yep.
He's just watching her run around from room to room, grabbing shit. And he's just like, yeah, okay. Wow. Be careful.
Right,
there's a shoe there. Don't trip over that shoe.
It's crazy.
I think Lady Witch is saying weed is more expensive than William.
Everybody take care.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Cheryl and Nuff Nuff, who's been a wonderful co-host of Silence. I'll have to kick her. But I mean, thank you very much. I mean, we just, Cheryl, we just sort of wanted to come up and just get a couple things off our chests.
Yeah, and just to wrap it all up, reiterate, for the love of God, stop saying stupid shit. Juror and us are not talking. And Dorothy, get some fucking tinfoil for Christ's sakes. That's basically everything that I said in a nutshell right there.
Yeah. Nobody wants anything to fucking do with you, Dorothy, over here whatsoever.
I don't think most people over there want much to do with her either.
No, yeah, you're right. Well, we can't speak for them. And I mean, when I say that, I'm just speaking, on our behalf. But I mean, I think Dorothy's made who she is very clear. And I mean, people, it was like before, people can heed those warnings, take those warnings, but don't be right there in the thick of it, right next to it, participating and complicit in it all, and then be shocked and seeking support and people rallying against you, that you've done nothing wrong when you've been right there, part of it all along, because she turned on you.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Before you start doling out condolences or kudos and congratulations for doing whatever should have fucking been done a long time ago, think about who you're saying it to and think about what that person has said about you or one of your friends or somebody that you don't even fucking know, but they just did it anyways. So again, just because you walk away doesn't mean you get a free pass. You're
Yeah.
still accountable for your shit.
Yep, for sure.
And I mean that's all. I mean, this isn't something we're going to go over again either. I mean, I think we've all made ourselves. We know how we are. We've put ourselves out there the way we have been. That's never changed. This isn't. We're not like Dorothy, where we're going to come back up tomorrow and do another live and live after live. We said what we needed to say, and that's it. You know, as I said, none of us up here. We want nothing to do with you, Dorothy. You need to stop fucking hurting people. And stop dragging people's real lives into your bullshit YouTube stuff for fucking money and clicks. I don't, yeah, we're going to start all over again if I keep talking.
Yeah, we'll just leave it at, like, again, just get some tinfoil and just stop. Or not and just expect that shit's going to happen. You can't sit on your throne and be bitching about people talking about your life when clearly you go real life. That's just how it works.
And doesn't have any balls because she knows she'll get fucking nailed to a cross if she can't even face people on a panel.
Well, that's the other thing. I'll throw this down. It doesn't have to be us because remember we're in your rearview mirror and we accept that and we're perfectly fine in your fucking rearview mirror.
And we've wasted more than enough time on Dorothy, anyways. I really don't want to.
Yeah, but I would like to see if you really have some fucking balls, Dorothy. I would like to see you actually get on a panel with one of these people that you want to drag and actually try to have an actual conversation. That's what a real grown-up would do. But, whatever. But yeah, she can make however many fucking shit videos, whatever. We're not going to get up here and talk about her every time. She's not that important.
She's not that important. She's not that worth it. But at the same time, the destruction that we're watching her try to create and pit people against each other while tearing everybody else on the platform down, except for the people that fucking do what she wants them to do and think she's controlling, can't go unchecked either.
Well, no. I'm saying that, if she talks about us, I don't fucking care. Clearly, we don't care. You call us dusty bitches, 70s, 1 foot in the ground. Doesn't fucking care. I mean, I got over getting hurt by stupid shit like that when I was like in kindergarten. It doesn't matter. So you just keep saying whatever you want to say, blah, 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 blah. But watching you, again, pay attention to your behavior because watch what happened to Natasha. She thought she was untouchable. She wasn't. And you're going down that same fucking road. In fact, you're already on the road. You're almost as disgusting, if not worse sometimes, because at least Natasha made her fucking subs laugh every now and then. I don't see your subs ever fucking laughing. So the same thing's going to happen to you.
Well, yeah, that's all it is. It's negative. There's never any, not one of her lives has ever been a happy live. It's all constant fucking dragging.
I just want to say, I think Natasha's lovely.
And some people
your fate is sealed. Your fate's sealed.
Yeah, but I mean, like Jenny, I don't have anything particularly against her. I mean, she's not my cup of tea, and primarily, and it started out not years ago. Again, there's me exaggerating like Dorothy. Years and years and years ago, when it was really only months ago. The first thing is nothing bad. She just reminded me of my ex-mother-in-law, the way that she talks with that accent, and right there it turned me off. So I was
I just don't want to go to prison.
Well, I mean, the same.
You're just asked to listen, but I do. I mean, there are times where I could find her funny, but the past few months she hasn't been funny because she's been really angry. When everybody first started, when Dorothy started her hating Natasha shit, and of course you're going over going, who's this person she's talking about? I thought she was kind of funny. She was entertaining. I just think she got sidetracked, and I have no idea. Maybe it's warranted, but. All I know is that Dorothy's never been entertaining. She just hasn't. That's not coming from a place of hate. That's just, if you even go back and look way, way back, when she first started, it was those other two people that she started that channel with. They actually made it fun. talking about the drinks,
Yeah.
in the chat, they made it fun. Not Dorothy. Dorothy's never been entertaining in the same way that
No.
Natasha has. But if Natasha can be touched, Dorothy, oh, bet your ass you can. I know you keep threatening Granny's watching and CJ with it, but bitch, you need to put a fucking mirror up in front of your face because you are more like Natasha than all of those channels put together.
Yeah. And stop too with the whole Granny's watching just started her channel to drag Natasha Cooper. Why'd you start your channel again, Dorothy? That's right, to drag fucking Kelly. So.
And now she's friends with her.
Yeah.
Yep. You know what, to tell you the truth, I wouldn't be surprised if she wouldn't have, in a roundabout way, had people feel out to try to get Granny's watching on her side. I just think Granny's watching is the type to be like, once you burn a bridge, you burn a fucking bridge.
Well, yeah.
Because she's got no one else now. She doesn't have Natasha to protect her.
Exactly. And that's exactly what it is. And that's what?
She's got Vivian back.
Yeah.
Okay.
But coincidence, this in this 1 week, because it's literally been a week since the whole I can't believe she didn't shut our live down because I didn't have internet, my bestie. It's literally been a week, and we have watched over this week surgery that she's supposed to have had not play out over a week. Her phone number has now been changed. Like she's kind of in kind of a not a great place because she really is all by herself now. There's nobody really backing her up, channel wise. Thank God.
Channel wise, no.
Yeah,
but she's going to go down the victim road. The first thing when I saw that she had to change her number because of all this crap, my first thought is, oh, here we go. Now it's going to be they're attacking me. I have this. And just let's try to get the super chats rolling in because she's being victimized. People are calling her. People are attacking. Yeah, so that's the way she's gonna go.
Well, I found it interesting too that this whole surgery thing came up like right just after that whole fallout happened.
And I just want to say something really quick for anybody that doesn't live in America. Just so you know, you don't just show up at the ER for a procedure unless it's an emergency procedure. If you have insurance, which I don't know if Dorothy has insurance or if she has state-funded Medicaid, either way, anything that is not considered emergency, you have to get prior approval from your insurance company whether or not they're going to pay for it, because there's a lot of procedures where the insurance company thinks they know more than the doctors and they will decline certain things. So she can't just show up at the ER and say, I'm going to have this procedure. I'm going to show up at the ER and see if they can fit me in. That doesn't fucking work that way, Dorothy. I don't know, unless you're leaving a whole lot of information out for those of us that are American that kind of know how this shit works. It's not how it fucking works, Dorothy. So and it doesn't really matter. You can lie all you want, but you just sound stupid to those of us that know how the insurance shit works in the United States. You don't just show up at the ER to have some elective surgery. And yes, it is considered elective day surgery if what you said is accurate. It's not an emergency. It's not a necessity. It's called elective day surgery. You don't just show up at the ER and they pencil you in. It's not how it fucking works. Not by a long shot. I wish it did, but it doesn't.
Well, it's definitely. I think hang on a sec. I showed you guys earlier this week. The way she's describing it is basically when she walks into the ER. That's what she's got to do. Pick a number, pull a number. Please take a number. That's not how it fucking works.
No, and that's what I'm saying. It's not how it works for elective day surgery, or even if it's just not day surgery, but it's not considered an emergency surgery. So you don't go to the ER. You could go to the ER because you're having pain and they can refer you to somebody and then blah, blah, blah. But again,
well, first it was canceled. She was scheduled for Monday, but it was canceled on Monday due to a crazy snowstorm that happened, and it was rescheduled for Tuesday, right? I remember her saying it was rescheduled for Tuesday, but then all of a sudden then it became this whole she was just going to go in and see if they could fit her in nonsense.
Exactly. I heard that.
And again, I'm going to say it again. That's not how the fucking insurance in the United States works, unless she's paying out of pocket. But even then, you wouldn't show up at the ER because the ER is not going to schedule you for a surgery, for a procedure. And I'm not even going to call it an operation.
Well, and give her a hospital bed that she can just laze around in until they schedule her in. Find a place to put her in for her surgery.
That's not how it works. But I get why she's trying to say that, because she literally thinks that everybody is stupid, and that's not necessarily the case. And again, maybe there's parts that she's leaving out that would make it all make perfect sense. I can't figure for the life of me.
Why would she start that shit now, telling us everything that's true? Come on.
Well, right. I mean, I can't imagine where going into the ER just because, and hopefully they can schedule her in. That makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Well, ER means emergency response, not non-life-threatening procedure.
Unless it's not a procedure. She just needs her hand wrapped or something stupid, then yeah, then that would make sense. But if it's a procedure, then no, you don't walk into the ER and hope they schedule you in.
If it's a procedure, it's got to be an emergency if you go to ER. Right. And that's the only way they'll do it. They won't say, oh, come back tomorrow. Oh, come back
even tomorrow. Here for us, I mean, where our healthcare is covered, I mean, for most cases, probably because due to that, it is covered. There's waiting lists. When you're given a surgery date, if you miss that, you have to be rescheduled back in, and you're going back to the bottom of the list. It's not going to be rescheduled the next fucking day. Because they're already, right? They're going to have a schedule that's already preset for that day, kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, so she said it had to be scheduled because of the snowstorm and her doctor. I don't know, but I do know that in a lot of states when it snows, like, you know, a few flakes, like towns literally shut down. So I guess that's a possibility, but that doesn't mean, so if that were the case, they would have called all the clients, all the patients for that day and said, hey, this is what's happening. And they would have to find room for them somewhere, because the next day, which would be Tuesday, assuming that doctor already has patients lined up for Tuesday. So they're going to have to find room for all those patients for that Monday. That's not the ER's job. The ER doesn't do that. The doctor, the surgeon, his office does that. So the way she said it, she's going to go into the ER and hopefully they can schedule her in. That's no. So when they called her and said, hey, look, the doctor's not going to make it in today because of the snow, so we can schedule you for XYZ day. That is how 99.9, no, I'm not here. Every single time I've had a procedure that had to be canceled because of the doctor's reason, that's how it works. They call me, they say the doctor has to reschedule, and they already have a date and time, and they say, this is when we need to move you to. Are you okay with that? So the shit that she's saying doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make, and again, we're just back to the basic. You have to be pre-approved. You can't just show up and expect the doctors to do this procedure on you without being pre-approved by your insurance company or your state-funded Medicaid.
But in all fairness to her, this is the same woman who expected the entire world, including all of social media, to come to a grinding halt because she lost internet access.
Was that before or after her whole internet provider building burnt down that one time? She sure has a lot of problems with internet, right?
I'm just saying. She's going to be out for days, but was back like an hour later.
Well, yeah, because, you know, I have an ISP that I use my Wi-Fi and shit for. But if my power goes out or if my ISP building burns, I suppose, which if I have an ISP that's so stupid that they don't have backup servers somewhere off site that they couldn't continue getting service to me within an hour or two, which is what happened to her, I would find a different provider. But even if I can't use my Wi-Fi, I still have my data on my phone, which clearly she must have used to get back online, right?
Well, she was using to WhatsApp Jer to tell her she wasn't online.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but she can use data for that. She can use data on her phone. It doesn't have to be Wi-Fi.
She said she kept timing out when she tried her phone.
I didn't hear you. What?
She said she kept timing out when she was using her phone. It wouldn't go through.
Oh, well, she didn't time out with the time she logged into her StreamYard and killed her fucking live, did she? She didn't time out there. She was able to get on perfectly fine that time.
Yeah.
Well, that's yeah,
I know.
exactly, and that's what I said. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Her justification that once her internet came back up, she doesn't go to her to defend herself on the panel that she wasn't able to get on because she had no internet. She sneaky, shady, shifty goes behind the scenes and pulls the plug on the whole fucking live. I mean, that says everything about Dorothy right there in a nutshell, as far as I'm concerned. Larnie, that noise is coming from Welsh Lady, because if I mute her, it stops.
Oh, any excuse.
I knew you were going to say that.
And I do want to say, you know, regardless of feelings about Jur one way or another with myself or her on her behalf, whatever, that was a really messed up thing to do. It was
Yeah.
fucked up. You know,
Yeah,
I'm again, Jur doesn't like me. I don't like her, but just as a human being, Dorothy, that was fucking low.
But that's what I mean. That right there shows the sneaky, underhanded, conniving, calculating bullshit that Dorothy will go to, the length she won't stop to go to. That right there. Her whole argument for losing her bestie was the fact that she couldn't get online, and how dare Jur continue to have these people on her panel who were not doing even 0.009 of the dragging. They weren't dragging Dorothy. They were speaking up on their stuff. Nothing to the extent that Dorothy goes. And what does she do when she apparently gets her internet back? She doesn't get up on that panel to defend herself that she's so mad at her. She pulls the fucking plug. Sneaky, dirty, shifty, shady. As I said, I mean, we saw it a long time ago, but if people can't and they don't see that for what it is, then they don't want to see it.
Well, that's my thing. It's, you know, there are people that I know for a fact knew what she was all about, but they didn't care because she wasn't going for them. Like I said, that excuse of she's never done anything to me, that's bullshit. Like I said, if a man beats the shit out of his wife or his kid, he doesn't need to beat me or my kid for me to not like the guy.
And that's the difference, actually. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you for a second, Cheryl, because I want to get it out before I forget. That is the difference right there before anybody like Amber's Alert or even Helen Schaefer is going to maybe suggest that, well, yeah, I didn't say anything to Bam. This is the difference. I did not know any of you guys. Well, you guys. As far as Amber Alert's calling me out is what I'm speaking about. I didn't know you. I didn't know Bam. I was not around or involved or had anything to do. I didn't even know it was going on. You have sat there and watched Dorothy do this. That's the difference.
Yep.
And for the record, I have never partaked in any of this so-called dragging what Helen feels that has been done with Bam. And again, that's between the two of them. And I'm really fucking sick and tired of everything coming back to that. And it's not, but that was what I wanted to point out. It's one thing to be outraged, to try and say, well, why aren't you outraged when you're there part of it? Then you can call people out. But when somebody is not even around and doesn't know the people involved, you can't expect them to be outraged and speak up about it. I don't know if that made sense.
It did. It did. There's a difference between, you know, like I said, there are people that I know that, you know, you could see in her chat, they'll be chatting along and she'll start some shit and then all of a sudden you don't see them chatting anymore. I get that. But when you see people that are engaging in it, live after live after live.
Actively participating. Yeah.
So anyways, you thought she was fine because she wasn't after you, and now that she's after you, now she's all these negative things. It's those people in my mind doesn't mean anything. I'm not a creator, I'm not important, I'm a nobody, but in my mind, you're still a piece of shit. You were a piece of shit when you were part of it. You're still a piece of shit now, because the only reason you're jumping ship is because she's coming after you. You didn't do it because you had a conscience or some moral compass that said, this is pretty fucked up. I'm not.
Yeah, exactly. You realize, holy fuck, what the hell am I doing? All right. Well, with that, I think that's a perfect way to end, Cheryl. Yeah. Welsh Lady, Sue, and Nuff Nuff, who's been sleeping with us the whole time. Actually, I'm going to kick her before I... Look at this. This is the first person I'm ever kicking off my panel. See ya, Muff Muff.
And she's not even around to notice it. So
that's okay. It'll be in full replay version. Get the fuck off my panel, bitch. All right. Well, those that or probably most people will see it in the replay, but everybody that came in and joined us in our little impromptu Friday night surprise, thanks for joining. Welsh Lady Sue, thanks for letting Cheryl and I overtalk everyone.
Oh, and by the way, really quick, it was only 4 hours and 46 minutes. So anybody tries to say, you know, these 8-hour, 10-hour sessions of dragging, calling you out on the bullshit again.
Yeah.
Nobody drugged Dorothy or a juror or anybody else for 8, 10, 12 hours. The only person that does that is Dorothy. So just wanted to
And
make
that
that
goes
point.
into days, weeks, months, and really now.
Oh
over
yeah.
a year.
That's the other thing. All these multiple lives, daily lives, talking lives every week for 10, 12 hours, dragging certain people doesn't fucking happen. And if you for a second just take some time to go out and look at some of these channels, you will see those lives didn't fucking happen.
And we have not, nobody's been jumping panel to panel to panel. I have done 4 lives overall in the last month, and 3 of them were about AD. So fuck off with that. And with that, we are going to say
good night.